Published in Germany in 1487 by Heinrich Kramer, a Dominican monk and inquisitor, the Malleus Maleficarum, or in the English tongue, Hammer of the Witches, stands as one of the most infamous and influential treatises on witchcraft in the annals of European history. Crafted during the Renaissance and coinciding with the advent of the printing press, this book profoundly shaped the witch hunts of the 16th and 17th centuries. It methodically outlines the existence, practices, and prosecution methods of witchcraft, predominantly targeting women, whom it claims are particularly susceptible to diabolical influences. Despite its eventual condemnation by the Church, the widespread distribution and enduring impact of the Malleus Maleficarum fueled centuries of witch hunts, resulting in the torture and execution of thousands. Today, the work remains a crucial point of study for those seeking to understand the cultural and intellectual underpinnings of one of the darkest chapters in our history. Hello everyone and welcome. Well, today we're talking about something particularly interesting, the old Malleus Maleficarum. As always, leave something insightful in the comments. If I find it particularly interesting, I will pin it up the top and everybody can see. And also check us out on Facebook. We're building a community up there, slowly but surely. Well, let's get on with the topic for today. Nice and relaxed as usual. The opposition from the Church to witchcraft and heresy has deep historical roots, as reflected in the Canon Episcopi, which was issued around 900 AD, declaring that witchcraft and magic were nothing more than diabolical illusions. Those who believed in such practices were seen as being misled by the devil through their dreams and strange visions. Despite this official condemnation, belief in the supernatural interventions persisted on, particularly through ordeals, which were later adapted for use in witch trials. Official church doctrine acknowledged that devils could be expelled through sacramental exorcisms, which of course continue even to our modern day, which recognized, of course, the Malleus Maleficarum as one of the 5 methods to counter the attacks. But unlike exorcism, the practices of prayer and transubstantiation were, of course, not regarded as magical rituals. In 1484, a clergyman by the name of Heinrich Kramer made one of the earliest attempts to prosecute individuals accused of witchcraft around the Tyrol region. However, his efforts were unsuccessful, and they even led to his expulsion from Innsbruck and dismissal by the local bishop, who described him as senile and insane. It's been suggested that Kramer's motivation for writing the Malleus Maleficarum was to vindicate himself and even in some way exact revenge. Other scholars argue that Kramer's primary goal in writing the book was to articulate his views on witchcraft, systematically refute those who denied its existence, discredit the skeptics, and emphasize that witchcraft was mainly practiced by women. He also had the aim of persuading magistrates to adopt his methods for identifying and, of course, prosecuting witches. I will get to the specifics of that later on. Well, after the rough time in Tyrol, all of his failed attempts, some scholars suggest that Kramer sought direct papal approval to continue his prosecutions against witches. This led to the issuance of the papal bull Summis Desiderantes Affectibus by Pope Innocent VIII in 1484. This papal bull empowered the Inquisition to prosecute cases of witchcraft and specifically authorized Kramer, along with the Dominican friar Jacob Sprenger. Now, on to Sprenger. Contrary to the belief that he collaborated with Kramer, some academics argue that Sprenger was actually a consistent critic of him, even going as far to prohibit him from preaching and banning him from Dominican convents under Sprenger's control. There is one Wolfgang Behringer, a modern historian who supports this view. He suggests that Sprenger was not a co-author of the Malleus Maleficarum as is once perceived, and that his relationship with Kramer was somewhat adversarial rather than cooperative. As stated by Wolfgang Behringer, and I quote, Sprenger had tried to suppress Kramer's activities in every possible way. He forbade the convents of his province to host him. He forbade Kramer to preach, and he even tried to interfere directly in the affairs of Kramer's Celestat convent. The same day, Sprenger became successor to Jacob Strubach as provincial superior, October 19, 1487. He obtained permission from his general, Joachino Turiani, to lash out against Master Heinrich Kramer, Inquisitor. Now, the preface also has purported a unanimous approval from the Faculty of Theology at the University of Cologne. However, numerous historians have contended that there is strong evidence from other sources, other than the Malleus, that the theology faculty of the university condemned the book due to its unethical methods and its contradiction of key principles of Catholic theology. Additionally, it is alleged that institutores deceitfully fabricated a document to falsely claim unanimous approval. The book served as the authoritative guide for secular courts across Renaissance Europe, but the Inquisition refused to acknowledge the Malleus's authority, and they did not utilize it. Now, prior to the year 1400, it was very uncommon for anyone to face legal action for practicing what was perceived as witchcraft. However, the growing prevalence of prosecuting individuals for heresy, combined with the inability to completely eradicate these heretics, set the stage for future criminal prosecutions. During the 15th century, the belief in witches had become extensively acknowledged and accepted in European society. In the past, individuals found guilty of practicing witchcraft usually faced relatively mild punishments, such as public humiliations like being placed in the stocks. However, their prosecution became increasingly severe after the Maleficarum was published, as belief in witchcraft became widely acknowledged as a genuine and a perilous occurrence, a threat to everyone. The most stringent prosecutions occurred from 1560 to 1630, and at least in Europe, they mostly ceased by 1780, with a few sporadic occurrences here and there, but not for much long after. Of course, the witch trials in the New World provinces, Massachusetts, all the rest, well, we'll get to them in a different video. Demonologists, and there were quite a few of them, all throughout Europe were obsessed with a fervent dispute about the nature of witches during the 16th and 17th centuries. As a result, they issued numerous printed sermons, books, and pamphlets. The Catholic Church exerted significant influence in creating the discourse on demonology, while the Reformation had quite minimal impact upon it. Of course, Martin Luther firmly believed in the existence and malevolence of witches, and played his own role in advancing Protestant demonology. But nothing is as extensive as the Catholic writings on it. It's quite fascinating. I do recommend you go and read some of the Catholic demonology. They really put a lot of effort into it. Now, both Catholic and Protestant demonologies shared similar fundamental views on witches, and most authors concurred on the gravity of the offense of witchcraft. The acceptance of witch hunting was evident in both Catholic and Protestant legislatures, as it was backed by governments of both religious denominations. You see, witches were considered enemies to Christianity, and witchcraft was seen as a most severe offense and transgression against God. In continental and Roman law, witchcraft was considered the crimen exceptum, a heinous crime that surpassed all regular judicial proceedings. During the Age of Enlightenment, the belief in the ability of witches to cause damage started to diminish in Western societies. Post-Enlightenment Christians held this belief because of their adherence to reason and empiricism. Now, onto the actual work itself. It's split up into 5 different sections, and we're going to talk about them one by one, provide some quotes from the book and some analysis upon them. So let's talk about the first section, being named Justification. This section provides a concise explanation of how the widespread use of sorcery, which is a strategy employed by the devil in his ultimate attack on God's creation, served as a motivation for authors to compose the Malleus Maleficarum. And this is a quote from the work. Lucifer attacks through these heresies at the time in particular, when the evening of the world declines towards its setting and the evil of men swells up, since he knows, in great anger, as John bears witness in the book of Apocalypse 12:12, that he has little time remaining. Hence, he has also caused a certain unusual heretical perversity to grow up in the land of the Lord. A heresy, I say, of sorceresses, since it is designed by the particular sex over which he is known to have power. In the midst of these evils, we inquisitors, Jacobus Sprenger, together with the very dear associate inquisitoris delegated by the Apostolic See for the extermination of so destructive a heresy, we will bring everything to the desired conclusion, naming the treatise Hammer for Sorceresses. We are undertaking the task of compiling the work for an associate. The second section is regarding the papal bull. The Malleus Maleficarum indicates a replica of a papal bull called Summis Desiderantes Affectibus, which is directed towards Heinrich Institutoris and Jacob Sprenger. Pope Innocent VIII admits that the existence and malevolence of sorceresses are indeed a problem, and recognizes their involvement in satanic activities. Based on the date of the document, the papal bull was issued in 1484, which was 2 years prior to the completion of the final Malleus Maleficarum. Thus, it does not signify support for a particular definitive version of the Malleus. However, its inclusion indirectly validates the handbook by offering overall affirmation of the existence of witchcraft and complete authorization to Sprenger and Institutores in their teachings and actions. And this is from the text itself regarding the papal bull. And they shall also have full and entire liberty to propound and preach to the faithful word of God, as often as it shall seem to them fitting and proper, in each and all of their parish churches and the said provinces, and to do all things necessary and suitable under the aforesaid circumstance, and likewise freely and fully carry them out. From the papal bull, Summis Desiderantes Affectibus. Now the next section is approbation. The section of the Maleficarum referred to as the approbation of the following treatise and the signatures thereunto to the doctors to the illustrious University of Cologne follows in the form of a public document. It consists of unanimous endorsements of the Malleus Maleficarum by all the doctors of the theological faculty of the University of Cologne, who have personally signed it. The proceedings are certified by Notary Public Arnold Kolich of Euskirchen, who is a sworn clergyman of Cologne. The confirmation of this testimony is provided by present witnesses Johannes Volder of Merchen, a sworn beadle, Nicholas Cooper de Vanraff, the sworn notary of Curia of Cologne, and Christian Vincent of Euskirchen, a clergyman of the Diocese of Cologne. The text of the approbation states that during the proceedings, Institutores, who do remember that that is the Latinized name of Heinrich Kramer, don't get confused, received a letter from Maximilian, who had recently been crowned King of the Romans and was the son of Emperor Frederick III. We're, of course, talking about the Holy Roman Empire here. Now, the letter is summarized in the approbation as follows. Maximilian I provides full protection to these inquisitors, and orders and commands all subjects of the Roman Empire to offer their support and assistance to the inquisitors. They are also instructed to act in accordance with the instructions contained in the letter. It is reported that in early December 1486, Kramer traveled to Brussels, the capital of Burgundy, with the intention of obtaining a privilege from the future emperor. Kramer did not have the courage, apparently, to involve Frederick III, whom he had previously offended. But once the new guy was in power, it wasn't so awkward anymore. However, this response he received must have been quite unfavorable anyway, as it could not be included in the foreword. Now, the approbation has a preamble and is subsequently accompanied by a decision divided into two sections. So let's first do the first part of the preamble. The text commences with a broad assertion of the prevailing conditions, which is written like this. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, Amen. Let all those who will read, see, or hear the present public document know that in the year since the birth of our Lord, 1487, in the 5th indiction, on Saturday, the 19th day of May, at 5 in the afternoon or thereabouts, in the 3rd year of the pontificate of our Lord, the most holy Father in Christ, Lord Innocent the Eighth, by divine providence Pope, in the presence of my notary public, and a witness written below, had been specifically summoned and asked for this purpose. the venerable and religious brother Heinricus Institoris, professor of holy theology, and member of the order of preachers, who was appointed as inquisitor into heretical depravity by the Holy See along with his colleague, the venerable and religious brother Jacobus Sprenger, and also a professor of holy theology and prior of the convent of preachers in Cologne. Signatories express their dissatisfaction with certain religious leaders who boldly deny the existence of sorceresses in their sermons. They point out that the authors of the Malleus Maleficarum are not primarily focused on dispelling this ignorance, but rather on providing detailed instructions for sentencing and punishing sorceresses in accordance with religious texts and regulations. These signatories then clarify their motivation for sharing their expertise. And this is from the signatories. It is consonant with reason that those things that are done on behalf of the common good should also be confirmed through the common approval of the doctors, and therefore, lest the aforementioned poorly educated curates and preachers think, in their ignorance of Holy Scripture, that the aforesaid treatise which was composed in the manner mentioned above is poorly supported by the determinations and pronouncement of the doctors. They offered it for examination and comparison against Scripture to the illustrious University of Cologne, or rather to certain professors of holy theology, in order that if any things were found to be worthy of censure or incompatible with the Catholic truth, they should be refuted by the judgment of those professors, and that those things found to be compatible with the Catholic truth should be approved. Now, this was, in fact, done in the ways written below. So the next section is resolution. There are two signings, which are occasionally referred to as two approbations. The distinction lies in the fact that in the first part, 4 signatories confirm that they have scrutinized the treatises and support its content, whereas in the second part, signatories do not claim to have read the treatises, but still demonstrate approval by explicitly reiterating certain overarching principles of the treatises and endorsing them. The initial section presents the viewpoint of Lambertus de Monte of Herrenberg, who serves as the temporary dean of the Faculty of Holy Theology at Cologne. Subsequently, Professors Jacobus Strehlen of Notlink, Andreas Schermer of Oceanfurt, and Master Thomas de Scotia provide testimony affirming their agreement with his perspective. Now here is a portion of the opinion. I proclaim that this 3-part treatise, which has been examined by me carefully and compared against Scripture with regard to its first 2 parts, contains nothing, in my humble opinion, that is contrary to the pronouncements of the non-erroneous philosophers, or against the truth of the holy Catholic and Apostolic faith, or against the determinations of the doctors approved or admitted by the Holy Church, and that the 3rd part should certainly be upheld and approved in regard to the punishments of those heretics whom it reads. In it does not contradict holy canons, and also because the personal experiences described in this treatise, which are believed to be true because of the reputation of such great men, particularly since they are inquisitors. It should be ensured that this treatise will become known to learned and zealous men, who will then, on the basis of it, provide various healthy and appropriate advice for the extermination of sorceresses. Now, the second section is endorsed by the original signatories, as well as by many professors from Cologne. The signatories affirm that 1. The Masters of Holy Theology written below commend the inquisitors into heretical depravity appointed by the authority of the Apostolic See, in conformity with the canons, and argue that they think it right to carry out their office zealously. 2. The proposition that acts of sorcery can happen with God's permission through sorcerers or sorceresses when the devil works with them is not contrary to the Catholic faith, but consonant with the statements of Holy Scripture. Indeed, according to the pronouncements of the holy doctors, it is necessary to admit that such acts can sometimes happen. 3. It is therefore erroneous to preach that acts of sorcery cannot happen, because in this way preachers impede to the extent that they can the pious work of the inquisitors, to the prejudice of the salvation of souls. Nonetheless, secrets that are heard at any time by inquisitors should not be revealed to anyone. And 4. All princes and Catholics should be urged to think it right to insist such pious vows on the part of the inquisitors in defense of the holy Catholic faith. End of the affirmations of the signatories of the College of Cologne. Now, what about witchcraft itself? How is it actually defined by the Malleus Maleficarum? Well, according to the text, it requires 3 essential components: the malevolent intents of the witch, the assistance of the devil, and the consent of God. The treatise is organized into 3 distinct portions. The initial segment is targeted towards clergy and endeavors to counter arguments made by detractors who reject the existence of witchcraft in all its forms, thereby, of course, impeding its legal pursuit. I mean, you can't charge someone for something that isn't real, right? Well, the second section delineates the tangible manifestations of witchcraft and the corresponding methods of counteraction. The primary objective of the third division is to provide support to judges, there being secular judges, by the way, in dealing with and countering witchcraft, as well as to alleviate the strain placed on inquisitors. Each of the 3 sections explores the predominant issues of the nature of witchcraft and the identification of witches. Section 1 explores the theoretical aspect of witchcraft, analyzing it from the perspective of natural philosophy and theology. More precisely, it explores the inquiry into the authenticity of witchcraft as either an actual occurrence or simply a figment of one's imagination. Do remember, it was the Renaissance. People were certainly becoming a little bit more enlightened, albeit slowly, but, give them time. Well, it potentially describes this as deceptive apparitions created by the devil, or merely the products of excessive, agitated human thoughts. Too much time on their hands, that kind of thing. Now, the inference made is that the existence of witchcraft is actually supported by the existence of the devil, cannot have one without the other, and it's believed that witches had made a bargain with Satan to gain the ability to carry out damaging magical actions in the mortal realm. hence establishing a crucial connection between witches and the devil. The discussion in general within the text revolves around practical matters and real-life cases, as well as the abilities of witches and their methods of recruiting. The statement asserts that witches, rather than the devil, are mostly responsible for recruitment, bringing other people into the covens, They achieve this by causing misfortune in the life of a respected woman, which prompts her to seek the guidance of a witch. Alternatively, they may introduce young girls to alluring young devils. This text provides a comprehensive explanation of the methods employed by witches to perform spells, as well as offering potential countermeasures to thwart witchcraft or aid individuals who have fallen victim to its effects. But who gives them the authority to speak on such things? Well, they seem to have been quite versed in the theology of the day. They weren't just a random layman writing a book. In fact, Jacob Sprenger, he held the position of an appointed inquisitor for the Rhineland, serving as theology professor, and was a dean at the University of Cologne in Germany, while Heinrich Kramer, or once again his Latin name Institutoris, held the position of an appointed inquisitor in South Germany. He was also a professor of theology at the University of Salzburg, and was widely recognized as the foremost expert in demonology and witch hunting during the late medieval period in Germany. In the papal bull Summis Desiderantes Affectibus, Pope Innocent VIII addresses them, being Sprenger and Kramer, as beloved sons and professors of theology. Additionally, he grants them the authority to do as they will to eradicate witchcraft. Now, Kramer and Sprenger were the first to raise harmful sorcery to the criminal status of heresy. In fact, a lot of this was justified by the principles outlined in Exodus 22:18. That being, you must not allow a sorceress to live, depending on the translation. Well, that seems pretty clear, doesn't it? Back it up, boys. No arguments there. Well, if harmful sorcery is a crime on the order of heresy, Kramer and Sprenger argue, then the secular judges who prosecute it must do so with the same vigor that the Inquisition would in prosecuting a heretic. The Malleus urges them to adopt torture, leading questions, and the admission of denunciation as valid evidence. And of course, any other inquisitorial practices to achieve swift results. I'm sure it'll be a fair trial. I'm being sarcastic, obviously. Well, moreover, the authors insist that the death penalty for convicted witches is the only sure remedy against witchcraft. They maintain that the lesser penalty of banishment, as prescribed in earlier works like the Canon Episcopi, for those convicted of harmful sorcery, does not apply to these new breed of witches, whose unprecedented evil justifies capital punishment. The initial portion of the book's primary material employs the scholastic technique of Thomas Aquinas, which is distinguished by a style of debating questions particularly exemplified by his work Summa Theologica. It was a commonly used method of argumentation in scholarly discussions with a lengthy history. In fact, the majority of the citations in the Malleus Maleficarum are derived from various works attributed to Thomas Aquinas. Now, Aquinas is, well, he's a well-known figure. I've made a video on him, quite fascinating, you can go and watch it. And indeed, you'll find him as the primary reference for the first section of the Maleficarum, and you'll find him peppered about pretty much every other section too. Formicarius by Johannes Nieder is also a significant source for section 2, and Directorium Inquisitorum by Spanish Inquisitor Nicholas Eymerich is also a vital source for section 3. Of course, the Malleus advocated for the use of both torture and deception to extract confessions. It suggested that the judge, along with other devout individuals, should attempt to convince the prisoner to confess voluntarily, and if they wouldn't, you just convince them harder, and keep convincing them until they do confess. See where this is going? However, if the suspect refuses to confess, the judge orders the attendants to restrain the prisoner using the strappado and other torture devices. Now, if you don't know what the strappado is, that's probably for the best. But basically, you have your hands tied behind your back, and then a rope is tied around your wrists. And then they pretty much jerk you up by this rope, and your shoulders dislocate and all of your bones crack, and they just thrash you around for a while. Think about it when you pull a fish out of the water. It's kind of like that, except with your hands bound and your joints creaking and not good. Moving on from that. I'm sorry for that explanation of that, but hey, it's relevant to the text, so we have to know. Well, of course, faced with this sort of outcome, the attendants promptly comply, sometimes with simulated agitation. Subsequently, under the request of certain individuals in attendance, the captive is released once more and is separated from the group, and then once again convinced to admit guilt under the false impression that doing so would spare their life. Well, all confessions obtained through the use of torture, of course, had to be verified, and this is what it says about that in the text. It should be noted that if an individual confesses while being subjected to torture, they must subsequently be taken to a different location in order to corroborate and certify that their confession was not solely a result of physical coercion. Nevertheless, in the absence of confirmation, the act of torture could not be replicated. However, it was permitted to persist on a designated day, with the condition that if the prisoner fails to satisfactorily confess to the truth, alternate forms of torture must be presented to him, or her, rather, along with the declaration that unless a confession is made, they will have to endure these further tortures too. However, even if the method fails to instill fear and elicit the truth, then the following day or the day after should be scheduled for a continuation of the tortures, not a repetition, as it should only be performed if new evidence is presented. Next, the judge must formally inform the inmates of the following statement. We, the judge, etc., have scheduled a specific day for the resumption of the tortures so that you may speak the truth and have the entire process documented by the notary. Well, traditionally, witches were predominantly of the female gender, and following the release of the Malleus Maleficarum, it appears that 75% of individuals who were accused and tried as witches were indeed women. Of course, they were seen to have less faith and be more focused on physical desires than men. But there's something a little deeper, and it's just my opinion. I'm not sure if it's one of the reasons, but I think that the prevailing theory behind this goes back to that in the original Garden of Eden story, that Adam was not tempted by the serpent, but Eve was the one who ate the apple, getting that eternal knowledge and all that. So, I think that's where most of it comes from. That opinion that women were more susceptible to the wiles of the devil than men were. Well, the primary explanation, at least by the Malleus, was the fundamental principle of sorcery, which is the rejection of faith. Now, according to this belief, women are considered inherently bad due to their tendency to doubt in matters of faith more readily. So basically, they're talking about critical thinking. While it was possible for men to be witches or sorcerers, whatever we're going to use as a terminology, they were generally regarded to be less common, and the underlying factors contributing to their classification as witches were distinct as well. You see, the prominent type of male witch described in the book is the sorcerer archer. The book is somewhat ambiguous about this, but it does suggest that the motivation behind male witches is mostly driven by a thirst for power, rather than an unbelief or lust, which is claimed to be the case with most female witches. Now, undoubtedly, the title of the Malleus Maleficarum itself is feminine, suggesting that it was the women who were portrayed as the wrongdoers. Ultimately, it might take the form of Malleus Maleficarum, which is the masculine version of the Latin noun maleficus or malefica, meaning witch. In Latin, the term maleficarum is exclusively used for women, although the title maleficorum can be used for males alone, or as a kind of gender-neutral group pronoun when they are all together. The Maleficarum alleges that witches also engaged in infanticide, cannibalism, and the casting of malevolent spells to damage their adversaries, while also possessing the ability to emasculate men. Perhaps that's where all this comes from. Subsequently, it provides narratives of witches engaging in these illegal activities. Kramer and Sprenger develop a powerful, sex-specific theory of witchcraft based on a hierarchical and dualistic view of the world. You see, everything exists in pairs of opposites. God and Satan, Adam and Eve, or men and women. You see, each positive principle in a pair is delineated by its negative polar opposite. Perfection is defined not as the integration or preservation of opposites, but rather the extermination of the negative element in a polar pair. Because women are the negative counterpart to men as seen by the theology written within the Maleficarum, they corrupt male perfection through witchcraft, and therefore the women who engage in such activities are indeed witches and must be dealt with as soon as possible, and by the most horrible means. So, according to the Malleus, The only way a woman can avoid succumbing to her passions and becoming a witch is to embrace a life of devout chastity in a religious retreat. Go off and become a nun somewhere, basically. But the monastic life is actually quite reserved to the spiritually gifted few. You can just show up out of nowhere. People often think this is how you get into a Shaolin monastery or something like that. Just show up and become the thing. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. Therefore, most women are doomed to become witches who cannot be redeemed, and the only recourse open to the authorities is to ferret out and exterminate as many of them as they can. Bad luck for them, I suppose. Well, the Malleus Maleficarum presents a distinct understanding of witches, known as the new category, Strixology, which significantly deviates from previously held beliefs. Kind of like a version 2.0 for studying witches. Of course, we had witches before then, but this time they had narrowed everything down into what they actually were and how to deal with them. Now, the term Malefica possesses a distinct denunciation that is not present in other terms used to describe women with supernatural abilities. The perception of witches and magic, by extension, is inherently associated with malevolence, evil. It deviates from these previous notions of witchcraft that were more broad and encompassing, and just slaps a big label on everyone. Now, at this time, witchcraft formed a distinct and opposing religious belief. Once again, those polar opposites. The witch's once formidable authority over the deities was relinquished, as her capacity to compel their compliance was superseded by complete submission to the devil. Simply put, the witch transformed into a mere instrument of Satan, not some powerful being, just a tool of the devil. This portrayal of witches was a component of perception of magic that scholars referred to as Satanism or diabolism. According to this belief, a witch was a participant in an evil organization led by Satan and committed to doing harmful acts of sorcery on others. Now, in terms of the acts themselves, we can pretty much put them down to 6 specific activities. And it goes like this. First is aerial flight for the purpose of attending meetings with the devil, which is quite convenient, I will say. An assembly presided over by Satan himself and the attendants thereof, at which the initiates entered into the pact, and incest and promiscuous sexual acts were engaged in by the attendees. Also the practice of maleficent magic, sexual relations with the devil himself. A pact entered into the devil, specifically blood pacts, these kind of things, a concomitant apostasy from Christianity, and probably the worst one, the slaughter of babies, which is not good in any context. Of course, demons play a key role in the Malleus, as they are responsible for enticing humans to engage in magic and are central actors in the witch's pledges. They engage in sexual interactions with the witches on a regular basis. According to the book, it asserts that customary for all witches to engage in these depraved acts with demons. Quoting from the book, this activity constitutes a significant aspect of human-demon interaction, with demons engaging in it not for the purpose of pleasure, but rather with the intention of causing corruption. Now, it's important to mention that not all devils and demons engage in such activities. According to the book, it's a little bit more complex than that. Certain demons are reluctant to engage in certain behaviors and immoral deeds due to the nobility of their character. Credit where it's due, I suppose. While the work did not explicitly provide a roster or categorization of demons, as found in certain demonological writings or spellbooks from that time period, such as the Liber Juratus, it does actually make mention of several varieties of demons. For instance, the book extensively covers topics related to incubi and succubi, including their involvement in pregnancies, the subjection of witches to incubi, and the methods of defense against them. Hello and welcome. Today we're going to discuss 3 of the primary sources regarding the Black Death in Europe, told by those who were unfortunate enough to be there at the time. The first is one of Giovanni Boccaccio, who lived from 1317 to 1375, somewhat of a quintessential account in his work the Decameron. And so, let's begin. If you like this kind of content, like and subscribe, you know the drill. Nice and relaxed, shall we? The account of Giovanni Boccaccio from the Decameron. I say, then, that the years of the beatific incarnation of the Son of God had reached the tale of 1348, when in the illustrious city of Florence, the fairest of all the cities of Italy, there made its appearance that deadly pestilence, which, whether disseminated by the influence of the celestial bodies, or sent upon us mortals by God in his just wrath by way of retribution for our iniquities, had had its origins some years before in the East, whence, after destroying an innumerable multitude of living beings, it had propagated itself without respite from place to place, and so calamitously had spread into the West. In Florence, despite all that human wisdom and forethought could devise to avert it, as the cleansing of the city from many impurities by officials appointed for the purpose, the refusal of entrance to all sick folk, and the adoption of many precautions for the preservation of health, despite also humble supplications addressed to God, and often repeated both in public procession and otherwise by the devout, towards the beginning of the spring of the said year, the doleful effects of the pestilence began to be horribly apparent by symptoms that showed as if miraculous. Not such were they in the East, where an issue of blood from the nose was a manifest sign of inevitable death. But in men, a woman alike, it first betrayed itself by the emergence of certain tumors in the groin or the armpits, some of which grew as large as a common apple, others as an egg, some more, some less, which the common folk called gaviccioli. From the 2 said pairs, the body, this deadly gaviccioli, soon began to propagate and spread itself in all directions indifferently, after which the form of the malady began to change, black spots, or livid, making their appearance in many cases on the arm or the thigh or elsewhere, now few and large, then minute and numerous. And, as the gaviccioli had been and still were infallible tokens of approaching death, such also were the spots on whomsoever they showed themselves. which maladies seemed set entirely at naught both the art of the physician and the virtue of the physic. Indeed, whether it was that disorder was a nature to defy such treatment, or that the physicians were at fault. Besides the qualified, there was now a multitude of both men and of women who practiced without having received the slightest tincture of medical science, and being in ignorance of its source, failed to apply the proper remedies. In either case, not merely were those that covered few, but almost all within 3 days from the appearance of the said symptoms, sooner or later, died, and in most cases, without any fever or other attendant malady. Moreover, the virulence of the pest was the greater reason by the intercourse was apt to convey it from the sick to the whole, just as fire devours things dry or greasy. When they are brought close to it, the evil went yet further, for not merely by speech or association with the sick was that malady communicated to the healthy with consequent peril of common death, but any that touched the clothes of the sick, or aught else that had been touched, or used by these, seems thereby to contract the disease. So marvellous sounds, that which I have now to relate, that had not many, and I among them, observed it with their own eyes, I had hardly dared to credit it, much less to set it down in writing, though I had had it from the lips of credible witnesses. I say then, that such was the energy of the contagion of the said pestilence, that it was not merely propagated from man to male, but, what is much more startling, it was frequently observed that things which had belonged to one sick or dead of the disease, if touched by some other living creature, not of the human species, were the occasion not merely of sickening, but of almost instantaneous death, whereof my own eyes, as I said a little before, had cognizance, one day among others, by following the experience. The rags of a poor man who had died of the disease being strewn about the open street, 2 hogs came thither, and after, as is their wont, no little trifling with their snouts, took the rags between their teeth and tossed them to and fro about their chaps. Whereupon, almost immediately, they gave a few turns, and fell down dead, as if by poison, upon the rags which in an evil hour they had disturbed. In which circumstances, not to speak of many others of a similar or even greater complexion, divers apprehensions and imaginations were engendered in the minds of such as were left alive, inclining almost all of them to the same harsh resolution, to wit, to shun and abhor all contact with the sick and all that belonged to them, thinking thereby to make each his own health secure. Among whom there were those who thought that to live temperately and avoid all excesses would count for much as a preservative against seizures of this kind. Wherefore they banded together, and dissociating themselves from all others, formed communities in houses where they were no sick, and lived a separate and secluded life, which they regulated with utmost care, avoiding every kind of luxury, but eating and drinking moderately of the most delicate viands and the finest wines, holding converse with none but another, lest tidings of sickness or death should reach them, and diverting their minds with music and such other delights as they could devise. Others, the bias of whose minds was in the opposite direction, maintained that to drink freely, frequent places of public resort, and to take their pleasure with song and revel, sparingly to satisfy no appetite, and to laugh and mock at no event, was the sovereign remedy for such a great evil. And that which they affirmed they also put into practice, so far as they were able, resorting day and night, now to this tavern, now to that, drinking with an entire disregard of rule or measure, and by preference making the houses of others, as it were, their inns, if they but saw in them aught that particularly was to their taste or liking, which they were readily able to do, because the owners, seeing death imminent, had become as reckless of their property as of their lives, so that most of these houses were open to all comers, and no distinction was observed between the stranger who presented himself and the rightful lord. Thus, adhering ever to the inhuman determination to shun the sick as far as possible, they ordered their life. In this extremity of our city's suffering and tribulation, the venerable authority of laws human and divine was abased and all but totally dissolved for lack of those who should have administered and enforced them, most of whom, like the rest of the citizens, were either dead or sick, or so hard-bested for servants that they were unable to execute any office, whereby every man was free to do what was right in his own eyes. Not a few there who belonged to neither of the two said parties, but kept a middle course between them, neither laying the same restraint upon their diet as the former, nor allowing themselves the same license in drinking or other dissipations as the latter, but living with a degree of freedom sufficient to satisfy their appetite, and not as recluses. They therefore walked abroad, carrying in the hands flowers or fragrant herbs or divers sorts of spices which they frequently raised to their noses, deeming it an excellent thing thus to comfort the brain with such scents and perfumes, because the air seemed everywhere laden with the reeking stench emitted by the dead and dying, the odors of drug. But some, again, the most sound perhaps in judgment, as they were also the most harsh in temper of all, affirmed that there was no medicine for the disease superior or equal in effective to flight. Following which prescription, a multitude of men and women, negligent of all but themselves, deserted their cities, the houses, their estates, their kinsfolk, everything they had, and thus went into voluntary exile, or migrated to the country parts, as if God, visiting men with this pestilence in requital of their iniquities, would not pursue them with his wrath wherever they might be, but intending the destruction of such alone as remained within the circuit of the walls of the city, or deeming, perchance, that it was now time for all to flee from it, and that its last hour had come. Of the adherents of all these diverse opinions not all died, neither did all escape, but rather there were each sort in every place many that sickened, and by those who retained their health were treated after the example which they themselves while whole had set, being everywhere left to languish in almost total neglect. Tedious were it to recount how citizen avoided citizen, how among neighbors was scarce found that any showed fellow feeling for each other, how kinsfolk held aloof, and never met, or but rarely, enough that this sore affliction entered so deep into the minds of men and women, that in the aura, therefore, brother was forsaken by brother, nephew by nephew, brother by sister, uncle by aunt, and oftentimes husband by wife. Nay, what is more and scarcely to be believed, fathers and mothers were found to abandon their own children, untended, unvisited to their fate, as if they had been complete strangers. Whereof the sick both sexes, whose number could not be estimated, were left without resource but in the charity of friends, and few such there were, or the interest of servants, who were hardly to be had at high rates, and on unseemly terms, and being moreover one and all men and women of gross understanding, and for the most part unused to such offences, concerned themselves no further than to supply the immediate and expressed wants of the sick, and to watch them all die, in which service they themselves not seldom perished with their gains. In consequence of which dearth of servants and dereliction of the sick by the neighbours, kinsfolk, and friends, it came to pass a thing, perhaps, never before heard of, that no woman, however dainty, however fair, or however well born she might be, shrank, when stricken with disease, from the ministrations of a man, no matter whether he were young or not, or scrupled to expose to him every part of her body, with no more shame than if he had been a woman, submitting to necessity of that which the malady required, wherefrom, perchance, there resulted in after some time some loss of modesty in such as recovered. Besides which many succumbed, who with proper attendance would perhaps have escaped death, so that, with the virulence of the plague and the lack of due attendance to the sick, the multitude of deaths that daily and nightly took place in the city was such that those who heard the tale, not to say witnessed the fact, that were struck dumb with amazement, whereby practices contrary to the former habits of the citizens could hardly fail to grow up among the survivors. It had been, as to this day it still is, for the women that were neighbours and of kin to the deceased to gather in his house, with the women that were most closely connected to him, to wail with them in common, while on the other hand his male kinsfolk and neighbours, with not a few of the other citizens and a due proportion of the clergy according to his quantity, assembled without, in front of his house, to receive the corpse, and so the dead man was borne on the shoulders of his peers, with funeral pomp and tapper and dirge, to the church selected by him before his death, which rites, as the pestilence waxed in fury, were either in whole or in great part discussed, and gave way to others of a novel order. For not only did no crowd of women surround the bed of the dying, but many passed from this life unregarded, and few indeed were they to whom were accorded the lamentations and bitter tears of sorrowing relations. Nay, for the most part, their place was taken by the laugh, the jest, the festal gathering, observances which the woman domestic piety in large measure set aside, had adopted with very great advantage to their health. Few also were there whose bodies were attended to the church by more than 10 or 12 of their neighbours, and those not the honourable and respected citizens, but a sort of corpse carrier drawn from the baser ranks, who called themselves Beccini, and performed such offices for hire, would shoulder the bearing, and with hurried steps carry it, not to the church of the dead man's choice, but to that which was nearest at hand, where 4 or 6 priests in front of a candle or 2, or perhaps none, nor did the priests distress themselves with too long and solemn an office, but with the aid of the Beccini, hastily consigned the corpse to the first tomb which they found unattended. The condition of the lower, and perhaps in great measure of the middle ranks of the people, showed even worse and more deplorable, for, deluded by hope and constrained by poverty, they stayed in their quarters, in their houses, where they sickened by thousands a day, and, being without service or help of any kind, were, so to speak, irredeemably devoted to the death which overtook them. Many died daily or nightly in the public streets, and many others, who died at home, their departure was hardly observed by their neighbours, until the stench of their putrefying bodies carried the tidings, and what with their corpses, and the corpses of others who died on every hand, the whole place was a sepulchre. It was the common practice of most neighbours, moved no less by fear of contamination by the putrefying bodies than by charity towards the deceased, to drag corpses out of the houses with their own hands, aided perhaps by a porter, if a porter was to be had, and to lay them in front of the doors, where anyone who made the round might have been seen, especially in the morning, more of them than he could count. Afterwards, there would have been biers brought up to, or in default planks, where they laid them upon. Nor was it once, twice, that one on the same bier carried 2 or 3 corpses at once, but quite a considerable number of such cases occurred. 1 bier sufficing for husband and wife, 2 or 3 brothers, father and son, and so forth. And, times without number it happened, that as 2 priests bearing the cross were on their way to perform the last office for some time, 3 or 4 biers were brought up by the porters in the rear of them, so that whereas the priests supposed that they had but 1 corpse to bury, they discovered that there were 6 or 8, or sometimes even more. Nor for all their number were their obsequies honoured by either tears or lights or crowds of mourners. Rather, it was come to this, that a dead man was then of no more account than a dead goat would be of today. End of the account from Giovanni Boccaccio, from the work The Decameron. Pretty scary, huh? Well, some of the language is a little bit dated, I'm sure, but we really should remain faithful to the source material. Now, let's move on, as we have another account. And this one is a little short, but it's interesting. It is from the great traveller Ibn Battuta. If you've not heard of him, I've done a full video on him. Quite fascinating. Pretty much walked for a very, very long time, if we want to boil it down to that. Now, he was around in 1348 in Damascus, which of course at the time, with crusades going on, and all the rest was always fought over back and forth between the Eastern powers and the Western powers, or we could just say the Christians and the Muslims, with the occasional Mongol interference. Well, we're lucky enough that we still have his account, as he kept quite an extensive journal, and this is what he wrote about experiencing the scenes of the plague in 1348 in that city of Damascus, modern-day Syria. One of these celebrated sanctuaries at Damascus is the Mosque of the Footprints, Al-Akhdam, which lies 2 miles south of the city, alongside the main highway which leads to the Hijaz, Jerusalem, and Egypt. It is a very large mosque, very blessed, richly endowed, and very highly venerated by the Damascens. The footprints from which it derives its name are certain footprints impressed upon a rock there, which are said to be those marking Moses' feet. In this mosque there is a small chamber containing a stone with the following inscription: "A certain pious man saw in his sleep the chosen one Muhammad, who said to him, 'Here is the grave of my brother Moses.'" I saw a remarkable instance of veneration in which the Damascens hold this mosque during the great pestilence on my return journey through Damascus in the latter part of July 1348. The Viceroy Argun Shah ordered a crier to proclaim through Damascus that all people should fast for 3 days, and that no one should cook anything edible in the market during the daytime. For most of all people, there eat no food, but what had been prepared in the market. So the people fasted for 3 successive days, the last of which was a Thursday. Then they assembled in the great mosques, amirs, sharifs, qadis, theologians, and all other classes of people, until the place was filled to overflowing, and there they spent the Thursday night in prayers and litanies. After the dawn prayer the next morning, they all went out together on foot, holding Korans in their hands, and the amirs barefooted. The procession was joined by the entire population of the town, men and women, small and large. The Jews came with their book of the law, and the Christians with their gospel, all of them with their women and children. The whole concourse, weeping and supplicating, and seeking the favor of God through his book of prophets, made their way to the mosque at the Footprints, where they remained in supplication and in invocation until near midday. They then returned to the city and held the Friday service, and God lightened their affliction, for the number of deaths in a single day at Damascus did not attain 2,000, while in Cairo and Old Cairo it reached the figure of 24,000 a day. End of the account from Ibn Battuta. What'd you think of that one, Well, we've got another one for you, and this time we go back to Florence, back to Italy. It's a little bit of a later account, kind of a retrospect from one Marcione di Copo Stefani in a work called the Florentine Chronicle, which was written around the 1370s. So let's begin. In the year of our Lord, 1348, there was a very great pestilence in the city and district of Florence. It was of such a fury, and so tempestuous, that in houses in which it took hold, previously healthy servants who took care of the ill died of the same illness. Almost none of the ill survived past the 4th day. Neither physicians nor medicines were effective, whether because these illnesses were previously unknown or because physicians had not previously studied them. There seemed to be no cure. There was such a fear that no one seemed to know what to do. When it took hold in a house, it often happened that no one remained who had not died. And it was not just that men and women died, but even sentient animals died. Dogs, cats, chickens, oxen, donkeys, sheep showed the same symptoms and died of the same disease. And almost none, or very few who showed the symptoms, were cured. The symptoms were the following: a bubo in the groin, where the thigh meets the trunk, or a small swelling under the armpit, sudden fever, spitting blood and saliva, and no one who spat blood survived it. It was such a frightful thing that when it got into a house, as was said, no one remained. Frightened people abandoned the house and fled to another. Those in town fled to villages. Physicians could not be found, because they had died like the others. And those who could be found wanted vast sums in hand before they entered the house. And when they did enter, they checked the pulse with face turned away. They inspected the urine from a distance, and with something odoriferous under their nose. Child abandoned father. Husband abandoned wife. Wife the husband. One brother the other. One sister the other. In all the city, there was nothing to do but to carry the dead to burial. And those who died had neither confessor nor sacraments, and many died with no one looking after them. And many died of hunger, because when someone took to bed sick, another in the house, terrified, said to him, "I'm going for the doctor." Calmly walking out the door, the other left and never returned. Abandoned by the people, without food, but accompanied by fever, they weakened. There were many who pleaded with their relatives not to abandon them when night fell. But the relatives said to the sick person, "So that during the night you did not have to awaken those who serve you and who work hard day and night, take some sweetmeats, wine or water. They are here on the bedstead by your head. Here are some blankets." And when the sick person had fallen asleep, they left, and they did not come back. If it happened that he was strengthened by the food during the night, he might be alive and strong enough to get to the window. If the street was not a major one, he might stand there a half-hour before anyone came by. And if someone did pass by, if he was strong enough that he could be heard when he called out to them, sometimes there might be a response, and sometimes not. But there was no help. No one, or few, wished to enter a house where anyone was sick. Nor did they even want to deal with those healthy people who came out of a sick person's house, and they said to them, "He is stupefied, do not speak to him," saying further, "He has it because there is a bubo in his house." They call this swelling a bubo. Many died unseen, so they remained in their beds until they stank, and the neighbors, if there were any, having smelled the stench, placed them in a shroud, and sent them for burial. Their house remained open, and yet there was no one daring enough to touch anything, because it seemed that things remained poisoned, and that whoever used them picked up the illness. At every church, or at most of them, they dug deep trenches, down to the waterline, wide and deep, depending on how large the parish was. And those who were responsible for the dead carried them on their backs in the night in which they died and threw them into the ditch. Or else they paid a high price to those who would do it for them. The next morning, if there were many bodies in the trench, they covered them over with dirt, and then more bodies were put on top of that, with a little more dirt over those. They put layer on layer, just as one puts layers of cheese in a lasagna. The Becciamorti, literally vultures, who provided their service, were paid such a high price that many were actually enriched by it. Many died from carrying away the dead, some rich, some after earning just a little. But the high prices continued. Servants, or those who took care of the ill, charged from 1 to 3 florins per day, and the cost of things grew. The things that the sick ate, sweetmeats and sugar, seemed priceless. Sugar costs from 3 to 8 florins per pound, and other confections cost similarly. Capons and other poultry were expensive, and eggs cost between 12 and 24 pence each. And he was blessed who could find 3 per day, even if he searched the entire city. Finding wax was miraculous. A pound of wax would have gone up more than a florin if there had not been a stop put by the communal government to the vain ostentation that the Florentines always make over funerals. Thus it was ordered that no more than 2 large candles could be carried in any funeral. Churches had no more than a single bier, which usually was not sufficient. Spice dealers and Becciamorti sold biers, burial pals, and cushions at very high prices. Dressing in expensive woolen cloth, as is customary in mourning the dead, that is, in a long cloak, with a mantle and veil that used to cost the women 3 florins, climbed in price to 30 florins, and would have climbed to 100 florins had the custom of dressing in expensive clothing not been changed. The rich dressed in modest woolens. Those not rich sewed clothes in linen. Benches on which the dead were placed cost like the heavens, and still the benches were only 1/100th of those needed. Priests were not able to ring any bells, as they would have liked. Concerning that, the government issued ordinances discouraging the sound of bells, sale of burial benches, and limiting expenses. They could not sound bells, sell benches, nor cry out announcements, because the sick hated to hear this, and it discouraged the healthy as well. Priests and friars went to serve the rich in great multitudes, and they were paid such high prices that they all got rich, and therefore the authorities ordered that one could not have more than a prescribed number of clerics in the local parish church, and the prescribed number of friars was 6, all fruits with a nut at the center like unripe plums and unhusked almonds, fresh broad beans, figs, and every useless and unhealthy fruit were forbidden entrance to the city. Many processions, including those with relics and the painted tablet of Santa Maria Impruneda, went through the city crying our mercy and praying, and then they came to a stop in the piazza of the Priors. There they made peace concerning important controversies, injuries, and deaths. This pestilence was a matter of such great discouragement and fear that men gathered together in order to take some comfort in dining together. And each evening one of them provided dinner to 10 companions, and the next evening they planned to eat with one of the others. And sometimes, if they planned to eat with a certain one who had no meal prepared because he was sick, or if the host had made dinner for the 10, 2 or 3 were missing, some fled to villas, other to villages, in order to get a change of air. Where there had been no pestilence, there they carried it. If it was already there, they caused it to increase. None of the guilds in Florence was working. All the shops were shut, taverns closed. Only the apothecaries and churches remained open. If you went outside, you found almost no one, and many good and rich men were carried from home to church on a pall by 4 becciamorti, and 1 tonsured clerk who carried the cross. Each of them wanted a florin. This mortality enriched apothecaries, doctors, poultry vendors, becciamorti, and greengrocers, who sold all sorts of poultices of mallow, nettles, mercury, and other herbs necessary to draw off the infirmity. And it was those who made these poultices who made a lot of money. Wool workers and vendors of remnants of cloth who found themselves in possession of cloths after the death of the entrepreneur for whom they were working, sold it to whoever asked for it. When the mortality ended, those who found themselves with cloth of any kind, or with raw materials for making cloth, was enriched. But many found, who actually owned cloths being possessed by the workers, found it to be moth-eaten, ruined or lost by the weavers. Large quantities of raw and processed wool were lost throughout the city and countryside. The pestilence began in March, as was said, and ended in September of 1348. And people began to return to look after their houses and possessions. And there were so many houses full of goods without a master that it was stupefying. Then those who would inherit these goods began to appear, and such it was by those who had nothing found themselves rich with what did not seem to be theirs, and they were unseemly because of it. Women and men began to dress ostentatiously. How many of the dead died because of the mortality of the year of Christ, 1348? Now it was ordered by the bishop and the lords of the city government that they should formally inquire as to how many died in Florence. When it was seen at the beginning of October that no more persons were dying of the pestilence, they found that among males, females, children, and adults, 96,000 died between March and October. How they passed ordinances concerning many things in Florence. In the said year, when the mortality stopped, women and men in Florence were unmindful of traditional modest clothing, their dress. Ordinances were passed concerning this, giving the authority to the judge of Gracia to enforce these ordinances. The tailors made such boundless demands for payment that they could not be satisfied. Authority was granted to the judge that he should handle all matters himself. Servants were so unhappy about the very high prices they paid that it was necessary to make great efforts to restrain the price rises. The workers on the land in the countryside wanted rent contracts, such that you could say all the harvest would be theirs. And they learned to demand oxen from the landlord, but at the landlord's risk and liability for any harm done to the animal. And then they helped others for the pay by the job or by the day. And they also learned to deny liability for loans and rental payments. Concerning this, serious ordinances were instituted, and hiring laborers became much more expensive. You could say that the farms were theirs, and they wanted the oxen, seed, loans quickly and on good terms. It was necessary to put a brake on weddings as well, because when they gathered for the betrothal, each party brought too many people in order to increase the pomp. And thus, the wedding was made up of so many trappings. How many days were necessary, and how many women took part in a woman's wedding? And they passed many other ordinances concerning these issues. End of the account. Mary the First of England, also known as Bloody Mary, remembered for her vigorous attempts to reverse the Protestant Reformation initiated by her father, Henry VIII. She restored Roman Catholicism as the state religion, a move that led to the Marian persecutions, in which hundreds of Protestant leaders and followers were executed, earning her famous nickname. But despite the harsh religious policies, Mary also made significant contributions to English administrative and naval developments, continuing the consolidation of royal power and enhancing the kingdom's naval capabilities. Her marriage to Philip II of Spain aimed to strengthen Catholic alliances, but proved to be unpopular among her subjects, and had no lasting political impact due to their failure to produce an heir. Mary's reign, though brief and chaotic, significantly impacted the religious landscape of England, and is a tale that I believe that is worth telling. So welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you are coming back, great to have you back with me again. As always, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it. The best way to support is just to enjoy the content. But if you really want to support the channel, a like and subscribe and looking in the video description may get you to where you need to go. Now, without further ado, let's begin our biography of Bloody Mary. Get yourself comfortable. Mary was born on February the 18th, 1516, at the Palace of Placentia in Greenwich, England, as the only child of King Henry VIII and Catherine of Aragon, who survived past infancy. Oh, by the way, her father was notorious for having 6 wives. So, if you want to learn about Henry VIII, go and take a look in the British History playlist. Quite an interesting character. Her birth followed several unsuccessful pregnancies, including miscarriages, stillbirths, and the death of an infant son. She was baptized into the Catholic faith 3 days after her birth at the Church of the Observant Friars in Greenwich. And this was a baptism that was attended by prominent figures, including Lord Chancellor Thomas Wolsey and Agnes Howard, the Duchess of Norfolk. Margaret Pole, Countess of Salisbury, a relative and key figure in her life, sponsored her confirmation, which occurred immediately following her baptism. From a young age, Mary held significant ceremonial roles. In fact, by the young age of 4, she was a godmother to her cousin Frances Brandon. In 1520, the Countess of Salisbury was appointed as her governess, a role indicating Mary's high status and importance of her upbringing. Sir John Hussey took on the role of her chamberlain in 1530, with his wife, Lady Anne Grey, serving as one of Mary's attendants, further illustrating the nobility embedded in her early life. Thus, from a very, very young age, she exhibited signs of keen intelligence and talent. At just 4.5 years old, around the July of 1520, she demonstrated her musical abilities by performing on the virginals, which was a kind of harpsichord. She did this for a French delegation that was visiting England, and they were all extremely impressed, not just by her playing, but the fact that she was 4.5 years old. It's quite a feat, and in fact, not many 4-year-olds have that kind of dexterity in the hands to play a harpsichord. Well, her education in general was closely overseen by her mother, Catherine of Aragon, who engaged the Spanish humanist Juan Luis Vives to advise on and contribute, to her educational curriculum. Vives wrote De Institutione Feminae Christianae, a seminal work on the education of young girls, which was commissioned by Catherine. By the age of 9, Mary had become proficient in Latin, and she had also undertaken studies in French, Spanish, music, dance, and possibly Greek. Her father, Henry VIII, took immense pride in her accomplishments and her temperament, often boasting to the Venetian ambassador Sebastian Giustiniani that Mary was so well behaved that she never even cried. Now, physically, Mary bore a strong resemblance to her parents. A fair complexion, pale blue eyes, and red or reddish golden hair, ruddy cheeks characteristic of her father. Despite his affection and pride in her talents and composure, Henry VIII was deeply frustrated by the lack of a male heir, as Mary was his only surviving child from his marriage to Catherine. By the time that she was 9 years old, it seemed evidently clear that no more children would be forthcoming from the union. Now, in the same year of 1525, yes, she was still 9 years old at this time when Henry had made the rather significant decision to send her to preside over the Council of Wales and the Marches. This effectively positioned her as the head of her own court at Ludlow Castle in the border region of Wales. While she held many royal prerogatives typically reserved for a Prince of Wales and was often referred to as the Princess of Wales by contemporaries like Vives, she was never formally invested with the title. Mary's tenure in the Welsh Marches lasted about 3 years, during which time she made frequent visits back to her father's court. Around mid-1528, she returned permanently to the home counties near London, marking the end of her formal duties in Wales. Throughout her childhood, Mary's future was a subject of various diplomatic negotiations concerning her marriage, a common practice for royal offspring, used to forge alliances between nations. Well, at the tender age of 2, Mary was already entangled in these political maneuvers when she was betrothed to Francis, the Dauphin of France, who was merely an infant at the time, the son of King Francis I. Talk about traditional marriage. Well, this contract, however, was short-lived, and it was dissolved merely 3 years later. In 1522, when she was 6 years old, her marriage was negotiated with a much older suitor, her 22-year-old cousin Charles V, who is the Holy Roman Emperor of the time. This arrangement, too, fell through within a few years, as Charles dissolved the engagement, a decision that was agreed upon by Henry VIII. Following this, Cardinal Wolsey, Henry's chief advisor, initiated negotiations with the French. Henry thus proposed that Mary could marry Francis I of France, who was significantly older, or his second son, Henry, the Duke of Orleans. A marriage treaty was eventually signed to this effect, although it did allow for flexibility in the choice of the groom, whether it be Francis I and his son. Now, the alliance with France was secured by Wolsey without necessitating Mary's marriage as part of the treaty. The possibility of Mary's marriage continued to be a diplomatic tool, however. In 1528, discussions were held about marrying her off to the cousin James V of Scotland. These discussions were conducted by Wolsey's agent, being Thomas Magnus, with the Scottish diplomat Adam Otterburn. By this period, according to the Venetian ambassador Mario Savorgano, Mary had grown into a pretty and well-mannered young lady, noted for her fine complexion, reflecting her burgeoning potential as a diplomatic asset in the eyes of the various European courts. These ongoing negotiations reflect the constant use of royal marriages as a means to secure political alliances, with Mary's personal preferences and agencies largely sidelined in favor of the strategic calculations of her father and his advisors. Well, as Henry VIII's desperation for a male heir continued to escalate, so did the instability surrounding Mary's position. Frustrated by his marriage to Catherine of Aragon, which failed to produce a surviving male heir, Henry sought an annulment from the Pope, and this was a very big deal. He didn't get annulments easily. It's kind of like trying to get out of a car leasing agreement in modern times. Well, he argued that his marriage was invalid based on Levitical prohibitions against marrying a brother's widow, claiming the marriage to Catherine was unclean, since she had been married to his deceased brother Arthur. Catherine countered this by insisting that her marriage to Arthur had actually never been consummated. Thus, it was invalid from its inception, an assertion supported by a previous dispensation issued by Julius II. However, Pope Clement VII, influenced by political pressures, including the military presence of Charles V, Catherine's nephew and Mary's one-time fiancé, by the way, in Rome, denied Henry's request for the annulment. Well, and amid all of these tensions, from 1531 onwards, Mary's health had begun to decline, marked by irregular menstruation and episodes of depression, possibly exacerbated by the stress of her father's public and fractious dispute. In 1533, the situation precipitated when Henry married Anne Boleyn, and Thomas Cranmer, the Archbishop of Canterbury, subsequently declared Henry's marriage to Catherine null and void, and his marriage to Anne as legitimate. Rejecting papal authority, Henry proclaimed himself as the supreme head of the Church of England. Consequently, Catherine was demoted to Dowager Princess of Wales, and Mary was declared illegitimate, stripped of her princess title, and replaced in the line of succession by her newborn half-sister, Elizabeth. Following these events, Mary's household was disbanded. Her servants, including the loyal Countess of Salisbury, were dismissed, and Mary was relegated to this lesser status, residing with her infant half-sister and under strict supervision. Despite significant personal risk, Mary remained defiant, refusing to acknowledge Anne as queen or Elizabeth as a legitimate heir, which of course further strained her relationship with her father. Their communication broke down entirely, and they didn't speak to each other for 3 years. While during this period, Mary's health had continued to suffer, a condition her physician attributed to her mistreatment. All of the stress. It's just a little bit too much. She found a semblance of support from the imperial ambassador, Eustace Chapuis, who acted as an unsuccessful intercessor on her behalf. The death of her mother, however, in 1536, left Mary completely inconsolable, deepening her isolation as she moved away from court, continuing to face severe restrictions and personal grief. Following the execution of Queen Anne Boleyn in 1536, and the subsequent declaration of Elizabeth's illegitimacy, Henry V married Jane Seymour. Jane played a conciliatory role, persuading Henry to reconcile with Mary. After all, she is your own daughter, Henry. While to regain favor with her father, Mary was somewhat coerced into accepting several conditions. She had to recognize Henry as the supreme head of the Church of England, reject the Pope's authority, and acknowledge the illegitimacy of her mother's marriage to Henry, as well as her own illegitimacy. Not a very good deal by anyone's standards. Well, initially and understandably resistant, she was eventually pressured into signing a submission that met all of Henry's demands. That being said, Henry VIII was not the king that you want to cross. You may end up on one. Figuratively, of course. Well, reinstated at court, Mary was granted a household and resumed a public role. She frequented royal residences, including Hatfield House, the Palace of Beaulieu, Richmond, and Hunsdon, and also spent time at Henry's palaces such as Greenwich, Westminster, and Hampton Court. Her expenditures during this period reflected a lifestyle of luxury, and included items such as fine clothing and card games, a favored leisure activity. The Pilgrimage of Grace, a significant uprising that occurred in northern England in response to Henry's religious reforms, included demands for Mary's restoration to legitimacy. The revolt was ultimately crushed, and its leaders, including Mary's former chamberlain Lord Hussey, were all executed. However, just in case you were wondering and before you ask, there is no evidence implicating Mary in the rebellion. Thus, no evidence found. She lived another day. Perhaps she did, but we don't have any proof that she had any involvement. Well, in 1537, Queen Jane Seymour died postpartum after birthing Edward, Henry's much coveted male heir. Mary was thus appointed godmother to her half-brother Edward, and served as the chief mourner at Jane's funeral. From late 1539, Mary was courted by Philip, the Duke of Bavaria, though his Lutheran faith proved an obstacle, and the courtship did not result in marriage. During the same period, Thomas Cromwell, Henry's chief minister, sought an alliance with the Duchy of Cleves, and proposed a match between Mary and William, Duke of Cleves. This suggestion did not progress, but Cromwell did arrange a marriage between Henry and Anne of Cleves, which did not go very well. Henry found Anne unattractive upon meeting her. You see, they sent someone out to paint a picture of her, and when the picture was presented to Henry, he thought, well, she looks pretty good. Let's bring her back. I'll marry this one. She looks nice. But when she showed up, it was not like the picture. It seems that we have some modern problems that have their roots in medieval times. Well, he was not happy with this, but he was politically trapped into proceeding with the marriage, and it was annulled 6 months later as unconsummated. Now you may wonder, why was it unconsummated? Well, apparently on the wedding night, meant to be filled with fireworks and romance, it was not as expected. The next morning, Henry had remarked to a close friend whose name escapes me that unfortunately Anne, let's just say, had some hygiene issues, and he was very turned off by this. Thus, the wedding night was not as romantic as it should have been. Well, back to Cromwell, who faced numerous charges, including a ludicrous, frankly, accusation of intending to marry Mary himself, was also executed following the political fallout from the failed Cleves marriage. Which leads us to the year of 1541. Amidst suspicions of a Catholic conspiracy involving her former governess's son, Reginald Pole, Henry VIII ordered the execution of the Countess of Salisbury, Mary's godmother. However, the execution was gruesomely botched, and it left the Countess horrifically mutilated. The following year, after executing his fifth wife, Catherine Howard, Henry invited Mary to the royal Christmas celebrations. During this period, when Henry was without consort, Mary often assumed the role of hostess at the court events. In 1453, Henry married again, Catherine Parr, his sixth and final wife, who played a key role in reconciling him with his daughters, thereby improving the family dynamic. Under Catherine's influence, Henry restored Mary and her half-sister Elizabeth to the line of succession through the Third Succession Act of 1544, after their half-brother Edward, though they were still considered illegitimate. Well, upon Henry's death in 1547 rather, Edward VI ascended the throne, and Mary inherited significant estates. During Edward's reign, England saw an intensified push for Protestantism, including the mandatory use of the Book of Common Prayer, introduced by the Act of Uniformity in 1549. Mary, however, staunchly adhered to her Catholic faith, defying the Protestant practices and even celebrating Mass in her private chapel. She sought the intervention of her cousin, Emperor Charles V, to pressure the English government to allow her to practice her faith without interference. Mary stayed mostly secluded on her estates during Edward's rule, and seldom appeared at court. A failed plan in 1550 aimed to smuggle her to safety on the European mainland due to the religious pressures she faced. Despite a temporary reconciliation during the Christmas of 1550, tensions between Mary and Edward over religious matters persisted. At one point, a teenage Edward publicly chastised Mary for her Catholicism, causing a scene that reportedly left both of the siblings in tears. Well, despite the ongoing pressure from Edward to conform to Protestantism, Mary remained resolute in her Catholic faith, consistently rejecting Edward's demands to convert. But Edward VI, at 15 years old, died on July 6, 1553. Most people agree that it was most likely tuberculosis. Not a good survival rate from the TB back then. Well aware that his half-sister Mary would potentially reverse the Protestant reforms that he and his father had instituted, Edward sought to exclude her from succeeding him. His advisors, including John Dudley, the first Duke of Northumberland, informed him that legally he could not disinherit just one sister. He would have to disinherit Elizabeth as well, despite Elizabeth being Protestant. Well, consequently, Edward's will bypassed both Mary and Elizabeth in favor of one Lady Jane Grey, the granddaughter of Henry VIII's younger sister, and a Protestant. That was the most important bit. Well, this decision directly contradicted the Act of Succession in 1544. As Edward's health deteriorated, Mary was summoned to London. However, Mary wasn't stupid. Sensing a trap that would facilitate Lady Jane Grey's accession, Mary instead fled to East Anglia. This region was a stronghold of Catholic support and opposition to Northumberland, who had brutally suppressed Kett's rebellion there. From her base in Kenninghall, Norfolk, on the 9th of July, Mary simply declared herself as the rightful successor, and of course began gathering forces. Lady Jane Grey was proclaimed Queen on July the 10th, but Mary's decisive actions quickly eroded Jane's support. By July the 12th, Mary had mobilized a formidable army at Framlingham Castle, Suffolk. Within days, support for Northumberland crumbled, and Lady Jane Grey was deposed by July the 19th, ending her brief reign. How brief? Well, she only lasted 9 days. You thought Liz Truss was short. Well, both she and Northumberland were subsequently imprisoned in the Tower of London. Mary entered London in triumph on the 3rd of August 1553, greeted by massive public support. She was accompanied by her half-sister Elizabeth, and a grand procession of over 800 nobles and gentlemen, marking a significant turning point in English history as she began her reign. Upon ascending to the throne, her initial acts, or one of them, was to orchestrate the release of prominent Roman Catholics who had been imprisoned, including Thomas Howard, the 3rd Duke of Norfolk, and Stephen Gardiner. She also saw to the release of her cousin Edward Courtenay. Recognizing that Lady Jane Grey had merely been a pawn in Northumberland's scheme to control the throne, Mary chose not to execute her. Yet. Instead, she kept Lady Jane and her husband, Lord Guildford Dudley, under guard in the Tower of London, though Northumberland was executed for high treason. This period was marked by the challenging situation of a Privy Council complicit in the coup, leading Mary to appoint new members, such as Gardiner, who was named Bishop of Winchester and Lord Councillor. Focused on securing her rule and the Catholic succession, Mary, who was then 37 years of age, considered marriage prospects to produce an heir, and of course prevent the Protestant Elizabeth from ascending the throne. Among potential suitors were Edward Courtenay and Reginald Pole, but Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, suggested his son, Philip of Spain. Negotiations included sending of Philip's portrait to Mary, signaling serious matrimonial intentions. Despite opposition from the English Parliament and populace who feared Habsburg dominance, Mary remained resolute, leading to Wyatt's rebellion, aimed at placing Elizabeth on the throne. The rebellion failed, and its leaders, including Thomas Wyatt and Lady Jane Grey, were executed. In an effort to mitigate the power Philip would wield as her consort, the terms of Queen Mary's Marriage Act were established. Philip was to be styled King of England, but his authority was significantly restricted, i.e., official documents were to bear both names, but he could not appoint foreigners to office or act without Mary's consent, and England was not to be compelled into war to support his family's interests abroad. Philip agreed, seeing the marriage as a political strategy to strengthen his position in Europe. The union, though politically motivated, positioned England within the broader Habsburg dominions, as Philip also received crowns from his father, making Mary Queen of Naples and titular Queen of Jerusalem. Their marriage, marked by language barriers and a reported absence of romantic affection, was solemnized at Winchester Cathedral on July 25, 1554, just days after they met. Mary and Philip conversed in a mix of Spanish, French, and Latin, given Philip's apparent lack of English proficiency. In September of 1554, the court was abuzz with the news that Mary had ceased menstruating, was gaining weight, and suffering from morning sickness, leading everybody, including her physicians, to excitedly jump to the conclusion that she was pregnant. Parliament swiftly passed the Treason Act of 1554, designating Philip as regent should Mary die in childbirth. Anticipating the birth, Elizabeth was summoned from house arrest to court to witness the event, expected to occur imminently by late April 1555. Rumors even spread across Europe that Mary had delivered a son, prompting Thanksgiving services in London, although these were based on false information. As weeks turned into months with no birth, the court and the public began to doubt the Queen's pregnancy. The Venetian ambassador Giovanni Michieli and others expressed skepticism, suggesting the pregnancy might end in disappointment rather than a new heir. By July, it became apparent that Mary's swollen abdomen was diminishing without any signs of childbirth, leading to the conclusion that it had been a false pregnancy, likely caused by Mary's intense desire for an heir. Now, Philip, unsure of the pregnancy himself, wrote to his brother-in-law expressing his doubts. The situation grew more complicated after the embarrassing public spectacle of the false pregnancy. Philip left England to command armies in Flanders. Mary was left devastated and sunk into a deep depression, mourning both her unfulfilled hope for an heir and her husband's departure. The Venetian ambassador noted her profound love for Philip and her subsequent despair at their parting. Well, during this period, Elizabeth remained at court, seemingly back in good graces. Philip, concerned about the succession, especially with Mary, Queen of Scots, a strong Catholic claimant married to the French Dauphin, proposed that Elizabeth marry his cousin, Emmanuel Philibert, the Duke of Savoy. This plan aimed to secure a Catholic succession and maintain Habsburg influence in England. However, Elizabeth resisted the match, and it was unlikely that the Parliament would consent either, leaving the succession question open as it was contentious. Upon her accession, in July of 1553, Mary initially proclaimed tolerance for all the religious practices, but by September, prominent Protestant leaders like Thomas Cranmer and John Hooper were imprisoned as Mary began reversing her brother Edward's Protestant reforms. Her first Parliament, convened in October, legitimized her parents' marriage and repelled the laws of Edward, reverting church doctrine to the 1539 Six Articles, which, among other stipulations, enforced clerical celibacy. Mary, devout in her Catholic faith, rejected the Protestant church established under her father and brother. With Philip's influence, she successfully persuaded Parliament to restore Roman Catholic jurisdiction over the English Church. Although they made a significant concession regarding the monastery lands confiscated during her father's reign, which were not returned to the Church but remained with their current owners. By the end of 1554, Pope Julius III ratified this arrangement and reinstated the Heresy Acts. This shift led to the flight of about 800 Protestants, including John Foxe, to the continent. John Foxe was the famous author of the Book of Martyrs, which has my recommendation. Those who remained and openly practiced or dared to preach Protestantism faced persecution under the heresy laws, leading to a series of infamous burnings starting in February 1555 with figures like John Rogers and John Hooper. Now, even Thomas Cranmer, the former Archbishop of Canterbury, after initially recanting his Protestant faith, dramatically withdrew his recantation at the stake. By the end of Mary's reign, 283 people had been executed, mostly by burning, actions that fueled significant anti-Catholic and also anti-Spanish sentiments in England, and of course, attributed to her nickname, Bloody Mary. She got it from all the killing. Well, in the wake of these events, Reginald Pole, Mary's late governess's son, arrived as the papal legate in November of 1554. He was quickly ordained as a priest and succeeded Cranmer as the Archbishop of Canterbury in March of 1556, following Cranmer's execution. Despite some opposition, even from within Philip's ecclesiastical circle, like Alfonso de Castro, who condemned the burnings, Mary maintained these religious policies throughout her reign, further contributing to the historical epithet of Bloody Mary. Actions that cemented her legacy as a fervent supporter of Catholicism and left a deeply divided religious landscape in England. Well, during Mary and Philip's reign, they advanced the Tudor conquest of Ireland, establishing English colonies in the Irish Midlands. They founded Queen's and King's counties, known today as the counties of Lewis and Offaly, respectively, initiating the plantations of these areas. The principal towns were named Maryborough and Philipstown, nowadays Portlaoise and Dangaean. In January of 1556, following the abdication of Emperor Charles V, Philip became the King of Spain, celebrated in Brussels, while Mary remained in England. In February of that year, Philip negotiated a fragile truce with France. However, in March, the French ambassador to England was implicated in the Dudley conspiracy, a plot to overthrow Mary, orchestrated by Henry Dudley, which aimed to rally support from French forces. The plot failed, leading to the arrest of the conspirators in England, while Dudley and the French ambassador fled. Philip returned to England from March to July of 1557 to rally Mary's support for a renewed conflict with France. Despite opposition from her council, concerned about economic repercussions and the strain it would place on England's already depleted resources, the situation escalated when Reginald Pole's nephew, Thomas Stafford, invaded England with French support and seized Scarborough Castle. This act directly challenged Mary's rule, prompting her to declare war in the June of 1557. Thus, the war strained relations between England and the papacy, as Pope Paul I had aligned with Henry II of France. Despite a significant victory at the Battle of St. Quentin in August 1557, where English forces were commended for their valor. The war's toll was heavy. The loss of Calais in January 1558 to French forces marked another severe blow to English prestige and Mary's morale. Calais had been the last English possession on the European mainland, and though economically taxing, its loss was seen as a personal failure for Mary, reportedly affecting her deeply until her death. During her reign, England experienced persistent wet weather, even more than normal, leading to widespread flooding and subsequent famines. The economic situation was further aggravated by the decline of the Antwerp cloth trade, which at the time was a significant industry for England, crucial even. And despite her new marriage to Philip of Spain, England was simply unable to tap into the lucrative trade routes of the New World, as the Spanish monarchy strictly controlled access and did not allow English participation. To counter this economic isolation, Mary's government continued the policies of the Duke of Northumberland by promoting exploration and trade expansion. She granted a royal charter to the Muscovy Company under Sebastian Cabot and commissioned a world atlas from Diogo Homem, signaling a push towards discovering new trade opportunities and exploring further into Africa through ventures by explorers like John Locke and William Towerston. Financially, Mary faced the challenge of modernizing the government's financial administration while still relying on outdated methods of taxation. William Paulet, the first Marquess of Winchester, retained from Edward VI's reign as Lord High Treasurer, struggled to improve the revenue collection. The regime's efforts included the publication of a revised Book of Rates in 1558, which updated tariffs and duties on imports to increase customs revenues, changes that were not thoroughly revisited until the early 17th centuries. Moreover, the debasement of English coinage under Henry VIII and Edward VI had devalued the currency significantly. Mary planned comprehensive currency reforms to stabilize and strengthen the economy, but these reforms were not enacted until after her death, leaving a legacy of financial strategies that would only be realized later. In 1557, after a visit from her husband Philip, Mary believed that she was pregnant again, anticipating the birth in March 1558. She even made provisions in her will for Philip to act as regent during their child's minority. However, no child arrived, and Mary was forced to acknowledge her half-sister Elizabeth as her lawful successor. Mary's health declined rapidly from May 1558, and she suffered considerable pain, possibly from ovarian cysts or uterine cancer. She died on the 17th of November, 1558, at the age of 42 at St. James's Palace, amidst an influenza epidemic that also claimed the life of Archbishop Reginald Pole on the very same day. Despite her wish to be buried next to her mother, Catherine of Aragon, Mary was interred in Westminster Abbey. She was laid to rest in a tomb she would eventually share with her successor Elizabeth. The inscription on the tomb, placed by James I after Elizabeth's death, reads as thus: "Consorts in realm and tomb, we sisters Elizabeth and Mary here lie down to sleep, in hope of resurrection. At her funeral service, John White, the Bishop of Winchester, commemorated Mary by highlighting her royal lineage and dual role as both queen and king through marriage, stating, "She was a king's daughter, she was a king's sister, she was a king's wife, she was a queen, and, by the same title, a king also." Mary was the first woman to successfully claim the English throne, securing early support, particularly from Roman Catholics, despite the significant opposition and competing claims she faced. But of course, it is a reign that is heavily criticized, especially by Protestant historians who condemned the religious persecutions. By the 17th century, the harsh actions against the Protestants had earned her the name Bloody Mary. Influential figures like John Knox and John Fox were particularly critical, with Fox's depiction in his Acts and Monuments enduring through the centuries, reinforcing her image as a tyrant. In the 20th and 21st centuries, historiographical revisions have begun to paint a more balanced picture of Mary, recognizing her efforts to restore Catholicism in England. Some have argued that Mary's religious policies were not entirely unpopular, and may have actually been successful had her reign been longer and not marred by natural disasters and economic difficulties. Some modern Catholic historians have suggested her policies were correct, but they simply lacked the time to mature due to her short reign. While her marriage to Philip II of Spain was certainly unpopular, and her religious policies bred resentment. The loss of Calais to France and her failure to produce an heir were seen as not only personal but national failures. Despite these issues, some of Mary's policies did lay the groundwork for successes attributed to the Elizabethan era, such as fiscal reform, naval expansion, and colonial exploration. After her death, her widower, Philip, even proposed to Elizabeth, who declined the offer. Well, all in all, while the reign is sometimes viewed negatively and continues to be a topic of debate, I think that recent scholarly assessments suggest a more nuanced legacy. Perhaps it's up to your own interpretation. Have you heard of Martin Luther? He was a seminal figure in the Protestant Reformation, challenging the Roman Catholic Church's practices and doctrines, notably the sale of indulgences. A German monk, a professor, and a theologian, his 1517 publication of the 95 Theses criticized church corruption and sparked religious, political, and cultural upheavals across all of Europe. His translations of the Bible into the local language made the scripture accessible to the common people for the first time, promoting literacy and empowering individual faith practices. His teachings emphasize salvation by faith alone, the authority of Scripture, and the priesthood of all believers, laying foundational principles for the Protestant Reformation and Protestantism in general, dramatically altering the course of Western Christianity. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, links to Patreon are in the description, and if you would like more people to see my videos, help YouTube push it out by liking and subscribing and perhaps leaving your comments down below. I always reply. Now, without further ado, and all the good stuff out of the way, let's get busy with today's topic, a biography of Martin Luther. Now, before we begin the video, I will preface that I don't really have a dog in the fight in terms of religious issues. I'm just a bystander relaying the information, and I don't want to approach any of these topics regarding religion with any of my own biases. Of course, I have my own opinions for certain issues, particularly ones surrounding politics and spirituality, but this is a channel for history, not for my opinions. So, with that being said, let's continue. Martin Luther was born on November 10th, 1483, in Eisleben, that was located within the Holy Roman Empire at the time, to parents Hans Luder, which was later changed to Luther, and Margarethe. He was baptized the following day, honoring St. Martin of Tours. The Luder family relocated to Mansfield in 1484, where Hans, his father, managed a copper mine and a smelter and participated in the local council. He even managed to rise to the position of town councillor in 1492, and that's not bad. Now, Luther's mother, described by religious scholar Martin Mary, was a hard-working woman of modest means. This is, of course, contrary to the adversaries of Martin Luther in later times, who disparaged her background, claiming that she was apparently a bath attendant, and, even worse, depending on the bath, a lady of the night. Definitely not very kind to Luther's mother. Somebody called my mother that, I would punch their lights out. But that's not what this video is about. Let us continue. Now, Luther had several siblings, sharing a close bond, particularly with his brother Jacob. He'll come back later. Hans Luther harbored aspirations for Martin to pursue law, steering him through Latin schools in Mansfield, Magdeburg, and Eisenach, focusing mainly on grammar, rhetoric, and logic. Martin himself would later liken his schooling experience to purgatory and hell. So we're not so different after all. Now, by the age of 17, in 1501, Luther enrolled at the University of Erfurt, where he critically recalled as a den of vice. Universities haven't changed either, it seems. His curriculum was, of course, rigorous, filled with rote learning and spiritual exercises, culminating in a master's degree in 1505. Initially following his father's wishes to study law, Luther quickly found himself bored to tears and disillusioned with the profession, and was drawn to theology and philosophy, showing keen interest in figures like Aristotle, William of Ockham, and Gabriel Biel. He was notably influenced by tutors such as Bartholomäus Arnoldi von Usingen and Jodocus Trutvetter, who instilled in him a deep skepticism towards established authorities and an emphasis on personal experience for truth-seeking. Luther's political pursuits left him somewhat unfulfilled, and he craved this deeper, more meaningful connection with God, beyond what the pure reason and logic could offer. He thought that there had to be something more, something beyond the mere human understanding. So he began to develop a critical perspective on reason's role in understanding God, contrasting it with the certainty found in divine revelation and scripture. This led to a pivotal moment on the 2nd of July 1505, when during a rather horrible thunderstorm, a lightning bolt strike led Luther to vow to become a monk if spared from the storm, a vow that he viewed as unbreakable. Well, of course, spoiler alert, he survived the storm, so you can guess what his next career move was going to be. He entered St. Augustine's monastery in Erfurt on the 17th of July 1505. A decision, of course, put his father in quite a mood, and it marked the beginning of Luther's theological journey. Of course, his father did not know that his son was bound for such glory, but who can really predict these things? Well, Luther was having a great time in his new role. He immersed himself fully in the Augustinian way of life, engaging in rigorous fasting, extended prayer sessions, pilgrimages, and regular confession. He later reflected on this time as a period of profound spiritual crisis, feeling alienated from Christ, who he perceived not as his savior, but as a punitive figure overseeing his torment. Recognizing Luther's spiritual turmoil, Johann von Staupitz, his mentor, believed that engaging Luther in more active pursuits might alleviate his introspective tendencies. So, he steered Luther towards that academic path, and consequently, Luther was ordained by Jerome Schultz, the Bishop of Brandenburg in Erfurt Cathedral, on the 3rd of April, 1507. In the next year, 1508, Luther's academic journey led him to teach, specifically theology, of course, at the University of Wittenberg. He achieved academic milestones rapidly, earning 2 bachelor's degrees, one in biblical studies in 1508 and another focusing on Peter Lombard's sentences in 1509. Luther's scholarly efforts culminated on October 19, 1512, when he attained his doctorate in theology. On the 21st of October 1512, Luther joined the Theological Faculty's Senate at the University of Wittenberg and took over from von Staupitz as the chair of theology, a role he retained for the duration of his career. By 1515, Luther's responsibilities expanded as he was appointed the provincial vicar of Saxony and Thuringia, overseeing a total of 11 monasteries. And let me just remind you, this is all happening within the space of a few years, very early in his career, so it's extremely impressive. Well, between the years of 1510 and 1520, Luther's teachings began to take shape as he lectured on the Psalms and the books of the Hebrews, Romans, and Galatians. His study led him to question the Catholic Church's use of terms like penance and righteousness, ultimately viewing the Church as having strayed from the key Christian tenets. Central to Luther's doctrine was the concept of justification by faith alone, a transformative idea that salvation is simply a gift from God's grace, and it's accessible solely through faith in Jesus Christ. So, there's no barrier to entry. It's not like saying, well, you are a Christian, you believe in Jesus, but you don't show up to church, so you're not getting into heaven. Well, Luther was breaking from this idea. I like it, to be honest. It's a good idea. Well, Luther articulated that justification was purely God's work, a stance elaborated in his 1525 response to Desiderius Erasmus on the bondage of the will. Further reading if you're interested. He underscored that righteousness was simply the gift from Christ, imputed to all believers through their faith, countering the prevailing belief that righteous acts involved cooperation with God. Well, for Luther, faith was not just pivotal, but a divine gift that led to a rebirth and entrance into paradise, an epiphany he described as discovering the righteousness of God itself. He detailed his views on the justification in the Smalcald articles, emphasizing that faith in Christ's sacrifice is the sole path to justification, a fundamental truth unyielding to any human work, merit, or law. And the third one, that's where it becomes a problem for those in power, excuse me. Now, this foundational principle, according to Luther, was non-negotiable, even if it meant the collapse of the world as known. In 1516, the Roman Catholic Church tasked the Dominican friar Johann Tetzel with selling indulgences in Germany to fund the reconstruction of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. Tetzel, known for his indulgence preaching, was appointed by Albrecht von Brandenburg, Archbishop of Mainz, who needed to repay debts and contribute a substantial amount towards the basilica's rebuild. Albrecht had secured approval from Pope Leo X for a special indulgence sale, with proceeds to be split between Albrecht's debts and the basilica. Now, just quickly, I may not have a complete understanding of what indulgences are, but from what I understand, they're effectively little trinkets you can buy for good boy points with the church, and of course, that makes God happy. It's kind of like making a donation to the church, but you get something in return, besides the exciting lectures. Well, this was a big deal to Martin Luther. He thought it was complete nonsense. In fact, it annoyed him so much that he put his life on the line for it. On October 31st, 1517, Martin Luther voiced his objection to this practice in a letter to the bishop Albrecht von Brandenburg, including his disputation on the power and efficacy of indulgences, which was later known as the 95 Theses. It was basically a big list of his grievances, which we'll get to in a minute. Now, Luther's challenge, though academic, questioned the Church's practices. Notably, it criticized the Pope's reliance on the poor for funding the basilica. Luther refuted Tetzel's claim that indulgences could ensure salvation. That was the main part of the theses, and he had a whole bunch of reasons on this that were based in theology that he had studied, and they were all pretty good. It emphasized forgiveness was solely God's domain. Well, of course, I know that there is the notion that Luther had nailed them to the front of the door in Wittenberg Church, and yes, this could have happened, but it has been somewhat debated. A lot of modern scholars, and indeed a few contemporary ones, question that authenticity, despite its prominence in Luther's legacy. Now, there's no real way for me to disprove that he did it, but there's also no real way to prove that he did. So, let's, for excitement's sake, go with the exciting option of he did, but put it down to my own opinion on the matter. Anyway, the 95 Theses were translated into German quickly, and they rapidly spread all the way across Germany. And then when they reached other countries, they were translated into the local language of that country, and so on, and so on. This marked the beginning of Luther's most influential period. Now, Archbishop Ulbrecht, upon receiving Luther's 95 Theses, did not directly address them, but he did check them for heresy, which was very important, before forwarding them to Rome in December 1517. Of course, he was financially invested in the indulgence sale, needing funds to pay for a papal dispensation due to holding multiple bishoprics. Pope Leo X, accustomed to dealing with reformers, as there was quite a few of them, initially responded to Luther's challenge with caution. But over the next 3 years he deployed theologians and envoys against Luther, which only solidified Luther's stance against papal authority. He was digging the boots in at this point, and he was not going anywhere. The conflict escalated when Dominican theologian Sylvester Mazzolini prepared a heresy case against Luther, whom Leo X then summoned to Rome. Now, this is a big deal if you know anything about Christian history and the medieval times, even if it's only an abridged version of it. Well, you know what a heresy trial can end up for the person on the pointy end of it. The Elector Frederick intervened, however, convincing the Pope to allow Luther to be examined for heresy in Augsburg during the imperial diet. The confrontation between Luther and Cardinal Cajetan, the papal legate, in the October of 1518, turned into not a calm theological debate, but rather a heated dispute with plenty of raised voices, particularly over the issue of indulgences, where many fingers were pointed at those making all the money for it. Well, Luther's refusal to recant his criticisms and his assertion that the Pope was not above Scripture, this marked him as a direct opponent of the papacy. He was making enemies in high places, but also quite a few friends. The man on the street was starting to take a shine to him. Well, despite Cardinal Cajetan's initial orders to arrest Luther if he did not recant, Luther managed to leave Augsburg secretly, with assistance from Christoph Langenmantel, a Carmelite friar. In a more diplomatic attempt, Papal Nuncio Karl von Miltitz met with Luther in January of 1519, where Luther agreed to silence provided his opponents did the same. However, theologian Johann Eck sought to challenge Luther in the public, leading to a disputation with Luther's colleague Andreas Karlstadt, and then with Luther himself in Leipzig in June and July of 1519. In this debate, Luther argued against the Pope's sole authority to interpret Scripture, and against the infallibility of popes and church councils, earning him the label of a new Jan Hus from Eck. From then on, Eck dedicated himself to opposing Luther, further entrenching the divide between Luther and the Catholic Church. Well, in June of 1520, Pope Leo X issued an official warning to Luther with the papal bull called Exsurge Domine, threatening his complete excommunication unless he recanted not all of the 95 theses, but 41 specific statements from his writings. Well, that fall, Eck publicized the bull in several towns. Efforts by von Miltitz to mediate were unsuccessful, and Luther, having already sent the Pope on his work, sent the Pope his work on the freedom of a Christian, publicly burned the papal bull and all related decrees in Wittenberg on the 10th of December 1520, defending this action in subsequent writings. So you can see how, even with the whole church against him, the Pope threatening excommunication and a heresy charge over his head, he responds to this by burning the papal bull in front of everybody in the middle of town. Well, that is some courage for sure. Well, of course, this got him excommunicated on the 3rd of January 1521. Now, despite later agreements between Lutherans, Methodists, and the Catholic Church on the doctrine of justification by faith, Luther's excommunication from 1521 still remains in effect to this very day. He's still excommunicated. I mean, the Catholic Church would sooner forgive Judas Iscariot than they would Martin Luther. Well, the task of enforcing the ban on Luther's writings, which was going to be quite a task because they were everywhere, fell to the secular authorities, and it led to Luther's appearance at the Diet of Worms in April 1521, before Emperor Charles V. Worms is the town, by the way, that the Diet was held in. And yes, the first time I heard Diet of Worms, I thought the same. Now, questioned by John Eck about the authorship of the content of his books, Luther affirmed he wrote them, but sought time to consider his stance on their content. The following day, he famously declared that he could not recant his teachings without scriptural or rational evidence against them, citing his conscience and, of course, the Word of God. Eck accused Luther of heretical interpretation of Scripture, referencing historical heresies supported by biblical texts to argue the danger of Luther's stance. Despite the lack of consensus on whether Luther actually said the words, "Here I stand, I can do no other," the statement is often attributed to him as reflecting his defiance. Now, after days of deliberation, the Edict of Worms was issued on the 25th of May 1521, declaring Luther an outlaw, banning all of his works, and making it permissible to kill him without consequence. The last one was the worst part. Frederick III orchestrated Luther's discreet abduction en route to Wittenberg, with Luther being whisked away to Wartburg's castle's safety, which he dubbed My Patmos. Here, Luther had a lot of time alone to think, and of course, to work. And he did. He embarked on many significant projects, including translating the entire New Testament into German, and writing a lot of his own books extensively, including texts that criticized Archbishop Albrecht of Mainz for his indulgence sales, and others that clarified his doctrine of justification by faith alone. And he has really quite an extensive bibliography. It really is impressive. His writings during his Wartburg stay tackled core church practices, citing the Mass as a form of idolatry and questioning the necessity of confession and monastic views. He argued that faith and God's grace, not works or vows, were the real paths to salvation. Despite his physical absence, Luther stayed informed about Wittenberg's escalating religious reforms led by Andreas Karlstadt and others, which soon spiraled into radical changes and unrest. Disturbed by the reports of the revolutionary zeal and disorder, Luther felt compelled to return to Wittenberg, despite the risks, to address the theological and social upheavals. After all, this was his idea in the first place. He didn't want people to take those ideas and run off with them. Even after re-establishing order in Wittenberg, Martin found himself unable to suppress radical movements across the broader region. In our modern vernacular, we may say, you can't put the toothpaste back into the tube. Influential preachers, including Thomas Munster and Nicholas Storch, gained the support of the lower strata and the peasants from 1521 to 1525, exploiting long-standing grievances that had previously sparked smaller and less successful revolts. Luther's critical writings against the ecclesiastical establishment, perceived as liberally worded, misled many people into thinking that he would be the one to stand up as a champion of a broad social upheaval against the ruling classes, take that boot off the back of the peasants. This misunderstanding, of course, fueled significant revolts, particularly in regions like Swabia, Franconia, and Thuringia by 1524, with movements gaining momentum under leaders like Munster in Thuringia, drawing even the financially troubled nobility into the fray, escalating into what had effectively become an outright conflict. Luther, while empathizing with some of the peasants' complaints, notably in his response to the 12 Articles in May 1525, ultimately urged respect for secular authority. He was trying to drop them back into first gear a little bit. In fact, his complete horror at the rebels' destructions of religious and cultural sites during a tour of Thuringia prompted his even more vehement denouncement in his work against the murderous, thieving hordes of peasants. So you can tell what kind of flavor that work was going to have. Well, in this work he branded the violence as satanic and urged the nobility to crush the insurrection. Luther's stance was rooted in the belief that rebellion contradicted divine command to submit to governing authorities, as outlined in Romans 13, 1-7, equating peasant actions with lawlessness deserving death and blasphemy for masquerading their revolt under Christian pretenses. Well, of course, everyone felt somewhat betrayed by Luther's condemnation. Well, it led many of the insurgents to simply surrender, and they were decisively defeated at the Battle of Frankenhausen on the 15th of May, 1525. And of course, Münster, well, he was executed. This effectively ended the revolutionary phase of the Reformation. Radical elements, however, found asylum within the Anabaptist movement, whereas Lutheranism progressed shielded by state apparatus. Reflecting on the events, Luther attributed the suppression of the revolt to his own directives. Bit of a pat on the back. Well, at the age of 41, he did something a little different. He got married to Katharina von Bora. She was a former nun who he helped escape from the Nimschen Casterian covenant in April 1523, using herring barrels for their stealthy departure. That's right, they hid in there like Donkey Kong on their way out. That's a romantic story, isn't it? Well, Luther, who had been deeply engrossed in his work, and far from contemplating marriage, described this unexpected turn in his life as an act of God that suddenly committed him to matrimony. The engagement was formalized on the 13th of June, 1525, witnessed by noble figures such as Johannes Bugenhagen and Philip Melanchthon, with the marriage being officiated by Bugenhagen on the same day. The traditional celebratory customs were initially omitted, but they did them 2 weeks later. Luther's marriage marked a significant endorsement of clerical marriage, challenging the traditional vow of celibacy that was always imposed on the clergy. This decision actually surprised many of his contemporaries, including Melanchthon, who deemed it a little bit hasty, especially considering Luther's previous declarations of intent to remain single due to his perilous state as a heretic expecting martyrdom. Of course, what's the point in getting married if you're about to be murdered? Prudent decision. Luther himself had admitted to experiencing the natural desires of the flesh, yet he had been living austerely, neglecting even basic self-care. Now moving into the Black Cloister, a gift from Elector John the Steadfast, Luther and Katharina built a life together despite frequent financial difficulties. Their union was blessed with 6 children, though they faced the sorrow of losing 2 of them young. Either way, it seems like Martin's proclivities had somewhat expanded as he settled into married life. Katharina, well, she managed the household adeptly, involving herself in farming and boarding to contribute to the family's income. Luther expressed profound affection and satisfaction with his marriage, valuing the companionship and support Katharina provided above any sort of wealth. By 1526, Martin was deeply involved in the task of shaping a new church. Initially, he had envisioned congregations independently selecting their ministers, a concept that proved a little bit impractical. Luther aspired for a church that was both confessional, drawing on personal faith, and territorial, encompassing residents of all localities. He eventually gravitated towards a model that prioritized inclusivity. Between 1525 and 1529, Luther established a church supervisory body, introduced a new form of worship, and succinctly summarized the emerging faith through 2 catechisms. Aiming for gradual reform, Luther sought to minimize disruption and avoid replacing one authoritarian regime with another. His efforts were concentrated in the electorate of Saxony, providing guidance to churches in newer territories that often emulated the Saxon example. Collaborating with Elector John the Steadfast, Luther leaned on secular leadership for the Church's financial needs, given its loss of assets post-separation from Rome. This collaboration marked a shift towards state-influenced church governance, a development that Luther had not originally intended. The elector also took over visitation rights previously held by bishops, further entrenching secular influence in church affairs. Luther's reforms sometimes appeared to backtrack on his earlier, more radical positions, though. For instance, despite advocating justification by faith alone, a 1528 instruction co-authored with Melanchthon emphasized repentance for sin forgiveness. This, of course, sparked more than a bit of criticism from some reformers who accused Luther of diluting his stance on faith and works. Fair criticism. Well, to cater to German-speaking congregants, Luther created a German Mass in 1526 as an alternative to his earlier Latin Mass adaptation. This Mass was designed for the layperson, simplifying the service while maintaining some traditional elements. Luther's Mass encouraged congregational participation through hymns and psalms in German, and incorporated catechism into weekday services for educational purposes. Despite criticisms from other reformers for its perceived similarities to Catholic Mass, Luther's version was notably more congregant-focused. During a visitation in 1527, Luther and his associates introduced this new order of worship and evaluated pastoral care and Christian education within the electorate of Saxony. Luther was dismayed by the general lack of doctrinal knowledge among the populace, and the adequate teaching skills of many of the pastors. Luther introduced the Catechism as an instructional tool to teach the core principles of Christianity to his followers. In 1529, he authored 2 versions, the large catechism for pastors and teachers, and the small catechism intended for the general populace to memorize. These works focused on essential Christian doctrines, like the 10 Commandments, the Apostles' Creed, the Lord's Prayer, baptism, and the Lord's Supper. You know, all the basic, easy stuff. Presenting them in an accessible question and answer format. Luther aimed for a deeper understanding of faith, rather than just mere rote memorization. He viewed the Catechism as one of his most significant contributions, valuing it as the valuing it rather, and the bondage of the will above his other writings. The Small Catechism in particular gained acclaim for its clarity in teaching, continuing to be a vital tool in religious education alongside Luther's hymns and his Bible translation. The catechisms were instrumental not only in church settings, but also in the more practical aspect of helping parents educate their children about the faith, using the German language to make the teachings more relatable. Luther personalized the Apostles' Creed in the catechisms, portraying the Trinity not just as a concept, but as three distinct persons actively involved in the believers' lives: the Father who creates, the Son who redeems, and the Spirit who sanctifies. This approach aimed to make the doctrine of the Trinity a more intimate and relatable aspect of faith for the learner, emphasizing a personal relationship with each divine person. Luther's catechetical method sought to connect the foundational Christian teachings of the Decalogue and the Lord's Prayer with the experiential reality of the Trinity's work in the lives of believers. Luther released his German translation of the New Testament in 1522, followed up by the Old Testament translation in 1534, which culminated in the complete Luther Bible. He continually refined the translation details all the way up to his death. And while there were previous German translations, such as the Mentelin and Coburger Bibles, Luther's version was unique for being closely aligned with his own doctrinal beliefs. Using the German vernacular of the Saxon Chancellery, he made the Bible accessible to both northern and southern Germans. He aimed for a translation that was both vigorous and direct, to ensure it was readable by the common people, coinciding with a rising demand for German language texts. His Bible, annotated with his notes and featuring woodcuts by Lucas Cranach with anti-papal themes, played a pivotal role in disseminating his teachings all the way across Germany. The translation also influenced other vernacular traditions, like the Tyndale Bible, which is the precursor to the King James Bible. Luther famously added the word alone after faith in Romans 3:28 to emphasize that faith without work justifies us, a point which he believed was clear from the text of the essence of Christian doctrine. He also made a decision to exclude the passage of 1 John 5-7-8, also known as Johann in comma, citing it as a forgery. It further shows his commitment to a translation that reflected his own specific theological understanding. Well, this choice was later contested, and the passage was rather sneakily, posthumously inserted back into the Bible. Contrary to the interpretations of John Calvin and Philip Melanchthon, Luther believed that a Christian soul enters a state of sleep after death, rather than immediately experiencing either the joys of heaven or the torments of hell. He argued against the traditional reading of certain biblical passages, such as the parable of the rich man and Lazarus, suggesting instead that souls rest peacefully until the resurrection. Luther explicitly rejected the concept of purgatory, a place of purification for souls, which was a departure from the established church doctrine. He maintained that personal identity as well persists beyond death, proposing that saints are asleep in their graves and at the same time exist in heaven. This view diverged not only from his contemporaries, but also from latter Lutheran theologians, like John Gerhard, who did not share Luther's conception of soul sleep. Historical analysis, including those by Lessing and Franz Pieper, have highlighted this doctrinal difference within Lutheran orthodoxy. Well, if you want to know, why don't you go and ask the local Lutheran church? I'm sure you can find one. They're always happy to answer questions about theology. Now, Luther's commentary on Genesis includes a discussion on the state of the soul, suggesting that it remains awake and experiences visions, contrasting with the notion of soul sleep. However, this has been a point of contention amongst scholars. Some argue that there have been a misinterpretation of Luther's words, with further clarification provided by Gottfried Fritzl. Fritzl explains that Luther was actually referring to the restful sleep of a laborer in his life, disrupted by dreams, rather than commenting on the state of the soul after death. Okay then. In October 1529, the Marlburg Colloquy was convened by Philip I, Landgrave of Hesse, gathering theologians from German and Swiss backgrounds to discourage and forge a unified doctrine for the Protestant movement. Among these present were significant figures such as Zwingli, Melanchthon, Martin Bucer, and Johannes Oecolampadius. Oecolampadius. Well, the assembly found common ground on pretty much all topics, except for their understanding of the Eucharist, particularly the nature of Christ's presence within the sacrament. Luther staunchly defended the real presence, the belief that Christ's actual body and blood was present in the bread and the wine, a view that he articulated through the concept of sacramental union. This stood in contrast to the spiritual or symbolic presence that was advocated by others, notably Zwingli. Now, as for the discussions, which were at time heated, showed their profound differences. Zwingli's citation of John 6:63 as evidence against Luther's stance prompted a rather robust response from Luther, emphasizing his unwavering position by inscribing, "This is my body," on his table, doing the old Terminator 2 scratching in with the knife sort of thing. Well, despite these intense debates, the colloquy did contribute indirectly to future Protestant unity through the Augsburg Confession, and also the foundation of the Schmalkaldic League, though Swiss cities did abstain from these agreements. Now onto a few of Luther's other views. His views on the relationship between faith and reason sparked considerable academic debate on their own. He is often quoted as suggesting a stark opposition between faith and reason, with faith occupying a realm that was beyond the reach of reason. Yet Luther also indicated that enlightened reason could support and advance faith, challenging interpretations of him as a fideist. During the Marburg Colloquy in 1529, a significant external threat loomed over Europe. Suleiman the Magnificent's Ottoman forces were besieging Vienna, presenting a critical moment that intersected with the religious discussions of the time. Martin's stance on the Turkish threat was complex and evolved as time went on. Initially, in his 1518 explanation of the 95 Theses, Luther viewed the Turks, or specifically the Ottoman Turks, as a divine scourge that was only meant to punish Christians, a perspective that stirred controversy and led to accusations of defeatism. He interpreted the presence of the Turks as part of a biblical apocalypse aimed at destroying the Antichrist, which, to Luther, was represented by the papacy and the Roman Church, and I'm sure you can imagine what they thought about all of this. Well, despite his theological interpretation, Luther opposed the concept of a holy war against the Turks, asserting that such a conflict would be contradictory to the teachings of Christ. However, his position nuanced over time, especially in light of ongoing Ottoman advances in Europe. While maintaining his stance against a religious war, Luther began to advocate for secular warfare as a legitimate defense against the Ottoman encroachment. By 1526, he recognized the legitimacy of just wars for national defense in his work Whether Soldiers Can Be in a State of Grace, and by 1529 in On War Against the Turk. He actively called for Emperor Charles V and the German populace to engage in secular combat against the Ottoman threat. Luther distinguished this call to arms from a spiritual battle, which he believed should be fought through prayer and repentance only. In addition to his writings on warfare, Luther's engagement with the Islamic faith and practice is also noteworthy. After reading a Latin translation of the Quran in 1542, Luther authored several critical pamphlets on Islam, referring to it as Muhammadanism or the Turk. Although he viewed Islam as a deception of the devil, Luther advocated for religious tolerance, arguing against the prohibition of the Quran's publication. I'm as surprised as you are. He believed in exposing the Islamic texts to scrutiny rather than simply suppressing them, stating, and I quote, "Let the Turk believe and live as he will, just as one lets the papacy and other false Christians live." In early 1537, Johannes Agricola, a pastor in Martin Luther's hometown of Eisleben, delivered a controversial sermon suggesting that the Gospel, and not the Ten Commandments, reveals God's wrath to Christians. Agricola's ideas, reflected in anonymous antinomian thesis circulating in Wittenberg, proposed that Christians need not be taught the law, as it pertains solely to civic matters, not spiritual life. Luther, suspecting Agricola's involvement in these theses, responded vigorously through 6 sets of counter-theses with counter-arguments, and several writings between 1538 and 1540, aiming to clarify and defend the role of God's law in Christian life. Luther argued against the antinomian stance by emphasizing the second use of the law, where the law serves as a tool for the Holy Spirit to induce sorrow over sin, preparing the heart for gospel. He maintained that ignoring the 10 Commandments among Christians doesn't erase the inherent accusatory nature of the law. To preach otherwise would imply that Christians are sinless, ignoring the ongoing presence of sin and the necessity for continual repentance. Moreover, Luther highlighted the third use of the law, viewing the Ten Commandments as a positive guide for Christian living and reflecting God's eternal will along with the natural law. He taught that the life of Christ exemplifies the Ten Commandments, providing a model for Christians to emulate in their daily lives and vocations. Luther saw the commandments as a foreshadowing of the believer's future perfection in heaven, urging Christians to serve their neighbors in this world with an eschatological hope. The controversy over Philip I, Landgrave of Hesse's bigamy in 1539–40, further complicated Luther's legacy. Philip sought Luther's approval to take a second wife, citing the polygamy of biblical patriarchs. Luther, alongside theologians like Melanchthon and Bucer, reluctantly suggested that if Philip proceeded, he should do so secretly to avoid scandal, viewing divorce as a greater evil than bigamy. The marriage was conducted in secret, but when it became public, and it always does, Luther advised Philip to simply deny it, a stance that backfired and damaged Luther's reputation. It reminds me of that song, Shaggy, It Wasn't Me. Sorry to go off topic for there. Well, critics argue that Luther's major error was underestimating the political and social ramifications of his pastoral advice. And this whole episode was a very controversial and frankly embarrassing episode of his career. I mean, it is terrible advice what he gave to Philip. Just do it in secret and hope that nobody finds out. Well, speaking of controversies, you knew I was going to get to it eventually, didn't you? It has taken 1 hour, but we are here. What did Martin think about the Jews? Well, throughout his life, and his entire life, Martin Luther expressed very negative sentiments about them, influenced by a theological and cultural tradition that viewed the Jews as responsible for Jesus' death. Luther's environment had expelled Jews nearly a century prior, and his encounters with them were pretty minimal. Initially, in 1523, Luther advocated for kindness towards Jews in that Jesus Christ was born a Jew, hoping to convert them to Christianity, but his attitude hardened over time due to the lack of success in converting Jews. Now, in 1543, Luther wrote 2 significant anti-Jewish works, the most famous one being On the Jews and Their Lies, which is, you can pretty much find it if you look pretty hard, and another one On the Holy Name and the Lineage of Christ, advocating extreme measures against Jews, labeling them as the devil's people, and using all sorts of other violent language. He suggested actions such as burning their synagogues, confiscating all of their property, and outright expelling them. Luther's rhetoric was so intense that it has been interpreted by some as inciting murder. I mean, it pretty much is, isn't it? Well, additionally, Luther associated Jews with vagrants in his 1528 preface to Liber Vagatorum, suggesting that alms should not be given to them. His anti-Jewish stance contributed to the suffering of Jews in Saxony, Brandenburg, and Silesia. Josel of Roshim, a Jewish representative, attributed the Jews' misfortune directly to Luther, and unsuccessfully sought to restrict the sale of Luther's writings in Strasbourg after they were used to incite violence against Jews. Well, it would be like trying to stop the sale of Harry Potter in the early 2000s. It was just far too popular. Luther's impact, though, extended beyond his death, with writings influencing anti-Jewish actions, including riots and expulsions in several German Lutheran states during the 1580s. His vehemently anti-Jewish stance has led some, like the Orthodox Jewish Rabbi Tovia Singer, to describe Luther as the most vitriolic of the Church Fathers and Reformers in his attacks on the Jews. Well, he couldn't stay alive and persecute the Jews forever, couldn't he? As his health began to decline significantly from 1531 onwards, he experienced a range of ailments, including Meniere's disease, vertigo, fainting, tinnitus, a cataract, kidney and bladder stones, arthritis, and even an ear infection that led to a ruptured eardrum. Throw in a bout of angina starting in 1536, he had it all. Of course, no one's really themselves when they're sick, and you can really sense this different tone in his writings at this time, as his deteriorating health made him increasingly irritable and more blunt, not only in his writings but also his public comments, to which his wife bore the brunt of, often pointing out his rudeness. Well, despite his health issues, Luther remained active in his duties, for better or worse. In 1545 and 46 he preached at the market church in Halle, and spent Christmas with his friend Justus Jonas. His last sermon, delivered in Eisleben, his birthplace, on the 15th of February 1546, vehemently criticized the Jews and called for their expulsion from Germany, unless they converted to Christianity. The sermon, of course, echoed his harsh stance towards the Jews, advocating to their conversion, but also labeling them as enemies, which makes you wonder, would the conversion really be enough? Of course, it never really was in the medieval times. They would be labeled as conversos, those Jews who were sort of first-generation Christians, kind of like this. Well, Luther's final days were spent in Mansfield, where he was involved in negotiations concerning his family's copper mining business, threatened by Count Albrecht of Mansfield's attempts to monopolize the industry. After successful negotiations on February 17, 1546, Luther began to suffer chest pains and began to pray that night, anticipating his end. Well, like clockwork, early on the February 18th, after a second bout of chest pain, he confirmed his faith and teachings to his companions Justus Jonas and Michael Coelius with a clear yes. He then suffered a stroke that left him speechless and passed away at 2:45 a.m., 62 years old. Luther was buried at the Schlosskirche in Wittenberg, as per his wishes, in a funeral held by his close associates Johannes Bugenhagen and Philip Melanchthon. His grave remained undisturbed, even when Charles V, his opponent, took control of Wittenberg, as Charles specifically ordered his troops not to disturb his final resting place. The 95 Theses, formerly known as the Disputation on the Power and Efficacy of Indulgences, a document that was written by Martin Luther in 1517, widely regarded as the catalyst for the Protestant Reformation. In this work, he critiqued the Church's manipulation of faith to profit financially, and argued that salvation was obtained through faith and divine grace, rather than the sale of indulgences. Of course, this sparked widespread debate and led to significant religious, political, and cultural upheavals across Europe, ultimately reshaping Christianity and altering the course of Western history. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. Perhaps you already know what you're in for. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, Patreon links in description, or help me achieve my subscriber goal of 15,000 by doing all the good stuff, like, comment, subscribe. You'll certainly be on Santa's good list this year. Now, without further ado, please allow yourself to become relaxed. Take a deep breath, and we can begin. First, I will give a brief history on how the 95 Theses came about, a little bit about Martin Luther, and then later, towards the end of the video, I will read the document in its full length. Now, let's begin. Martin Luther, holding the position of Professor of Moral Theology and serving as a town preacher at the University of Wittenberg, authored the critical 95 Theses, challenging the Church's prevailing practices regarding indulgences. Now, in Western Europe's predominantly Roman Catholic setting, indulgences were woven into the broader theological framework concerning salvation. This doctrine suggested that while things like confession and absolution removed the threat of eternal damnation for sins, they did not clear the penitent of temporal punishments expected to be served in purgatory, a realm that was theorized to exist between heaven and hell. Indulgences, regarded as merciful allowances, were believed to reduce these punishments. So, within this 16th century practice of the Catholic Church, people would essentially pay money to get a certificate that promised reduced punishment from sins, a guarantee from the Church. Of course, you just have to pay the fee. You see how this is a bit of a problem. Well, it of course led to a situation where the system was exploited, as clergy members profited from the sale of indulgences, with the papal office providing endorsements for financial gain. Plenary indulgences, which were said to eliminate all remaining temporal punishment, were sold for the benefit of souls believed to have been in purgatory, giving rise to the notorious phrase, "As soon as the coin in the coffer rings, the soul from purgatory springs." This practice, of course, faced scrutiny, not just from Martin Luther, but from the University of Paris toward the late 15th century, continuing objections raised by John Wycliffe much earlier, who contested the papal control over purgatory. Reformists such as Jan Hus and Johannes von Bessel also challenged the indulgence system, advocating for a more rigorous penance framework that excluded indulgences. Political figures of the time, observing the economic drain caused by funds sent out of their domains for indulgences, sometimes intervened by demanding a share of the proceeds, or outright banning the sales, as seen in Duke George's prohibition in Luther's electoral Saxony. Well, in 1515, Pope Leo X authorized a special plenary indulgence intended to finance the construction of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, applicable to a wide range of sins, including severe ones like adultery and theft. This indulgence, meant to be exclusive for 8 years, came with strict guidelines on how it was to be preached, significantly more praiseful than previous ones. John Tetzel, appointed in 1517 to promote this indulgence near Wittenberg, attracted many from Wittenberg to purchase them due to the ban on their sale in Wittenberg and other nearby Saxon territories. So basically, get them while you can. Well, Luther's own disillusionment was deepened by the specific practices concerning indulgences linked to the All Saints' Church in Wittenberg. The church offered indulgences for venerating its extensive collection of relics. Early in his career, around 1514, Luther had already spoken out against the misuse of indulgences and the superficial repentance that they encouraged. His concern escalated in 1517 when his parishioners, having bought Tetzel's indulgences, claimed that they simply no longer needed to repent for their sins. Well, after examining Tetzel's teachings, Luther dedicated significant effort to studying indulgences more critically, culminating in the multiple sermons that year advocating for genuine repentance over just purchasing the get-out-of-jail-free card. Luther's initial thesis states that Jesus Christ's directive to repent implies a lifelong commitment to repentance for believers. In his early thesis, Luther emphasized that repentance involves an internal battle with sin, contrasting with the sacramental confession system. Theses 5 through 7 articulate that the Pope, described by Luther as the Vicar of Christ on earth, only has the authority to absolve punishments imposed by himself or the Church's penance system, not the inherent guilt of sin. The Pope's role, he argues, is merely to proclaim God's forgiveness of sins. Between Theses 14 and 29, Luther questions established notions about purgatory, suggesting that the suffering experienced there is akin to the fear and despair of dying, as outlined in Theses 14 through 16. He later argues from Theses 17 to 24 that no definitive statements can be made regarding the spiritual conditions of souls in purgatory, and denies papal authority over these souls in Theses 25 and 6. Theses 27 to 29 criticize the notion that a payment can immediately free a soul from purgatory, which he views as fostering sinful greed, as baseless, since only God can forgive such punishments. He moves on in Theses 30 to 34 to address the misleading assurance given by indulgence preachers regarding absolution, and argues that since true repentance is uncertain, issuing a certificate of forgiveness is risky. He contends in Theses 35 and 6 that indulgences negate the necessity for repentance. Thus, he also reasons that genuinely penitent individuals, who would be the rightful beneficiaries of indulgences, already enjoy forgiveness of sins without them. In Theses 41 to 47, he criticizes indulgences for discouraging charitable acts, proposing instead that Christians be taught that the superior value of benevolence is better than purchasing indulgences, which he associates with divine disfavor and moral stagnation. He moves on to Theses 48 to 52 to depict a hypothetical scenario where the Pope would prefer the destruction of St. Peter's Basilica over its construction funded by the exploitation of the faithful. He also laments restrictions on preaching imposed during the indulgence period in Theses 53 to 55. 56 to 66 see Luther disputing the concept of the treasury of merits, foundational to the indulgence doctrine. He believes that it misleads the average Christian and obscures the true treasure of the Church, which is the gospel, described metaphorically as a net capturing the wealthy within its promise of salvation, unlike indulgences, which ensnare through greed. From Theses 67 to 80, Luther continues to critique the current indulgence preaching practices, which he had previously addressed in his letter to Archbishop Albert, noting that they promote greed rather than spiritual benefits. He notes that bishops are instructed to respect indulgence preachers, but also to protect their congregations from teachings that are contrary to the Pope's directives. He disputes claims that indulgences could absolve severe sins, like defiling the Virgin Mary, and labels claims about superiority of current indulgences over those granted by St. Peter as blasphemous. Moving on to 81 to 91, he brings forth common critiques from lay people about the practices surrounding indulgences, such as the Pope's failure to empty purgatory if he indeed does hold such power, and why masses for the dead continue for those supposedly freed from purgatory by indulgences. These issues, Luther argues, could discredit the papacy if left unaddressed. He suggests aligning the Church's teaching on indulgences with these critiques to avoid these pitfalls, and calls on Christians to follow Christ's example of enduring suffering for heavenly reward, criticizing the false security offered by the indulgences. And that's basically the gist of it. So you kind of understand what he was getting at. Of course, like I said, we'll get to the full text a little later. These theses were framed as academic propositions, intended for open debate, although no record exists of such a debate actually occurring. Luther issued an invitation to scholars from various cities to engage in scholarly discussion. Such debates were actually quite typical academic practice of the day, and part of Luther's privileges as a university doctor. Between 1516 and 1521, Luther crafted 20 different sets of theses for such disputations. Notably, Andreas Karlstadt had authored a set of theologically radical theses in April 1517 and posted them on the door of All Saints' Church, mirroring the action that was later attributed to Luther with his 95 Theses. Karlstadt's action, coinciding with the Church's display of relics, was perhaps intended as a challenge. In a similar vein, Luther's posting of his Theses on the eve of All Saints' Day, a key date for the display of relics at All Saints' Church, was meant to initiate an academic discussion. He didn't think that it was going to initiate a public uprising, but, well, you know what they say about hindsight. While Luther's goal was to foster academic dialogue, signs suggest he viewed his actions as having a broader and almost prophetic implication. Around this time he began adopting the name Luther and occasionally Eleutherius, which means free in Greek, reflecting his departure from earlier scholastic theological debates. Luther later stated that he did not anticipate the widespread dissemination of his thesis. Elizabeth Eisenstein argues that Luther's surprise at their popularity might have been partly self-deceptive, while others contend that Luther definitely intended to stir a significant controversy. Well, he's certainly not around for us to interview him, so we'll just have to choose a side. Now, occasionally, Luther appeared to use the scholarly pretext of the Theses as a strategic cover, enabling him to critique established church doctrines, while maintaining that he had no intention of undermining church teachings. Well, the format of scholarly disputation provided Luther with the flexibility to disassociate himself from the more provocative elements of the thesis. October the 31st, 1517, Martin Luther sent a letter to the Archbishop Albert of Mainz, the authority who was overseeing the sale of indulgences, the big boss, basically. In his letter, Luther expressed a respectful concern about the pastoral issues arising from the indulgence sermons. He suggested that the Archbishop might be unaware of the content being preached under his own jurisdiction. After all, he was a very busy man, which could lead the faithful away from the gospel and potentially tarnish Albert's reputation. Luther's critique was not of indulgences themselves, or even of the sermons per se, since he had not directly witnessed them. Rather, he was more troubled by the public's misconceptions about indulgences, such as the belief that they could absolve sins entirely, or that they could remove both the guilt and the punishment for sins. He included a set of theses with his letter, hoping to illustrate the uncertainties about indulgences that contrasted sharply with the confidence of the preachers promoting them. It was a standard practice to have theses printed and publicly displayed when proposing an academic disputation, although no copies from a Wittenberg print run of the 95 Theses have survived. This isn't unusual given Luther's obscurity at the time and unanticipated historical significance of the document. According to university regulations in Wittenberg, theses should be posted on the doors of all city churches. However, Philip Melanchthon, who first noted the posting of the theses, specifically mentioned only the door of All Saints' Church, and no others. His account also stated that Luther posted the theses on October 31st, but this contradicts Luther's own recollection of the sequence of events, and he consistently stated that his intent was to address the matter through official channels and not public debate. Thus it's speculated that Luther may not have seen October 31st as the start of the Reformation, nor did he likely post the theses until mid-November, if he posted them at all. Nonetheless, the document quickly became known among Wittenberg's intellectuals shortly after being sent to the Archbishop. After displaying the letter and the theses to Archbishop Albert, they were soon copied and circulated among the interested academics. The theses were printed in Latin, and a small pamphlet in Basel, and on placards in Leipzig and Nuremberg. Several hundred copies were made throughout Germany in 1517 alone, and later that year, Caspar Nutzel translated the theses into German, and these translations were distributed to a wider audience across Germany. Albert of Mainz received Luther's letter and enclosed theses towards the end of November. He consulted theologians at the University of Mainz and his advisors, who suggested prohibiting Luther from preaching against the indulgences as per the indulgence bull. Consequently, Albert sought action against Luther from the Roman Curia, and in Rome, Luther was quickly seen as a significant threat. By February 1518, Pope Leo X directed the head of the Augustinian hermits, Luther's religious order, to dissuade him from spreading his views on indulgences. Additionally, Sylvester Mazzolini was tasked with writing a critique that would serve in Luther's trial. Mazzolini's piece, titled A Dialogue Against Martin Luther's Presumptuous Theses concerning the power of the Pope, concentrated on Luther's challenges to the papal authority rather than his grievances about indulgence preaching. And you can tell by the title, can't you? He's turned it around in the title, and he's saying that I'm writing something about what Martin Luther said about the Pope. Well, Martin Luther didn't have a problem with the Pope. He had a problem with the system of indulgences. Well, he may have had a problem with the Pope, but good luck being brave enough to write about that out in the open. Well, in August of 1518, Luther was summoned to Rome, to which he responded with explanations of the disputation concerning the value of indulgences, aiming to clarify that he was not actually attacking the Pope himself. As Luther articulated his beliefs more fully, he realized his views were further from official doctrine than he initially thought, later reflecting that he might not have started the controversy had he have known of its consequences. Meanwhile, Johann Tetzel, an opponent of Luther's theses, advocated for Luther to be condemned as a heretic and engaged theologian Conrad Wimpina to write 106 theses against Luther's propositions. Tetzel defended these theses in a disputation at the University of Frankfurt on the Oder in January 1518. The printed copies, intended for sale in Wittenberg, were seized and burned by university students. Amid increasing fears of the escalating situation, Luther published a sermon on indulgences and grace to appease his critics without challenging the Pope's authority. This short and accessible pamphlet became his first major publication and was reprinted 20 times. Johann Eck, a theologian at the University of Ingolstadt and initially a good friend of Luther, also wrote against Luther's work in a document called the Obelisks, harshly accusing Luther of heresy. Luther responded in kind with a private rebuttal titled The Asterisks. Their disagreement escalated, leading to the public Leipzig debate in 1519. Well, before that, in the October of 1518, Luther was called before Cardinal Thomas Cajetan in Augsburg to defend his views. Cajetan focused on specific controversies, but did not allow Luther to argue his case fully. He challenged Luther's assertion that the Pope could not use the treasury of merit to forgive temporal punishments, a contradiction to the bull Unigenitus of 1343, and questioned Luther's claim that one could be certain of forgiveness after absolution by a priest. Luther refused to recant, and was denied a review by university theologians, ultimately appealing to the Pope before leaving Augsburg. His refusal to retract his statements, of course, led to his excommunication in 1521, after he burned the papal bull that had threatened him with that exact sentence. Now, the controversy over indulgences that Martin had sparked with his 95 Theses marked the beginning of the Reformation, the major schism in the Roman Catholic Church that brought about significant social and political change across Europe, and a great deal of riots and murders, but, you know, you win some, you lose some. Luther himself later reflected that the indulgence issue seemed minor compared to subsequent theological disputes, such as his conflict with Erasmus concerning free will. At the time he wrote the Theses, Luther considered himself a devout adherent to the Catholic faith, not foreseeing the Theses as a departure from orthodox doctrine. Nevertheless, it was a debate over indulgences that catapulted Luther into a leadership role within the emerging Reformation movement, underscoring his critique that the Church's preaching was leading the faithful astray. Moreover, his challenge to the papal decree by Pope Clement VI, which proclaimed that indulgences drew upon Christ's treasury, hinted at future disputes over papal authority. The date of the 31st of October, 1517, when Luther had dispatched the Theses to Archbishop Albert, gained historical significance early in the Reformation's narrative. By 1527, Luther and his associates were already toasting the anniversary of what they called the trampling out of indulgences. Peter Melanchthon later solidified this date in Reformation history through his 1548 biography of Luther, portraying the posting of the Theses as a seminal event of the Reformation. The 1617 centennial was marked by a celebratory procession to the church doors at Wittenberg, where Luther was reputed to have posted his theses, complete with a commemorative engraving depicting Luther with an oversized quill that dramatically pierced the head of a lion, symbolizing Pope Leo X. In 1668, October the 31st was officially declared Reformation Day, becoming a regular holiday in electoral Saxony, and eventually observed in other Lutheran regions. though it's very difficult to compete against Halloween. But I'm sure the Lutherans aren't keen on that anyway. Now, I am going to read the full document. Now, it's not too long, don't worry about it. I'm not going to include all the numbers, though. I'm not going to say number 1, number 2, number 3, as the document itself flows on well enough without them. And citing each one of them before each line is a little burdensome, so yes, let us begin the full 95 Theses. Out of love for the truth and from desire to elucidate it, the Reverend Father Martin Luther, Master of Arts and Sacred Theology, and ordinary lecturer therein at Wittenberg, intends to defend the following statements, and to dispute them in that place. Therefore, he asks that those who cannot be present and dispute with him orally shall do so in their absence by letter. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. When our Lord and Master Jesus Christ said, "Repent," Matthew 4:17, he willed the entire life of believers to be of repentance. This word cannot be understood as referring to the sacrament of penance, that is, confession and satisfaction, as administered by the clergy. Yet it does not mean solely inner repentance. Such inner repentance is worthless, unless it produces various outward mortification of the flesh. The penalty of sin remains as long as the hatred of self, that is, true inner repentance, namely till our entrance in the kingdom of heaven. The Pope neither desires nor is able to remit any penalties except those imposed by his own authority or that of the canons. The Pope cannot remit any guilt except by declaring and showing that it is been remitted by God, or, to be sure, by remitting guilt in cases reserved to his judgment. If his right to grant remission in these cases were disregarded, the guilt would certainly remain unforgiven. God remits guilt to no one, unless at the same time he humbles him in all things, and makes him submissive to the vicar, the priest. The penitential canons are imposed only on the living, and according to the canons themselves, nothing should be imposed on the dying. Therefore, the Holy Spirit, through the Pope, is kind to us in so far as the Pope in his decrees always makes exception of the article of death and of necessity. Those priests act ignorantly and wickedly who, in case of the dying, reserve canonical penalties for purgatory. Those tares of changing the canonical penalty to the penalty of purgatory were evidently sown while the bishop slept. Matthew 13:25. In former times, canonical penalties were imposed, not after, but before absolution, as tests of true contrition. The dying are freed by death from all penalties, are already dead as far as canon laws are concerned, and have a right to be released from them. Imperfect piety, or love on the part of the dying person, necessarily brings with it great fear, and the smaller the love, the greater the fear. This fear or horror is sufficient in itself, to say nothing of other things, to constitute the penalty of purgatory, since it is very near to the horror of despair. Hell, purgatory, and heaven seem to differ the same as despair, fear, and assurance of salvation. It seems as though, for the souls in purgatory, fear should necessarily decrease, and love increase. Furthermore, it does not seem proved, either by reason or by scripture, that souls in purgatory are outside the state of merit, that is, unable to grow in love. Nor does it seem proved that souls in purgatory, at least not all of them, are certain and assured of their own salvation, even if we ourselves may be entirely certain of it. Therefore, the Pope, when he uses the words plenary remission of all penalties, does not actually mean all penalties, but only those imposed by himself. Thus, those indulgent preachers are in error who say that a man is absolved from every penalty and saved by papal indulgences. As a matter of fact, the Pope remits to souls in purgatory no penalty which, according to canon law, they should have paid in this life. If remission of all penalties whatsoever could be granted to anyone at all, certainly it would be granted only to the most perfect, that is, to the very few. For this reason, most people are necessarily deceived by that indiscriminate and high-sounding promise of release from penalty. That power which the Pope has in general over purgatory corresponds to the power which any bishop or curate has in a particular way in his own diocese and parish. The Pope does very well when he grants remission to souls in purgatory, not by the power of the keys, which he does not have, but by way of intercession of them. They preach only human doctrines, who say that as soon as the money clinks into the money chest, the soul flies out of purgatory. It is certain that when money clinks in the money chest, greed and avarice can be increased, but when the Church intercedes, the result is in the hands of God alone. Who knows whether all souls in purgatory wish to be redeemed, since we have exceptions in Saint Severinus and Saint Pascal as related in a legend. No one is sure of the integrity of his own contrition, much less of having received plenary remission. The man who actually buys indulgences is rare, as he who is really penitent. Indeed, he is exceedingly rare. Those who believe that they can be certain of their salvation because they have indulgence letters will be eternally damned, together with their teachers. Men must be especially on guard against those who say the Pope's pardons are that inestimable gift of God by which man is reconciled to him. For the graces of indulgences are concerned only with the penalties of sacramental satisfaction established by man. They who teach that contrition is not necessarily on the part of those who intend to buy souls out of purgatory, or to buy confessional privileges, preach an unchristian doctrine. Any truly repentant Christian has a right to full remission of penalty and guilt, even without indulgence letters. Nevertheless, papal remission and blessing are by no means to be disregarded, for they are, as I have said in Thesis 6, the proclamation of the divine remission. It is very difficult, even for the most learned theologians, at one and the same time to commend to the people the bounty of indulgences and the need of true contrition. A Christian who is truly contrite seeks and loves to pay penalties for his sins. The bounty of indulgences, however, relaxes penalties and causes men to hate them. At least it furnishes occasion for hating them. Papal indulgences must be preached with caution, lest people erroneously think that they are preferable to other good works of love. Christians are to be taught that the Pope does not intend that the buying of indulgences should in any way be compared with works of mercy. Christians are to be taught that he who gives to the poor or lends to the needy does a better deed than he who buys indulgences, because love grows by works of love. Man thereby becomes better. Man does not, however, become better by means of indulgences, but is merely freed from penalties. Christians are to be taught that he who sees a needy man and passes him by, yet gives his money for indulgences, does not buy papal indulgences, but God's wrath. Christians are to be taught that, unless they have more money than they need, they must reserve enough for their family needs and by no means squander it on indulgences. Christians are to be taught that the buying of indulgences is a matter of free choice, not one commanded. Christians are to be taught that the Pope, in granting indulgences, needs and thus desires their devout prayer more than their money. Christians are to be taught that papal indulgences are useful only if they do not put their trust in them, but very harmful if they lose their fear of God because of them. Christians are to be taught that if the Pope knew the exactions of the indulgence preachers, he would rather that the Basilica of St. Peter were burned to ashes than built up with the skin, flesh, and bones of his sheep. Christians are to be taught that the Pope would and should wish to give his own money, even though he had to sell the Basilica of St. Peter to many of those whom certain hawkers of indulgences cajole money. It is vain to trust in salvation by indulgence letters, even though the indulgence commissary, or even the Pope, were to offer his soul as security. There are the enemies of Christ, and the Pope, who forbid altogether the preaching of the word of God in some churches, in order that indulgences may be preached in others. Injury is done to the word of God in the same sermon, and equal or larger amount of time is devoted to indulgences than to the word. It is certainly the Pope's sentiment that if indulgences, which are a very insignificant thing, are celebrated with one bell, one procession, and one ceremony, then the gospel, which is the very greatest thing, should be preached with 100 bells, 100 processions, 100 ceremonies. The true treasures of the Church, out of which the Pope distributes all indulgences, are not sufficiently discussed or known among the people of Christ. That indulgences are not temporal treasures is certainly clear, for many indulgence sellers do not distribute them freely, but only gather them. Nor are they the merits of Christ and the saints, for even without the Pope, the latter always work grace for the inner man, and the cross, death, and hell for the outer man. St. Lawrence said that the poor of the church were the treasures of the church, but he spoke according to the usage of the word in his own time. Without want of consideration, we say that the keys of the church, given by the merits of Christ, are that treasure. For it is clear that the Pope's power is of itself sufficient for the remission of penalties and cases reserved by himself. The true treasure of the Church is the most holy gospel of the glory and grace of God. But this treasure is naturally most odious, for it makes the first to be the last. On the other hand, the treasure of indulgences is naturally most acceptable, for it makes the last to be first. Therefore, the treasures of the gospel are nets with which one formerly fished for men of wealth. The treasures of indulgences are nets with which one now fishes for the wealth of men. The indulgences which the demagogues acclaim as the greatest graces are actually understood to be such only in so far as they promote gain. They are, nevertheless, in truth, the most insufficient graces when compared with the grace of God and the piety of the cross. Bishops and curates are bound to admit the commissaries of papal indulgences with all reverence, but they are much more bound to strain their eyes and ears, lest these men preach their own dreams instead of what the Pope has commissioned. Let him who speaks against the truth concerning papal indulgences be anathema and accursed. But let him who guards against the lust and license of the indulgence preachers be blessed. Just as the Pope justly thunders against those who by any means whatever contrive harm to the sale of indulgences, much more does he intend to thunder against those who use indulgences as a pretext to contrive harm to holy love and truth. To consider papal indulgences so great that they could absolve a man even if he had done the impossible and had violated the Mother of God is madness. We say, on the contrary, that papal indulgences cannot remove the very least of venial sins as far as guilt is concerned. To say that even St. Peter, if he were now Pope, could not grant greater graces is blasphemy against St. Peter and the Pope. We say, on the contrary, that even the present Pope, or any Pope whatsoever, has greater graces at his disposal, that is, the gospel, spiritual powers, gifts of healing, etc., as it is written, 1 Corinthians 12:28. To say that the cross emblazoned with the papal coat of arms and set up by the indulgence preachers is equal in worth to the cross of Christ is blasphemy. The bishops, curates, and theologians who permit such talk to be spread among the people will have to answer for this. This unbridled preaching of indulgences makes it difficult even for the learned men to rescue the reverence which is due the Pope from slander or from shrewd questions of the laity, such as, why does not the Pope empty purgatory for the sake of holy love, and the dire need of the souls that are there if he redeems an infinite number of souls for the sake of miserable money with which to build a church? The former reason would be more just. The latter is most trivial. Again, why are funeral and anniversary masses for the dead continued? And why does he not return or permit the withdrawal of the endowments funded for them, since it is wrong to pray for the redeemed. Again, what is this new piety of God and the Pope that for a consideration of money they permit a man who is impious and their enemy to buy out of purgatory the pious soul of a friend of God, and do not rather better use of the need of that of pious and the beloved soul, free it for pure love's sake? Again, why are the penitential canons, long since abrogated and dead, in actual fact and through disuse, now satisfied by the granting of indulgences as though they were still alive and in force? Again, why does not the Pope, whose wealth is today greater than the wealth of the richest Crassus, build this one basilica of St. Peter with his own money, rather than the money of poor believers? Again, what does the Pope remit or grant to those who by perfect contrition already have a right to full remission and blessings? Again, what greater blessing could come to the Church than if the Pope were to bestow these remissions and blessings on every believer 100 times a day, as he does but once? Since the Pope seeks the salvation of souls, rather than money by his indulgences, why does he suspend the indulgences and pardons previously granted when they have equal efficacy? To repress these very sharp arguments of the laity by force alone, and not to resolve them by giving reasons, is to expose the Church and the Pope to the ridicule of their enemies and to make Christians unhappy. If therefore indulgences were preached according to the spirit and intention of the Pope, all these doubts would be readily resolved. Indeed, they would not exist. Away then with all those prophets who say to the people of Christ, "Peace, peace," and there is no peace, Jeremiah 6:14. Blessed be all those prophets who say to the people of Christ, "Cross, cross," and there is no cross. Christians should be exhorted to be diligent in following Christ, their head through penalties, death, and hell, and thus be confident of entering into heaven through many tribulations, rather than through the false security of peace. Acts 14:22. The Battle of Bosworth Field, August 22nd, 1485. It marked a significant turning point in English history, effectively ending the War of the Roses. This conflict was primarily between the Lancastrian claimant to the throne, Henry Tudor, and King Richard III, the last king of the House of York and the last of the Plantagenet dynasty. Richard III was killed in battle, making him the last English king to die in combat. His defeat and death paved the way for Henry Tudor to claim the throne and establish the Tudor dynasty, which would rule England for the next 118 years. Thus the victory at Bosworth Field was aided significantly by the defection of key allies of Richard III to Henry's side, most notably Lord Stanley, whose intervention proved crucial at a pivotal moment of the battle. Henry's succession marked the end of the dynastic wars between the houses of Lancaster and York, initiating a period of relative stability and the consolidation of royal authority, uniting the warring factions under the banner of Tudor. Thus, The battle remains one of the most storied and pivotal clashes in English medieval history. And today we're going to learn all about it, from start to finish. Welcome to the channel, my friend. Is it your first time here? Good. It's great to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's great to have you with me again. As always, off we are on another one of our little adventures together. If you want to support the channel, guess what? You're already doing it. Just relax and enjoy the content. That's all the support I need. But if you want to go above and beyond, there is a like and subscribe button, and leaving a comment certainly helps. Tell YouTube that you want other people to share in the fun. And if you want to go further than that, well, I refer you to the video description. Now, with that out of the way, let us begin our full history of the Battle of Bosworth Field. Allow me to take you back to the Wars of the Roses. Get nice and comfortable, please. We find ourselves in the 15th century. England was embroiled in a brutal civil war, as the houses of York and Lancaster desperately vied for the throne. The Yorkist faction emerged victorious in 1471, after triumphing in the battles of Barnet and Tewkesbury. The aftermath saw the demise of the Lancastrian king Henry VI and his only son, Edward of Westminster. With their deaths, the House of Lancaster lost its direct claimants to the English throne, securing Yorkist Edward IV's dominance over England. He quickly moved to secure his position by attaining his remaining foes, including Jasper Tudor and his nephew, Henry Tudor, seizing their lands and branding them as traitors. The Tudors' attempt to escape to France was thwarted by adverse weather, leading them to Brittany, where Duke Francis II detained them, recognizing their potential use as political pawns in his own game. Now Henry Tudor, despite his claim being somewhat tenuous, i.e. rooted in his mother, Lady Margaret Beaufort's lineage as a descendant of John of Gaunt, remained the last Lancastrian noble with royal blood connections, albeit a very weak one. Due to the illegitimacy of the Beauforts and subsequent decrees limiting their claims to the throne, Edward IV completely dismissed Henry. In his eyes, he was nothing but inconsequential. But the Duke of Brittany saw him as a valuable asset for leveraging English support against French aggression, providing him sanctuary. Edward IV's unexpected death in April of 1483 ushered in a precarious period of regency, as his young son Edward V ascended the throne at just 12 years old, with his brother Richard of Shrewsbury next in line. The young king's governance was entrusted to a royal council, which soon became concerned mainly over the apparent ambitions of Edward V's maternal Woodville relatives. Their rapid accumulation of power and wealth had certainly managed to alienate many, compromising their popularity and influence. No one gets rich quickly without stepping on a few toes. In a decisive move to counter the Woodville family's control, Lord Hastings and other council members enlisted the support of the late king's brother, Richard, the Duke of Gloucester, encouraging him to take on the protectorate. Acting on his brother's wishes and council's advice, Gloucester took custody of Edward V on the 29th of April, accompanied by Henry Stafford, the second Duke of Buckingham, and arrested key Woodville figures. Subsequently, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, executed Anthony Woodcliffe, the young king's uncle, and Richard Grey, his half-brother, on charges of treason. This solidified his grip on power and set the stage for his own controversial claim to the throne. June 13th, Richard made a bold and decisive move by accusing Lord Hastings of conspiring with the Woodvilles, leading to Hastings' immediate execution, and he didn't even get a trial. This action was part of a broader series of controversial decisions that escalated tensions within the royal court. Shortly thereafter, on June 22nd, an assembly known as the Three Estates of the Realm, an informal version of Parliament, declared that Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville was actually invalid. As a result, their children were deemed illegitimate, effectively disqualifying them from succession and clearing the path for Gloucester himself. Now, by June 26th, with his nephew's claim to the throne invalidated, Richard was proclaimed King Richard III, no longer just the Duke of Gloucester. What a promotion! The extrajudicial nature of his ascent included the execution of Hastings, and the declaration regarding his brother's marriage fostered widespread disapproval and damaging rumors about him all across England. It just didn't look good. Following their bastardization, the young princes, Edward V and his brother Richard, were placed in the Tower of London, never to be seen in public again. Of course, this only deepened the mystery and controversy surrounding Richard III's reign, and, well, no doubt it was seen as quite a cruel action, locking those two lads up in the tower. By October 1483, discontent with Richard's rule had catalyzed a rebellion, primarily supported by those loyal to his brother, Edward IV, who viewed Richard as a usurper. The plot was orchestrated in part by Lady Margaret Beaufort, mother of Henry Tudor, who was promoting her son as an alternative to the throne. The conspiracy's most prominent participant was the Duke of Buckingham, a former ally of Richard III. The exact reasons behind Buckingham's involvement remain a little unclear. Now, there is one historian, Charles Ross. He suggests a growing desire to dissociate from an increasingly unpopular king. Could be. Alternatively, Michael Johns and Malcolm Underwood have also suggested that Lady Margaret might have misled Buckingham into believing that the rebellion would put him on the throne. Thus the game would be worth the candle. Gamble it all. Maybe so. Either way, the strategy was to simultaneously ignite rebellions in southern and western England, swiftly overwhelming King Richard III's forces. Buckingham planned to join these rebels by leading an invasion from Wales, while Henry Tudor aimed to land by sea. However, misfortunes, we may say, such as premature uprisings and adverse weather conditions, doomed the rebellion. Better luck next time. An early start to the uprising in Kent alerted Richard and allowed him time to mobilize his army to suppress the insurrectionists. Meanwhile, Richard's intelligence network uncovered Buckingham's plans, leading to strategic action such as the destruction of key bridges over the River Severn. On October the 15th, as Buckingham reached the swollen river, a violent storm made it impassable, effectively trapping him. With no way forward, and his retreat path cut off as his Welsh enemies seized the castle, Buckingham was forced to abandon his campaign and flee. But he was betrayed and captured shortly after. He was executed on the 2nd of November. Simultaneously, Henry Tudor faced his own setbacks. His fleet was scattered by a storm on the 10th of October, and although he briefly reached the English coast, he wisely avoided disembarking, upon realizing that the welcoming party was actually a trap set by Richard's forces. Not getting off the boat, he promptly returned to Brittany. Following the collapse of their efforts, the rebel survivors fled to Brittany, aligning openly with Henry Tudor, who then pledged to marry Elizabeth of York, uniting the Yorkist and Lancastrian claims. This alliance posed a significant threat to Richard, prompting him to seek the extradition of Henry from Brittany. However, the Duke of Brittany, Francis II, resisted these overtures, bargaining for better terms. In 1484, with Francis incapacitated by illness, his treasurer, Pierre Landais, negotiated with Richard to extradite Henry and his uncle in exchange for military support. But fortunately for Henry, the plan was leaked, and it allowed him to escape to France, where he found refuge at the French court. The French saw Henry as a valuable chess piece against English interference in their designs on Brittany. The political landscape in England grew ever more complicated with the death of Richard's queen, Anne Neville, in March of 1485, amidst rumours that her death was orchestrated to allow Richard to marry his niece, Elizabeth of York. Although investigations later suggested Richard planned to marry Joanna of Portugal and arrange Elizabeth's marriage to Manuel, Duke of Beja, these rumours unsettled Henry, who saw the potential loss of Elizabeth's hand in marriage as a threat to his alliance with Edward IV's loyalists. Determined, Henry gathered a force of mercenaries and loyal exiles and set sail from France on August the 1st, 1485, aiming to secure his claims through a little bit of marriage and a little bit of conquest. By the 15th century, the noble English tradition of chivalrous service to the monarch had, let's just say, significantly deteriorated. Armies were typically assembled through local levies. Each able-bodied man was obliged to answer his lord's call to arms, and each noble commanded his own militia. While a king could gather a personal militia from his own estates, assembling a large-scale force required the backing of powerful nobles. Like his royal forebears, Richard III had to engage these nobles through gifts and favorable relations to ensure their loyalty. Yet, these nobles wielded the power to switch allegiances if they were not sufficiently rewarded or persuaded, posing a constant threat to stability. Now, at the Battle of Bosworth Field, this dynamic was certainly evident as three distinct factions converged. Richard III led his loyal Yorkist supporters, Henry Tudor arrived as the figurehead of the Lancastrian claim, and the Stanleys, influential nobles known for their strategic hesitance, awaited an opportune moment to declare their allegiance. Richard III, though smaller and more slender than many of his Plantagenet forebears, was nonetheless very enthusiastic about engaging in rough and manly sport, which earned him a reputation that belied his physical stature. His prowess on the battlefield significantly impressed his elder brother, King Edward IV, making Richard an indispensable ally and military leader during Edward's reign. In the 1480s, Richard took on the significant responsibility of defending England's northern borders, and in 1482, under Edward's directive, Richard led an expedition into Scotland, aiming to instate the Duke of Albany as king in place of James III. His forces penetrated the Scottish defences, capturing Edinburgh. However, the campaign concluded with Albany renouncing his claim in exchange for significant political power in Scotland, while England regained Berwick-upon-Tweed and secured territorial concessions. Despite these gains, Edward IV felt the results fell a little short of the potential advantages, a sentiment echoed by historians, contemporary and modern, who believe Richard could have exploited his position in Edinburgh a little more effectively. But once again, better luck next time. Among Richard's most staunch allies was John Howard, the first Duke of Norfolk, who had long served Edward IV and was deeply embedded within the Yorkist establishment. Howard, a seasoned warrior present at pivotal battles such as Towton and having held significant command at Calais, felt aggrieved by Edward IV's manipulation of the inheritance laws that deprived him of a substantial estate. This perceived injustice likely fueled his support for Richard III, who rewarded Howard with the dukedom of Norfolk and restored his claims to Mowbray Estate upon his accession to the throne. Henry Percy, 4th Earl of Northumberland, also aligned with Richard upon his rise to power. The Percys, traditionally Lancastrians, had shifted allegiance to Edward IV following the Earl's capture and imprisonment by Yorkist forces in 1461. Restored to his titles and lands by Edward, Northumberland had since remained a loyal servant of the Yorkist regime, tasked with maintaining order in the north. Though initially wary of Richard's growing influence in the north, Northumberland was placated with the promises of significant military and administrative roles. He supported Richard's Scottish campaign in 1482, and was likely motivated by prospects of enhanced power in northern England under Richard's kingship. However, once king, Richard's favour shifted towards his nephew, John de la Pole, sidelining the Earl of Northumberland, Henry Percy, in northern governance, which significantly curtailed the Earl's prospects for further advancement, and of course led to his disillusionment with Richard's rule. One can hardly blame him, receiving a raw deal. Now, Henry Tudor, soon to be King Henry VII of England, had a background markedly different from the typical monarch of his time, particularly in matters of warfare and personal inclination towards military activities. Born in Wales, and having spent much of his formative years in Brittany and France, Henry's early life was devoid of martial training, or any battlefield experience at all. His physical appearance was slender, yet it was robust, and he was noted for his reportedly decisive nature. However, he lacked the zeal of a warrior, and he was more interested in matters of commerce and engrossed in matters of finance than in those of war and conquest. Contemporary chroniclers and diplomats, including Polydor Virgil and the Spanish ambassador Pedro de Ayala, observed that Henry's interests leaned way to more administrative and economic aspects of governance, and he showed very little interest in military matters at all. Indeed, he had never participated in a battle before his quest for the English crown. Recognizing his own limitations in this area, Henry took to surrounding himself with seasoned military leaders, among whom John de Vere, the 13th Earl of Oxford, was the most distinguished. Earl Oxford was a veteran of the Wars of the Roses, esteemed for his tactical acumen and combat experience. He had demonstrated his martial prowess at the Battle of Barnet, where he held the Lancastrian right wing and led them to a significant early victory. Though a tragic misrecognition led his forces suffering from friendly fire, causing them to withdraw. After a period of continued resistance against Yorkist rule, which included naval raids and an eventual capture and imprisonment, Oxford escaped and joined Henry in exile. His escape was facilitated in part by his jailer, Sir James Blount, who was swayed to support Henry's cause. The Earl's alignment with Henry Tudor significantly bolstered the Lancastrian forces' morale, and, of course, posed a serious concern for King Richard III. Now, during the early stages of the Wars of the Roses, the Stanleys, a powerful family based in Cheshire, predominantly supported the Lancastrian cause. However, Sir William Stanley, a notable member of the family, aligned himself with the Yorkists. He fought at the Battle of Blore Heath in 1459 and assisted Hastings in suppressing uprisings against King Edward IV in 1471. Despite the upheaval following King Richard III's accession to the throne, Sir William did not waver at all in his support for the new king, choosing not to participate in Buckingham's rebellion. In recognition of his loyalty, Richard rewarded him handsomely. In contrast, Sir William's elder brother, Thomas Stanley, the second Baron of Stanley, was more politically agile, having served under 3 different kings, as being Henry VI, Edward IV, and Richard III. Lord Stanley was known for his strategic indecisiveness, and that's not the best thing to be known for, shifting allegiances between the warring factions to ensure he was always on the winning side. This approach not only secured him high-ranking positions, but also the trust of his troops, who believed that he would not recklessly endanger their lives. The relationship between Lord Stanley and Richard III was strained at the best of times. The two had a history of conflict, including a violent confrontation around March 1470. The tension was further complicated by Lord Stanley's marriage to Lady Margaret Beaufort in June of 1472, making him the stepfather to Henry Tudor. While despite these connections, Lord Stanley did not support Buckingham's rebellion against Richard in 1483. After the rebellion's failure, Richard spared Lady Margaret from execution. unlike other conspirators, but he stripped her of her titles and transferred her estates to Stanley, ostensibly as a trustee for the Yorkist crown. This act was likely an attempt by Richard to maintain an uneasy alliance with Stanley. Now, adding to their contentious relationship, Richard intended to revisit a land dispute that involved Lord Stanley and the Harrington family. Edward IV had previously settled this dispute in Stanley's favor in 1473, but Richard planned to overturn this decision and award the lucrative estate to the Harringtons. As the Battle of Bosworth approached, and mistrust between Richard and Stanley intensified, Richard took Lord Stanley's son, Lord Strange, hostage. This was a strategic move to prevent Stanley from defecting to Henry Tudor's side during the impending conflict. Henry Tudor, accompanied by English and Welsh exiles, as well as a contingent of mercenaries provided by Charles VIII of France, embarked on his journey to claim the English throne. Notably, the Scottish historian John Major, writing in 1521, credited Charles with supplying Henry 5,000 men, including 1,000 Scots, led by Sir Alexander Bruce, though this mention of Scottish soldiers is absent from later English historical accounts. Henry's fleet of 30 ships set sail from Harfleur on the 1st of August 1485 and landed without opposition at Mill Bay, near Dale on the north side of Milford Haven, on the 7th of August. Upon landing, Henry captured Dale Castle with ease. However, the local response was tepid. The Welsh populace did not flock to his side, and initial support from local Welshmen was few and far between. Despite this lukewarm and lackluster reception, Welsh bards like Dafydd Du and Gruffydd ap Dafydd hailed Henry as a legitimate prince, returning to restore Wales to its former glory. As Henry moved through Pembrokeshire to Haverfordwest, the country town, he encountered little resistance. Sir Walter Herbert, Richard III's lieutenant in South Wales, failed to counter Henry's advance, and Henry gained supporters when Richard Griffith and Evan Morgan defected to his cause with their forces. A critical ally gained during this phase was Rhys ap Thomas, a prominent figure in West Wales. Despite having been appointed by Richard as the Lieutenant of West Wales for his previous loyalty during Buckingham's rebellion, Rhys shifted his allegiance after Henry promised him the lieutenancy of all Wales. That's a pretty good deal. With Rhys's support, Henry's forces were bolstered by an additional 500 to 2,000 Welshmen as they marched towards English territory. By mid-August, Henry and his growing army had crossed the English border, advancing towards Shrewsbury. As soon as the news of Henry Tudor's landing reached him on August the 11th, King Richard III was swift to react. By August 16th, messengers had been dispatched to rally his nobles, with Norfolk heading for Leicester that very night. Meanwhile, the city of York, a bastion for support for Richard's family, promptly responded to the king's request for troops, sending 80 men to reinforce his army. Simultaneously, the Earl of Northumberland was gathering his forces in the north, making the lengthy journey south to Leicester to join the king. While Henry Tudor's ultimate objective was London, his march from Shrewsbury was calculated and cautious, aimed at shoring up additional support. His forces, bolstered by Sir Gilbert Talbot and other English allies, including even some defectors from Richard's ranks, travelled eastward through Staffordshire. Despite these reinforcements, Henry's army remained significantly smaller than Richard's. Now, the Stanleys, we've mentioned them, who had been in correspondence with Henry even before his arrival in England, mobilized upon hearing of his landing. They positioned their troops strategically along Henry's route through the English countryside, meeting with him twice in secret to discuss battle strategies against King Richard. Their second meeting took place at Atherston in Warwickshire, where they plotted their approach to the looming conflict. On August 20th, Richard moved from Nottingham to Leicester, where he stayed overnight at the Blue Boar Inn. The following day, he was joined by Northumberland. The royal army then advanced westwards, aiming to cut off Henry's path to London. Richard chose to position his forces on Ambient Hill, believing it offered a tactical advantage. However, the night before the battle, Richard's rest was troubled, and by the morning, his appearance was notably pallid and distressed. The Yorkist army, deployed atop the ridge at Ambient Hill, was strategically positioned with a sweeping view of the battlefield. Norfolk's division, consisting primarily of spearmen and supported by roughly 1,200 archers and artillery, occupied the right flank. The centre was held by King Richard himself, leading a contingent of 3,000 infantry. On the left, Northumberland commanded a sizable force of about 4,000, many of them mounted. This setup allowed Richard to observe the movements of not only his troops, but also the Stanleys positioned along Dadlington Hill, with a force between 4,000 and 6,000 men, and Henry's advancing army from the southwest. Henry Tudor's army, though smaller than Richard's, was a diverse mix of English and Welsh recruits, along with French mercenaries and possibly a few Scottish captains. Estimates of his forces range from 5,000 to 8,000 men. The core of his army comprised of 1,800 French mercenaries, under the command of Philibert de Chanday. While there were claims of a significant Scottish presence, they are generally discounted by historians, who argue that France was unlikely to have spared its elite Scottish troops for such a venture. Now, as the two armies prepared for battle, Henry initiated his approach towards the strategically advantageous Ambient Hill. Richard, from his vantage point, could see Henry's troops maneuver past a marsh at the base of the hill, a natural obstacle that could have hindered their advance. Amidst these tense moments, Richard attempted to coerce the Stanleys into action by threatening the life of Lord Strange, Stanley's son, whom he held hostage. Stanley's indifferent reply that he had other sons led Richard to order Strange's execution, an order that was not immediately carried out due to the imminent onset of battle. Well, certainly no Father of the Year awards for Stanley. Now Henry, aware of his precarious situation without Stanley's support, sent messengers to urge Stanley to declare his allegiance. Stanley's response was non-committal, stating he would join after Henry had arrayed his forces for battle. With no firm commitment from Stanley, Henry was compelled to face Richard's well-positioned army alone, at least for now. Recognizing the limitations of his military experience, Henry delegated the tactical command of his forces to John de Vere, the Earl of Oxford, and positioned himself safely behind with his personal guard. Oxford, cautious of the Yorkist army's superior numbers, and positioning along the Ambient Hills ridgeline, opted for a more compact formation. He instructed his troops to remain tightly packed within 10 feet of their banners, aiming to prevent them from being outflanked or dispersed by the enemy. As they maneuvered to circumvent the marshy terrain near the hill, Richard's artillery bombarded the Lancastrians, challenging their advance. Emerging from the marshes, Oxford's consolidated force faced the vanguard led by the Duke of Norfolk. In the intense melee that followed, Oxford's troops displayed superior discipline and cohesion, withstanding the Yorkist assault and causing some of Norfolk's men to flee, including the loss of a key commander, Walter Devereux. Amidst the battle, Richard faced frustration as the Earl of Northumberland held his forces back. Historians debate Northumberland's inaction. Some attribute it to personal animosities or strategic caution constrained by the narrow terrain of the ridge, which complicated any potential maneuver to join the fray directly. In a decisive move, Richard spotted Henry Tudor isolated from the main engagement, accompanied only by a small retinue. Determined to end the battle by eliminating his rival, Richard led a direct charge with his household knights towards Henry, aiming to kill him and thus dishearten the Lancastrian force. In this daring assault, Richard managed to kill Henry's standard-bearer, Sir William Brandon, and incapacitate another key figure, John Shane, with his lance. Caught completely off guard, the mercenaries around Henry quickly adapted, dismounting and shielding him within their ranks to reduce his visibility and vulnerability. Despite the peril, Henry did not personally engage in the fight, instead relying on his guards in the chaotic melee to protect him from Richard's direct assault. John de Vere, the Earl of Oxford, had strategically positioned a reserve unit of pikemen with Henry Tudor, foreseeing the potential need for such additional protection, and this foresight proved to be critical when Richard led a mounted charge aimed directly at him. The pikemen effectively slowed the advance, allowing for Tudor's personal guards to encircle and protect. Amidst all the chaos, Richard found himself increasingly isolated as he engaged directly with Henry's guards. Observing Richard's precarious position, William Stanley intervened, decisively swinging the balance in Henry's favor. With Stanley's forces joining the fray, Richard's contingent was quickly outnumbered and overwhelmed, driven back toward a nearby marsh. Richard's horse stumbled, unseating him. But undeterred, Richard stood and rallied his troops, reputedly proclaiming his intent to either triumph as a king or die as one. Despite his efforts, Richard's situation deteriorated rapidly as his standard-bearer, Sir Percival Thirlwall, was mortally wounded, yet heroically maintained hold of the Yorkist banner, holding it up high while the blows relentlessly hit him. He only dropped it when his heart stopped. Close associates such as Richard Ratcliffe also fell in the ensuing melee. Polydore Virgil, chronicling the battle later under Henry VII's patronage, described Richard's last stand with dramatic flair, noting that he was killed manfully fighting in the thickest press of his enemies. According to other sources, including the Burgundian chronicler Jean Molyneux, Richard's demise came at the hands of a Welshman wielding a halberd, striking while Richard was mired in the marsh. This violent end was echoed by findings from the examination of Richard's remains, which showed severe cranial injuries consistent with halberd strikes, indicating that he may have been helmetless in his final moments. Now, the Welsh poet Gut o'r Glyn hinted that the Lancastrian Rhys ap Thomas, or one of his soldiers, delivered the fatal blow, symbolically shaving the head of the boar, a reference to Richard's heraldic emblem. As the news of Richard's death spread, the remaining Yorkist forces, including those led by the Earl of Northumberland, quickly lost heart and dispersed, and effectively the battle was over. The Earl of Norfolk also met his end on the battle, reportedly slain by Sir John Savage. Savage by name, savage by nature, I'm sure. Now, Henry Tudor, despite having a tenuous claim to the English throne through his maternal Lancastrian lineage, ultimately had seized it by right of conquest. After his victory at the Battle of Bosworth, legend has it that Richard III's circlet was found and delivered to Henry, who was then proclaimed king atop Crown Hill near the village of Stoke Golding. According to Henry's official historian Polydore Virgil, it was Lord Stanley himself who discovered the circlet. However, historians Stanley Grimes and Sidney Anglo refute the tale of the circlet being found in a hawthorn bush, a detail absent from many contemporary accounts. Nonetheless, some historians do consider the possibility of its significance, noting its symbolic presence in Henry's coat of arms, suggesting some basis in reality, and others point out the use of a hawthorn bush motif was already a tradition within the House of Lancaster, and Henry simply incorporated a crown into the existing symbol. Now on to the casualties. Virgil's account of them, 100 of Henry's men to 1,000 of Richard's, is viewed with more than a few raised eyebrows. It's likely exaggerated. Such a beatdown is rarely seen. Following the battle, the fallen were reportedly taken to St. James' Church in Dadlington for burial, and in a marked show of contempt, Richard's body was denied immediate burial. Instead, it was stripped, mounted across a horse, and displayed in public in Leicester to confirm his death. Initially, Richard was placed in the Church of the Annunciation of Our Lady of the Newark, a significant Lancastrian religious institution, and after 2 days he was moved to a modest tomb in the Greyfriars Church. The tomb was later demolished in 1538 during the dissolution of the monasteries, obscuring the tomb's location for centuries. But fast forward to the 12th of September 2012, a skeleton with spinal deformities and battle-related head injuries was unearthed under a car park in Leicester, suspected to be that of Richard III. This identification was confirmed beyond reasonable doubt on the 4th of February 2013, following DNA testing by Leicester University. Richard's remains were ceremonially reinterred in Leicester Cathedral on the 26th of March 2015, and his new tomb was unveiled the next day, correcting a historical oversight and providing a resting place befitting for a former King of England. Now, back to the old times. Henry swiftly moved to consolidate his reign, having Parliament reverse his attainder and invalidate Richard III's claim to the throne, albeit acknowledging Richard's reign in the official records of English history. The legitimacy of Edward IV's children, which had been nullified, was restored, reaffirming Elizabeth of York's status as a royal princess. However, Henry postponed his marriage to Elizabeth until after his coronation, ensuring that his claim to the throne was established firmly enough to eclipse any claim she might have through her Yorkist lineage. To solidify his authority further, Henry persuaded Parliament to retroactively date his reign to the day before the Battle of Bosworth. What did this do? Well, you see, it rendered all who opposed him on that battlefield that day legally traitors. Despite his harsh initial status, Henry later demonstrated a willingness to reconcile with former adversaries. But of course, they had to submit wholeheartedly to his rule. I suppose it's better than being executed. Now on to the Stanleys. What happened to them? Well, of course, they played a pivotal role in Bosworth, albeit they took their sweet time, but they were richly rewarded. William Stanley was made a chamberlain, and Lord Stanley was created Earl of Derby, receiving extensive lands and titles. Henry also restored the estates and titles of John de Vere, the Earl of Oxford, and made him Constable of the Tower and Admiral of England, Ireland, and Aquitaine. Jasper Tudor was elevated to the Duke of Bedford, reflecting Henry's inclination to reward loyalty and reinforce his political base through familial appointments. Henry's mother, Lady Margaret Beaufort, benefited significantly from her son's victory. Parliament declared her a female soul, allowing her to manage her own affairs independently of her husband, Lord Stanley. This status not only elevated her position, but it allowed her direct control over her extensive estates, enhancing her influence and independence. Despite this consolidation of power, Henry's rule was not without its challenges, of course. The first significant test came 2 years after Bosworth, with the rebellion led by Lambert Simnel, who claimed to be Edward Plantagenet, the Earl of Warwick. Supported by the Earl of Lincoln, a former Yorkist, this revolt culminated in the Battle of Stoke Field in 1487, where Henry's forces, commanded by Oxford and Bedford, decisively defeated the rebels. Well, this victory, however, did not completely end threats to Henry's reign, as the murder of the Earl of Northumberland in 1489 sparked further unrest. But if we're going to talk about all that, I suppose it requires another video. Thank you very much for watching. Did you enjoy it? I'm sure you did. I hope you did. If you're still here, I'm sure you did. Well, I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons. I know they enjoy it. It's Scott, Erin, James, Tim, Jeffrey, JC, Stark Factory, and Charles. Kievan Rus, a federation of East Slavic tribes in Europe from the 9th to the mid-13th century, was centered around Kiev and founded by the Varangian prince Rurik. This medieval state laid the groundwork for the modern Slavic nations, including Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. It was marked by the adoption of Christianity from the Byzantine Empire in the year 988 under Prince Vladimir the Great. Kievan Rus was a major trade hub also, especially between the Baltic and the Byzantine Empire, which helped in developing a rich cultural mix along with a strong political organization. But it couldn't last forever. The state eventually declined due to internal disputes and was devastated by the Mongol invasions in the 13th century, leading to the rise of regional powers such as the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Hello, welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back for more, it's great to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, links to Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, a like, a comment, and if you're inclined to do so, subscribe. Helps YouTube know that more people need to see the video. So, thank you in advance. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get on to our full history of Kievan Rus. Please make yourself relaxed. Before the rise of Kievan Rus in the 9th century, the lands north of the Black Sea were predominantly inhabited by Eastern Slavic tribes, alongside other groups. What is known as the Ilmen Slavs settled around Novgorod, with the Krivichi in nearby territories stretching across West Dwina, Dnieper, and the Volga rivers. The Finnic Chud tribe resided further north in the Lagoda and Karelia regions. Further toward the south, in the modern-day Kiev area, lived the Poliana, with the Drevliana and Severiane neighboring them on either side of the Dnieper. The Vyatichi were to the northeast, and beyond them lay lands transitioning from Slavic settled forests to the steppes of the nomadic herdsmen. The identity of the Rus, whether they were Varangians, Norsemen, or Slavs, has also been a subject of considerable debate, and will likely continue to be so for a great foreseeable future. Current scholarly focus has shifted from determining their exact origins to understanding the pace, and nature of the Norse assimilation into Slavic culture. This discussion, of course, is hampered by a scarcity of contemporary sources, and it leads researchers to rely simply on archaeological findings, descriptions by foreign writers, and later historical legends and literature. The debate isn't just academic, but it's intertwined with the foundation of myths of modern nations in the region, often colored by nationalist agendas. Now, during the Stalinist era, and I know we're jumping forward a little bit, but it's all relevant, Soviet historiography emphasized the Slavic origins of the Rus to counteract the German claims of a Germanic foundation of the Russian state. More recently, post-Soviet nationalism has influenced scholarly and political discourse, with some efforts to revise the narrative of the Rus' origins actually being supported by the state apparatus. This has led to the promotion of foundation myths that align with current national identities, even finding their way into educational materials like those in Russia. Such political involvement in historical interpretation gives us a complex relationship between history, identity, and state policy. And it just goes to show how the past can be reinterpreted to serve present-day objectives. Always be on the lookout for that one. Now, the question of the Rus origins, whether they were Norse traders and Vikings known as Varangians, or just Slavs, is another topic of debate, particularly against the backdrop of Russian and Ukrainian nationalist historiography. The debate is known as the Normanist versus anti-Normanist controversy, and it's centered around the interpretation of historical sources, linguistic evidence, and archaeological findings. Normanist theories draw heavily on the primary chronicle, a key 12th century source for East Slavic history, asserting that the Varangians, coming from Scandinavia, played a critical role in the formation of the Rus state. Anti-Normanists, of course, challenged this view, arguing that the Rus were Slavic in origin, predating Varangian influence. They point to the minimal presence of Scandinavian words in Russian, and the quick substitution of Scandinavian names with Slavic ones in historical records as evidence for their stance. Well, despite all the divergent views, there is significant evidence of the extensive Scandinavian settlement across Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia, alongside clear Slavic influences in the Swedish language. We really cannot deny them. This suggests a more complex interaction between the Slavic and Norse people, which ultimately led to a rapid assimilation of the Varangians into Slavic culture, should the Proto-Rus have been Norse. There is a broadly accepted view, at least outside the ultra-nationalist narratives, of this cultural integration, a transformation from Swedish to Slavic identity within a couple of centuries. This perspective is supported by descriptions from contemporary observers like Aman Abin Fadlan, Liutprand of Cremona, and Leo the Deacon, who provide external accounts of the Rus. Ibn Fadlan noted their distinctive physical appearance and attire. Liutprand associated the Rusi, as he called them, with the Norse, but based on physical characteristics rather than cultural or linguistic traits. And Leo the Deacon referred to the Rus as Scythians, observing their adoption of Greek rituals. All makes it a little bit more confusing, doesn't it? Well, the primary chronicle, as we mentioned before, offers a narrative that depicts the early interactions between the Varangians, Slavic, and Finnic tribes, and also the Khazars in the 9th century, outlining a foundational moment in the history of Eastern Europe. According to this account, Slavic and Finnic tribes initially paid tribute to the Varangians, until 862, when they decided to rebel, wanting to govern themselves independently. The subsequent appeal to the Varangians for a prince to bring order to their rich but chaotic lands led to the invitation of the Varangian Rus, including the brothers Rurik, Cineas, and Truvor, to rule over them. This tale, which scholars consider to be crafted by 12th century authors to justify the Rurikid dynasty's rule and the swift Varangian conquests, established Rurik as the progenitor of the Rurik dynasty, with Novgorod as his seat of power. Rurik's associates, Askold and Dir, embarked on a journey to Tsargrad, which was Constantinople in their tongue, stopping at Kiev, which was then under Khazar tribute, and establishing their dominion there. Their venture to Constantinople in the mid-860s marked the first recorded military encounter between the Rus and the Byzantine Empire. The surprise attack led by Askold and Dir resulted in significant devastation in the suburbs and nearby islands of Constantinople. Various accounts detail the destruction and the Rus' eventual retreat, attributed to either a storm, the emperor's return, or perhaps divine intervention following prayers to the Virgin Mary. This episode spurred the Byzantine Patriarch Photius to send missionaries to the north, aiming to convert the Rus and the Slavs, setting the stage for the Christianization of the region, which is a saga on its own. This narrative from the primary chronicle, while reflecting the historiographical traditions and political agendas of its time, shows the complexity of diplomacy, warfare, and the region's early interactions between the Varangians, the East Slavs, and the Byzantine Empire. Now, what about Rurik? Well, his leadership certainly did lay the groundwork for the expansion and consolidation of Rus territories, although it was a task continued by Prince Oleg after Rurik's death in the 9th century. Oleg's military expedition southward significantly extended Rus control, culminating in the capture of Kiev, which he declared mother of Rus cities. His actions not only established Kiev as a pivotal political center, but also shifted the focus of the Rus expansion and trade from Novgorod to Kiev, thereby securing key trade routes across Europe. Oleg's conquests of neighboring Slavic tribes and the imposition of tributes expanded the Kievan state's influence, directly challenging the Khazars' dominance in the region. His successful subjugation of tribes such as the Drevlians and the Sevarian marked a significant expansion of Rus control, and managed to secure very lucrative resources along with their trade routes. The expansion was, of course, strategic, aiming to monopolize the rich resources and trade routes that pass through Rus-controlled territories, and there were plenty of them. The prosperity of the Kievan state under Oleg's rule was significantly buoyed by its control over these major trade routes. Novgorod, positioned on the northern trade routes, linked the Baltic to the rich markets of Central Asia and the Middle East via the Volga and across the Caspian Sea. The southern route, from the Varangians to the Greeks, facilitated trade between the Baltic and Black Sea, and onwards to Byzantium, which was a crucial link for trade with the wider Mediterranean world. Kiev emerged as a crucial commercial hub, benefiting from its strategic location along the Dnieper and its connection to both east-west overland trade route with the Khazars in Central Europe, and possibly serving as a key node for Radhanite Jewish traders. This extensive network of trade routes enabled the flow of goods such as furs, beeswax, honey, and of course slaves, enriching the Rus state and funding its military expansions, architectural endeavors, and of course further urban development. The economic boom facilitated by these trade networks fostered a vibrant production of luxury goods and jewelry, catering to the demand for such items within and beyond the Rus territories. It's also likely led to the development of advanced financial practices, including credit and money lending systems, further strengthening the economic foundation of the Kievan state. Under Oleg's rule, the Rus established a formidable state that leveraged its strategic geographic position to dominate the trade routes of Eastern Europe, and laid the foundations in general for the prosperity and influence of the Kievan Rus in the region. The expansion of the Rus southwards in the late 9th century not only transformed the politics of Eastern Europe, but also upended a balance of power across the Pontic steppe and the Black Sea region. The period marked a shift from the dominance of the Khazars, who had facilitated trade and maintained peace, at least a relative peace, known as the Pax Khazarica, Pax being the Latin word for peace, by the way, to an era of increased conflict and realignment among regional powers, including the Rus, Byzantines, Magyars, which are the Hungarians, Pechenegs, and others. The Rus challenged the Khazar control over these key trade routes, aligning and then conflicting with the Khazars to secure their own strategic advantages. The rivalry was part of a broader shift caused by the westward migration of Turkic peoples, including the Magyars and Pechenegs, following the collapse of the Göktürk Khaganate. These migrations introduced new military pressures on the Khazars and disrupted traditional trade networks, contributing to regional instability. The Byzantine Empire, of course, was watching very closely and capitalized on this turmoil, strengthening its commercial and political ties first with the Khazars and later with the Rus and other steppe groups. The establishment of the theme of Kherson in Crimea aimed to protect Byzantine interests, serving both as a defense against raids and a diplomatic bridge to the steppe. The fortress at Sarkel, built with Byzantine assistance, exemplified efforts to maintain the Khazar buffer against incursions by the Rus and other nomadic groups. Oleg's campaigns in the lands of the lower Dnestr and Dnieper rivers around the year 890 show the ongoing contest for access to the Black Sea and its trade routes. The Byzantine manipulation of Magyar and Pecheneg movements against the Bulgarian Empire in 894 further shows this intricacy of the alliances and conflicts that were shaping the region in this time. The forced migration of the Magyars into the Hungarian plain opened the Black Sea to Rus expansion, marking a significant shift in the regional dynamic. The Rus raids into the Caspian Sea by the early 10th century, particularly the large-scale expedition in 913, signify a broadening scope of their ambitions, and also the decline of Khazar influence. As the century progressed, the Khazars' ability to command tribute and maintain alliances dwindled, with the Byzantines increasingly aligning with the Pechenegs against them. Relations between the Rus and the Pechenegs were characterized by alternating periods of peace and conflict, reflecting a fluid nature of steppe politics. The Pechenegs' strategic position between the Rus and Byzantine Empire made them pivotal in controlling access to trade routes, leading to a pragmatic, if uneasy, coexistence punctuated by bouts of sporadic warfare. The aftermath of the Rus raid on Constantinople in 860 catalyzed a significant shift in Byzantine diplomacy and religious outreach, leading to the mission of Cyril and Methodius to the Slavs. Sent by the Byzantine emperor at the request of Prince Rastislav of Moravia, the brothers aimed to evangelize the Slavic peoples, who at the time lacked a written language. Their creation of the Glagolitic alphabet, which later evolved into Cyrillic in the First Bulgarian Empire, and their standardization of Old Church Slavonic facilitated the translation of the Bible and the drafting of Slavic civil codes. This linguistic and cultural mission helped spread Byzantine influence throughout Slavic territories, including Kievan Rus, intertwining evangelical efforts with Byzantine foreign policy goals. By the time Oleg had seized Kiev, the Rus' interactions with the Byzantine Empire had grown increasingly complex, underpinning by a blend of commercial, cultural, and military dynamic. The Rus' economy was heavily reliant on trade with Byzantium, necessitating an annual journey by the princes of Kiev along the Dnieper to the Black Sea, bringing goods to trade in Constantinople. These expeditions were crucial not only for the wealth they generated through exchange of goods such as furs for silk, fabrics, spices, and wine, but also for maintaining the political and economic stature of Kievan Rus. Disputes between the Rus and Byzantines often escalated into military confrontations, as evidenced by the Rus' attacks on Constantinople in 907, interpreted by the primary chronicle as an attempt to secure trade access. While Byzantine records of this event is lacking, the subsequent treaties in 907 and 911 between the two powers show the military and diplomatic pressure applied by the Rus. These agreements afforded the Rus merchants quarters, supplies, and tax-free trading privileges in Constantinople, illustrating the leverage the Rus wielded over Byzantium due to the latter's reliance on their trade. The primary chronicle's recounting of Oleg's demise is steeped in quite a bit of mythology, with his death actually foretold by a sorcerer to be connected to a horse. Maybe you'll fall off the horse, or be eaten by a horse, who knows? Well, despite Oleg's efforts to avoid this fate by sequestering the horse, he ultimately met his end through a snake bite, said to emerge through the carcass of the horse. Okay. Well, obviously this narrative blends the themes of destiny and inevitability of fate, which is common in historical myths, but I don't think we can really take it as historical gospel. Perhaps it is, but it certainly sounds a little far-fetched. Now, following Oleg, Prince Igor ascends to the rule, leading Kievan Rus into a period of relative peace, after the initial conflicts, of course, marking the continuation of the Rus leadership's lineage and their engagements with neighboring peoples. The year 941 saw Igor spearheading a significant Rus military expedition against Constantinople, driven by disputes likely tied to trading privileges. The timing of this assault, conducted with a formidable navy and Pecheneг allies, exploited the Byzantine Empire's preoccupations elsewhere, allowing the Rus to inflict considerable damage along the Bosphorus Asiatic shores. The Byzantine response, utilizing Greek fire against the Rus fleet, showcased the empire's ingenuity and military capability, significantly diminishing the Rus' military and naval strength and curtailing their advance. And it was overall a shift in the dynamics since the 911 treaty with Byzantium. Igor's subsequent attempts to get his revenge, involved rallying a vast force comprising Slavic and Pecheneг allies, alongside Varangian reinforcements. However, the 944 campaigns against the Byzantines culminated not in further conflict, but rather a negotiated peace, with the Byzantines securing terms more favorable than in the past. This treaty, emphasizing trade regulations and merchant conduct, shows Byzantium's diplomatic acumen in mitigating the threat posed by a potential Rus-Pecheneг-Bulgarian alliance. Now, regarding Igor's reign, from his succession to the campaigns against Constantinople and the ensuing treaty, it shows the evolving power dynamic between Kievan Rus and the Byzantine Empire. It shows the importance of trade and diplomacy in medieval statecraft, as well as the shifting balance of power that characterized interaction between emerging states and established powers. I mean, it's pretty hard to go up against Byzantium, but of course, that depends on the time period. Well, after Igor's death in 945, Olga assumed regency over Kievan Rus, steering the state until her son, Sviatoslav, could take the throne around 963. Sviatoslav's rule heralded a period of remarkable territorial expansion for the Rus, notably through conquest of the Khazars in the Pontic steppe and his own ventures into the Balkans. This era of expansion under Sviatoslav significantly altered the politics of Eastern Europe, and it was the moment that Kievan Rus became a formidable power by anyone's definition. Sviatoslav's decision to relocate the capital to Pereyaslawets on the Danube in 969 showed his ambition and a shift towards the Balkans and Byzantine Empire. However, his reign, while notable for its military achievements, was also marked by a steadfast adherence to pagan traditions, setting him apart from his Christianized mother, Olga. This divergence in religious paths between mother and son, it highlights a bit of a transitional nature of the Kievan Rus during this period, which was pretty much always a kingdom that was caught between its pagan roots and this emerging influence of Christianity, a veritable seesaw of theologians. Sviatoslav's untimely death in an ambush in 972 abruptly ended his expansionist projects. His conquests, as vast as they were, lacked the administrative framework needed to sustain a unified empire. It was all brawn, no brains, I'm afraid. And his oversight in securing a stable succession precipitated a destructive struggle among his sons. This internal discord, culminating in the death of two of Sviatoslav's three sons, fractured the unity of the Kievan Rus, and once again shows the fragility of the state amidst its own territorial expansion. The aftermath of Sviatoslav's rule illustrates the challenges of consolidating conquests into a lasting political structure, and the critical importance of stable succession mechanisms. If only people would learn, write a proper will. Now, the fratricidal conflict among his heirs didn't only just weaken Kievan Rus internally, but it diminished its standing and influence externally. People were beginning to talk, and of course this set the stage for even more political and territorial fragmentation. The snowball was beginning to roll down the hill. The emergence of the title Grand Duke within Kievan Rus is not precisely documented, yet it's recognized that the importance of Kiev Principality surged following Sviatoslav I's demise in 972. The intense struggle for power between Vladimir the Great and Yaropolk I showed once again Kiev's dominance, which persisted for another 2 centuries. The Grand Duke of Kiev wielded control over the territories around the city, with his relatives ruling over other cities and paying tribute, marking a period of consolidation and centralization of power within Kievan Rus. Which brings us to Vladimir the Great, whose ascent to power was dramatic. Fleeing to Scandinavia after his father's death, Vladimir garnered support from his uncle, Earl Hakon Sigurdsson of Norway, and returned with a formidable Viking force to reclaim Novgorod and Kiev from his half-brother, Yaropolk. This saga of exile, alliance, and conquest shows a volatile landscape of the time, and the vital role of martial prowess and strategic alliance. The Christianization of Kievan Rus, a pivotal moment in its history, was a gradual process and just as complicated, influenced by earlier religious developments in the region and diplomatic maneuvers. Despite the significant role played by Vladimir in adopting Christianity from Byzantium, the path towards Christianization had much earlier roots. From the 1st century Christianization of Greeks in the Black Sea colonies to the influence of Arian Christianity among the Goths, the region had a multifaceted religious history. Notably, several Kievan princes and princesses, such as Oler of Kiev, had embraced Christianity, indicating a gradual inclination towards the faith prior to Vladimir's formal adoption. Vladimir's decision to convert to Eastern Christianity, after dispatching emissaries to explore various faiths, was influenced significantly by the splendor and rituals that he observed in Constantinople. His marriage to Princess Anna of Byzantium further solidified the adoption of Christianity, strategically enhancing his relations with Byzantium and ensuring Kiev's access to crucial trade routes. The introduction of Cyrillic liturgy in Greek translations and into the religious and cultural life of Kievan Rus facilitated widespread conversion and integrated them into the broader Eastern Christian tradition. This transformative period in Kievan Rus under Vladimir's reign not only aligned it with the Byzantine world, but it also laid the foundational stones for its religious, cultural, and political future. The adoption of Eastern Orthodoxy had profound long-term effects, shaping the region's identity and historical trajectory well beyond the Great Schism of 1054. Yaroslav the Wise, ascending from the position of Prince of Novgorod, faced familial contention for control over Kievan Rus after the death of his father Vladimir the Great in 1015. His ascent to power was not without challenge, however. It was only in 1019 that he managed to secure Kiev, and took until 1036 for him to have undisputed rule over the entirety of Kievan Rus. Yaroslav's tenure was marked by a strategic focus on enhancing diplomatic relations and aligning Kievan Rus with the broader European politics, notably through matrimonial alliances. His efforts to bind his lineage with the ruling houses of Europe, marrying off his progeny to the royalty of Poland, France, Hungary, and Norway, and his granddaughter Eupraxia to Henry IV of the Holy Roman Empire, were aimed at bolstering the prestige and influence of Kievan Rus on the European stage. His domestic policies were equally transformative. He is credited with promulgating the first East Slavic law code, the Ruskaya Pravda, laying foundational legal principles that would govern the social and economic parts of the Kievan Rus. His patronage extended to the ecclesiastical domain as well, with the construction of the St. Sophia cathedrals in Kiev and Novgorod standing as monumental endorsements of Christianity, reflecting the spiritual and cultural flourishings under his reign. These architectural masterpieces were not only religious centers, but also symbols of the state's authority and its deepening Christian identity. Moreover, Yaroslav's contributions to education and monasticism, including the development of the Kiev-Pechersk Lavra by his sons, underscore his commitment to fostering a literate and morally guided society. His reputed establishment of a school system further highlights the value he placed on learning and the dissemination of knowledge, advancing the intellectual capital of the Kievan Rus for years to come. Thus, his legacy is that of a ruler who adeptly navigated the challenges of his times, steering Kievan Rus towards greater internal cohesion, religious and cultural advancement, and an elevated status within the medieval European order. These succession dynamics within Kievan Rus, followed by establishment by Rurik's lineage, presented a complex and often disputed process that played a significant role in the state's gradual fragmentation. The mechanisms for transferring royal power among the Rurikid rulers still remain somewhat ambitious, with scholars divided over the existence or nature of any standardized succession system. Now, some have highlighted the uncertainty surrounding the actual practice, but others in our modern scholarship suggest the utilization of a rota system. Now, this system purportedly allowed princely succession to move among family members, including from elder to younger brother, from uncle to nephew, and of course from father to son. Typically, junior dynasty members would ascend through the ranks by initially governing less significant districts, progressing to more affluent principalities once they had a little bit more experience, and ultimately vying for control over Kiev, which was the most coveted throne. However, the lack of a clear and effective succession system, particularly after the reign of Yaroslav the Wise, 1019 to 1054, is cited as a catalyst for the Kievan Rus's incremental destruction. The absence of structured inheritance rules led to pervasive family conflicts and fostered an overall environment ripe for rivalry and contention. The period saw the frequent use of familicide as a means to usurp power, a tactic that became especially prevalent among Yaroslav the Wise descendants, the Yaroslavici. The succession to Vladimir II, monarch, as the Grand Prince of Kiev, which seemingly bypassed the established rota system, ignited significant disputes among various princely factions, including the Olegovichi from Chernigov, the Monomarchs from Pereyaslav, and the Izyaslavichi from Turov and Volhynia, and the Polotsk princes. The challenges of succession exacerbated existing divisions within the royal family and weakened the central authority of the Grand Prince of Kiev. Growing influence of regional clans further eroded the unity and strength of the Kievan state, setting the stage for its fragmentation into a patchwork of semi-autonomous principalities. The web of conflicts and alliances among the principalities of Kievan Rus in the 11th and 12th century show the challenges that beset the state. The competition for power was not only internal, among the descendants of Yaroslav the Wise, but also involved external threats. For example, the invasion of the Cumans, which dealt a significant blow to the Rus forces at the Battle of the Alta River in 1068. The aftermath saw the Grand Prince Izyaslav seeking assistance from Poland, marking a period of heightened instability and incessant warfare. The discord culminated in the Council of Lübeck in 1097, convened by Vladimir II, monarch, near Chernigov. The council aimed to reconcile the conflicting factions, but the peace was short-lived. By 1130, the descendants of Veseslav the Seer were exiled by Mstislav the Great, highlighting enduring power struggles notably against the Olegovichi and the Rostislavichi, with Vsevolod II's accession to Grand Prince of Kiev exemplifying the turbulent power dynamic. On to the decline of Constantinople, a pivotal trading partner, which severely impacted Kievan Rus as well. The trade route from the Varangians to the Greeks, crucial for the movement of goods and the prosperity of Kievan Rus, lost its significance as the Byzantine Empire waned and Western Europe established alternate trade routes. Now Mstislav the Great was the last ruler to maintain a semblance of unity, arguably, within the Kievan Rus. His death in 1132 heralded a period of decline, and Kiev actually got sacked in 1169 by Andrei Bogolyubsky of Vladimir, symbolizing the fragmentation of the state to its worst stage. The end of the 12th century saw the proper disintegration of Kievan Rus into this mosaic of different little principalities. But it wasn't quite fragmented enough. The Crusades, in 1204, further isolated Kievan Rus, especially after the Fourth Crusade's sack of Constantinople in 1204, rendering the Dnieper trade route completely obsolete. Meanwhile, the Northern Crusades threatened the Baltics, encroaching on Novgorod's territories. But Novgorod, by contrast, flourished by controlling trade from the Volga to the Baltic, gradually gaining independence from Kievan rule. By 1136, it had effectively become a self-governing republic, expanding its mercantile influence to the west and the north. Now in the west, the unification of Halych and Volhynia under Prince Roman Mstislavic in 1199, and the subsequent reign of his son Danilo, who sought support from the West and accepted a crown from the papacy, marked the continuing evolution of the former territories of Kievan Rus. Until, of course, the Mongol invasion, which significantly reshaped everything. The Kuman's flight into Rus territories due to the Mongol onslaught was a precursor to the widespread devastation that would soon follow. The Mongol invasion not only decimated the population through slaughter and enslavement, but also dismantled the region's economy, devastating its urban centers and agricultural production. But the disintegration of Kievan Rus paved the way for new political entities. The Principality of Galicia-Volhynia emerged in the southwest, finally falling under the influence of the Gediminids and becoming a part of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. This entity, which would later expand to include Ruthenia and Samogithia, heavily drew upon Rus's cultural and legal traditions, demonstrating the lasting influence of Kievan Rus on the region. And in the northeast, the Vladimir Suzdal Principality, and eventually Moscow, began to rise as significant centers of power, gradually absorbing the traditions of Kievan Rus and leading to the formation of a distinct Russian state. The Novgorod and Sukhov federal republics, with their less autocratic structures, remained somewhat independent until their incorporation into the expanding Grand Duchy of Moscow. And if you want to learn about the Grand Duchy of Moscow, I suppose you're just going to have to wait for the video on it. The history of the Knights Hospitaller traces back to the early years of the Order of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem, also known as the Knights Hospitaller until 1309. Formed in the 11th century, the Hospitallers played a significant role in the Kingdom of Jerusalem during the Crusades, alongside other military orders, for example the Knights Templar and the Teutonic Knights. While initially focused on providing care for pilgrims, the Hospitallers evolved to become a formidable military force dedicated to safeguarding pilgrim routes. Led by figures like Gerard and Raymond de Puy, they earned recognition from the Pope in 1113 and became known for their distinctive white cross. Their history, chronicled in Latin sources and later accounts by historians like William of Tyre and Joseph de la Ville-Leroux, remains intertwined with the broader narrative of the Crusades in the Holy Land. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to have you. If you're returning, it's good to see you again. Thanks for coming back. If you'd like to support the channel, I've opened a Patreon, where all videos are available ad-free. This helps me keep the channel going. Other than that, if you want to bump me up in the algorithm, a like, comment, and subscribe does wonders for my exposure on this platform. Otherwise, please relax and enjoy the video. Today's topic is a history of the Knights Hospitallers in the Crusades. I hope you can enjoy it. Without further ado, let's begin. Raymond de Puy, 1083 to 1160, was a French knight who succeeded Gerard as the second Grand Master of the Order, serving from around 1122 or 1123 until 1160. Little is known about Raymond's role in the Order before his assumption of the magisterium. His first official act was recorded on the 9th of December, 1124. During his early years as Grand Master, the order focused primarily on its social mission. Raymond divided the members of the order into clerical, military, and serving brothers, and established the first significant hospitaller infirmary near the Church of the Hospital, rather Holy Sepulchre, in Jerusalem. He also engaged in the order's business affairs, which were mainly conducted in Spain at the time. Raymond is credited with giving the Hospitallers its first statutes, which are believed to have been composed around 1130. The rule of the Hospitaller predates 1153, as it was approved by Pope Eugene III after 1145, but before 1153, more specifically the 7th of July, before his death. Now this marked the official establishment of the Hospitaller as a proper order, just like the Teutonic Knights and the Knights Templar. From 1135 to 54, the order enjoyed an exemption from local religious authorities. Additionally, Raymond introduced the order's Great Seal, which was in use from the 12th century all the way until 1798. This seal depicted the Grand Master kneeling in prayer before the patriarchal cross on the obverse, accompanied by sacred letters Alpha and Omega, symbolizing the second coming of Christ. Now, back to Raymond du Bois. Raymond du Bois is depicted in several paintings housed in the Salle des Crusades, which is the Hall of Crusades, in the Château de Versailles in France. Alexandre Lamelin's full-length portrait of Raymond du Bois is displayed in the third room of the hall, and is quite a sight to see. Additionally, two battle scenes featuring Raymond du Bois in military action in Syria around 1130 are depicted in the following room. These paintings highlight Raymond's significant role as Grand Master of the Hospitallers during the Crusades. The First Crusade concluded with the capture of Jerusalem in 1099, but it took until 1104 to fully secure the city of Acre. During the early years of the Crusader presence in Acre, the Hospitallers received donated properties in the region. Baldwin I of Jerusalem granted permission for the construction of a commandery north of the Sainte Croix Church in 1110. However, in 1130, the Hospitallers decided to relocate near the north wall of the city due to damages sustained during work at the church. This new location became the Hospitaller Commandery of Saint John d'Acre. The Hospitallers received their first castle, Goliath, from Pons of Tripoli in 1127, which remained in their possession until seized by the Ayyubids in 1207. By 1149, the commandery of the Hospitallers in Acre was described as a very impressive fortified building by many of the pilgrims who came across it. In 1143, Celestine II granted the Hospitallers jurisdiction over Santa Maria Alemana, a hospital established in 1128 to accommodate German pilgrims and other crusaders. While formerly under the jurisdiction of the Hospitallers, the Pope decreed that the prior and brothers of the Domus Theonoricum, the House of the Germans, should always be Germans themselves. This tradition laid the groundwork for the formation of the Teutonic Order in 1190. But that's for another video. Raymond also took over the management of the leprosarium outside Jerusalem, which later became the Order of St. Lazarus, with Raymond serving as its 7th Grand Master just before his death. A conflict arose between Raymond and Fulk of Angoulême, the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, around 1156. The Patriarch accused the Hospitallers of various religious infractions and personal affronts, including competing with the Holy Sepulchre by the beauty and height of their buildings. Sounds like jealousy to me. The conflict escalated when the Hospitallers invaded the Holy Sepulchre with an armed force in response to the Patriarch's complaints. Fulk sought redress from Pope Adrian IV, asking for the withdrawal of a papal bull confirming the prerogatives of the order. Fulk then led a contingent to Rome in 1155, but the case resulted in endless debates, and no satisfaction for Fulk upon his return to Jerusalem later that year. Quite a waste of time, and a wasted trip. Under the leadership of Raymond de Bois, the Knights Hospitalier first transitioned towards their more military role. Of course, they were around before Raymond de Bois was, but the world was changing, and so was their role within it. An act dated 17th of January 1126 marks the first reference to a constable of the Hospitallers named Durand, who held military responsibilities. Now, while it is unclear if Durand was a member of the order or simply hired by the hospital, this development predated the formation of the Templars by 2 years. However, the rising influence of the Templars also contributed to the Hospitallers' increased military focus. Depictions from the 19th century in the Salles de Croisades depict Raymond in battle as early as 1130. Can't argue with that. The Hospitallers' assumption of a more military role is exemplified by their involvement in the construction and operation of the Crusader castle at Bethgeblain. Built by Fulk of Jerusalem in 1135 to fortify the kingdom, the castle was donated to the Hospitallers in 1136. Following the example of the Knights Templar, Raymond instituted protections for pilgrims by providing security for their travels to the holy places. Additionally, Raymond hired knights and men-at-arms as mercenaries and participated, through intermediaries, in the defense of the kingdom. By 1154, a category of brother priests was granted by Pope Anastasius IV, and although physicians didn't appear among the order's medical personnel until the statutes of 1184, the military aspect was formalized earlier with the recognition of brothers in arms since 1160. Consequently, the order had become legally a religious military order. Beginning in 1137, the order actively participated in wars waged by the Kingdom of Jerusalem against its enemies, who regularly attacked, and from all sides. Ascalon, due to its strategic location on the seashore en route to Egypt, posed a constant threat to the Christians, leading to continuous incursions into the southern part of the kingdom. On the advice of Fulk, the Franks decided to fortify the position of Hisn ibn Akar, which belonged to the Hospitallers and was situated east of Ascalon. This task of fortification, directed with urgency by the Latin Patriarch William of Milanese, was entrusted to the Hospitallers especially, positioning them at the forefront of defense against the Egyptians. During the Second Crusade of 1147, the Hospitallers had become a significant force in the kingdom, and the political importance of the Grand Master had risen considerably. At the Council of Acre in June 1148, Raymond de Bois was among the leaders who decided to undertake the siege of Damascus. Despite the disastrous outcome of this siege, the blame was primarily placed on the Templars rather than the Hospitallers. I'm sure Raymond de Bois was very relieved when he heard that. In the Holy Land, the influence of the Hospitallers continued to grow, with Raymond's governance playing a decisive role in many military operations. Well, after the failure of the Second Crusade, attention shifted back to the fortress at Ascalon, which at that time was held by the Fatimids, just one of the many enemies. Amidst the siege of Ascalon in 1153, a truce was called to allow each side to bury their dead. Despite facing numerous setbacks, including a serious defeat suffered by the Templars, Baldwin III of Jerusalem was persuaded by Raymond and the Latin Patriarch Fulk to continue the siege. Renewed efforts led to capitulation of the besieged Muslims on the 19th of August 1153, with the city evacuated the following day. In 1156, Nur ad-Din and his brother Nasr ad-Din routed a force of Hospitallers near their stronghold at Khalet el-Markab near Banyas. By the way, I'll do my best with any Arabic pronunciations. My French is probably embarrassing too. Following a broken peace treaty by Baldwin III in February 1157, Humphrey II of Turon, master of Banyas, sought the aid of the Hospitallers to face the Zengids. Despite their participation, they suffered a defeat near Ras El Ma on April 24th, leading to the conquest of Banyas on the 10th of May 1157. However, they did manage to defend the castle, which Baldwin III resupplied to maintain a strong garrison there. In a subsequent encounter at Jacob's Ford on the 19th of June, the king was routed, but he managed to retreat to Safed and then to Acre. Nur ad-Din abandoned his attack on Banias and returned to Aleppo, Syria, fearing an assault by Kilij Arslan II. Humphrey later sold Banias and the castle to the Hospitallers. Under the leadership of Raymond de Bois, the Knights Hospitaller received significant support and resources to defend the Holy Land against the encroaching Muslim forces. Raymond's tenure saw a surge in donations to the order, particularly from the county of Tripoli, which managed to bolster their financial capabilities. Moreover, Raymond's magisterium marked the acquisition of the Hospitallers' first Crusader castles, solidifying their military presence in the region. Of course, once you're in a castle, once anybody is in a castle, it's very hard to get them out of the castle. In addition to material support, the Hospitallers secured numerous privileges and exemptions from the papacy, granting the order independence and freedom from the authority of diocesan officials, much to the officials' chagrin. These privileges provided the Hospitallers with the financial resources and autonomy necessary to effectively carry out their mission. Among the most notable strongholds established during Raymond's leadership were the Crac des Chevaliers, a formidable fortress in the Levant, occupied by the Hospitallers from 1142 to 1271. Also Margat on the Syrian coast, another significant stronghold held from 1186 to 1285, 1 year off the century. Bad luck. These fortifications played a crucial role in the Hospitallers' defense of the Holy Land and served as symbols of their military power, but also dedication to the cause. Now, Raymond de Bois' death around 1160 marked the end of an era for the Knights Hospitaller. He was succeeded by Auger de Balben, who served as Grand Master for a brief period until he disappeared in 1162. No one knows where he went. Following Auger de Balben's disappearance, Gilbert of Asselé, a French knight, assumed the position of Grand Master in 1162. Under his leadership, the Knights Hospitaller underwent significant militarization, acquiring territories in the county of Tripoli and the Principality of Antioch. Gilbert played a key role in securing regal rights for the order, granting them military privileges above common law and effectively establishing a form of quasi-sovereignty. One of Gilbert's notable actions was his involvement in the Crusader invasion of Egypt, where he encouraged Almeric of Jerusalem to declare war on Egypt and expand the kingdom's territories. However, the campaign faced a significant defeat at the Battle of Harim in 1164, resulting in the capture of Raymond III of Tripoli and the loss of the city of Banias to Nur ad-Din. In 1167, Gilbert participated in another campaign against Egypt, but the Crusaders were defeated again at the Battle of Al-Babin. Despite all of the setbacks, Gilbert's leadership marked a period of military expansion and strategic engagement for the Knights Hospitaller, solidifying their role in the defense of the Holy Land and their pursuit of territorial gains. Gilbert's fervent belief in the conquest of Egypt led to his active involvement in several military campaigns aimed at securing territory in the region. In October 1168, he provided significant military support to Amalric's campaign, offering 1,000 knights and Turcopoliers in exchange for Bilbais and the surrounding territories. And they had some initial success, including the seizure of Bilbais. But the campaign once again ultimately failed, mainly due to how hard the resistance was from the Egyptians, and the formation of a new alliance against the Crusaders. Following the failure of the campaign, Amalric sought assistance from other Western powers, sending an embassy that included the Grand Commander of the Hospitallers, Guy de Moni, to plead for support. Despite their efforts, the embassy returned empty-handed after 2 years of very fruitless negotiations. In the fall of 1169, Amalric launched another campaign against Egypt, with the assistance of the Emperor and the Hospitallers. However, this expedition also ended in failure, resulting in widespread blame being directed towards Gilbert for the Order's misfortunes. Gotta blame somebody. May as well be him. He was accused of neglecting the Hospitallers' charitable mission and basically ruining the whole order. Well, the writing was on the wall for Gilbert, and he resigned from his position as Grand Master, only to reconsider this later. Gilbert's resignation, of course, marked a period of instability within the Order's leadership, with Gaston de Merolles serving a brief but pretty unremarkable term as his successor. However, the internal conflicts continued to persist, highlighting the challenges faced by Hospitallers during this turbulent period. In 1171, Jobert of Syria succeeded Gilbert as the Grand Master, and played a crucial role in securing the release of Raymond III of Tripoli, who had, aforementioned, been captured by Nur ad-Din in 1164. I'm sure he was having a great time in the prison. Oof. Jobert's tenure also saw further military engagements, including participation in campaigns against Saladin, the Sultan of Egypt, and his forces in Homs. Overall, Gilbert's ambitious military endeavors and subsequent resignation underscored the many complexities of the Hospitallers' role in the Crusades, and the challenges they faced in balancing their military duties with their charitable duties. Of course, it would get to the point where people were a little bit confused as to what the actual mission was. Were they there to fight wars? Were they there to protect pilgrims? Perhaps the Hospitallers themselves did not know either. Well, Roger de Molins assumed the position of Grand Master of the Knights Hospitaller following the death of Jobert in 1177. During Roger's leadership, the Hospitallers emerged as one of the most formidable military organizations in the Kingdom of Jerusalem. This marked an even deeper departure from their original mission of providing medical care. One of Roger's early actions was to encourage Baldwin IV of Jerusalem to continue the vigorous prosecution of the war against Saladin. In November 1177, Roger himself participated in the pivotal Battle of Montecassard, where the forces of the Kingdom of Jerusalem achieved a significant victory against the Ayyubids. Indeed, the Battle of Montecassard is perhaps one of the most famous battles of the Crusades. Video on that very, very soon. I promise. I know the list is long, but I will get there. Well, however, the military focus of the Hospitallers under Roger's leadership prompted Pope Alexander III to kind of pull the reins on them and remind them of their original charitable mission. Stay in your lane, basically. Between 1178 and 1180, the Pope issued a bull calling the Hospitallers back to the observance of the rule established by Raymond de Puy. The bull forbade Hospitallers from taking up arms unless they were attacked, and emphasized their function and the importance of caring for the sick and impoverished. Well, back to their original job, it seems. In 1184, Roger embarked on a tour of Europe alongside Arnold of Touraja, the successor of the Templar Grand Master Odo de Saint-Amand, that's the Knights Templar, and Latin Patriarch Heraclius. Their purpose was to appeal to Pope Lucius III to rally support for a new crusade. However, the death of Baldwin V in Jerusalem in August of 1186 brought about a bit of a succession crisis, with Roger opposing the ascension of Sibylla of Jerusalem and Guy of Lusignan to the throne. Initially, Roger even refused to hand over his key to the royal treasury upon their coronation in 1186, putting him at odds with prominent figures such as Reynald de Chatillon and Grand Templar Master Gerard de Ridefort. At the end of 1186, a pretty eventful year for everybody, it seems, Reynald de Chatillon defied the truce with Saladin by capturing a caravan traveling from Cairo to Damascus, which included the sister of the emir. In response to this provocation, the barons gathered in Jerusalem under the leadership of Guy de Lusignan on the 27th of March, 1187, demanding a reconciliation between Lusignan and Raymond III of Tripoli. Roger de Molon, Gerard de Ridefort, Archbishop Josias, Balian of Ibelin, and Renard Grenier were appointed to negotiate with Raymond III in Tiberias. However, their diplomatic efforts were thwarted when they unexpectedly encountered Muslim troops, leading to the ill-fated Battle of Cresson against Saladin on the 1st of May 1187. And it was a critical battle. After all, Roger de Moulins was killed. Somebody stabbed him with a big spear. Rest in peace, Roger. Well, following Roger's death, William Borel assumed the role of Grand Master ad interim. Borel had previously served as Grand Commander for a brief period in 1187. He then appointed Armengol de Aspa as his successor as Grand Commander. On the 12th of July, 1187, Saladin laid siege to Tiberias and successfully captured the city. Despite the advice of Hospitaller commands, Guy de Lusignan, influenced by the Templars led by Gerard de Riedfort, decided to attempt to rescue the city. This led to the Battle of Hattin on the 4th of July, where an army led by Raymond III of Tripoli was surprised by Saladin's forces. Well, it did not go well for them. The Templars and the Hospitallers were unable to withstand the attack, and the battle ended in a devastating defeat for the Crusaders. Many of the captured Hospitallers and Templars, including William Borel, were subsequently put to death by Saladin, with only Gerard de Riedfort spared. Lucky for him. Hospitaller Knight Nicasius of Sicily, later revered as a martyr, was one of the more notable casualties. The captured nobles, including the king, were taken to Damascus and held for ransom. Reynald de Chatillon, however, was beheaded, and he was beheaded by Saladin himself. Saladin wanted to do the deed as retribution for Reynald's numerous offenses. After the death of William Borel, Armengol de Aspa assumed the position of Grand Master. The Muslim victory at Hattin also allowed Saladin to advance towards Jerusalem, arriving at the city on the 17th of December 1187, and commencing the siege of Jerusalem 3 days later. Defending the city were a few knights and a small garrison of Hospitallers and Templars, under the command of Balian of Ibelin, who was the highest-ranking lord at the city at the time. On the 2nd of October, 1187, Jerusalem capitulated, and the Christians were permitted to evacuate the city in exchange for a ransom. The evacuation occurred in 3 groups, with the Templars leading the first, followed by the Hospitallers, and the Latin Patriarch of Heraclius of Jerusalem and Balian of Ibelin leading the last. They were escorted to the borders of the county of Tripoli, while 10 friars of the order remained in Jerusalem to attend the wounded and the sick. And there were plenty of them. Despite the loss at Jerusalem, the Franks remained under attack at the siege of Tyre. Saladin personally reinforced and supported his troops during the siege, which commenced on the 11th of November, 1187. Armengol de Aspa led the Hospitallers in defense of Tyre alongside the Templars. By the beginning of 1188, the Franks had lost control of Judea, Samaria, and Galilee, but they did manage to retain Tyre, albeit holding on by a thread. The formidable castle at Margat, remember that one, was too difficult rather, to assault. So Saladin simply shrugged his shoulders and didn't bother with it. The game was simply not worth the candle, and the people inside weren't going to be causing much damage, all holed up in their stone fortress. Meanwhile, the Hospitallers had been defending Belvoir Castle since August 1187. On the 2nd of January 1188, they abandoned the fortress and launched a successful attack on the Muslim forces besieging it. This attack resulted in the death of Saladin's general in charge, Saif al-Din Mahmud, and the capture of a significant cache of arms. However, to the east, beyond the Jordan River, Al-Adil I, Saladin's brother, launched an attack on the castles of Crac des Chevaliers and Montreal, both of which surrendered due to lack of supplies by the end of September 1188. Additionally, the siege of Safed concluded with the capitulation of the castle belonging to the Templars on November 30. The Hospitallers continued to resist at Belvoir Castle until the 3rd of January 1189, when they were forced to surrender due to famine. In late 1189, Armengol de Aspa stepped down from his position as Grand Master, leading to a temporary void in leadership until Garnier of Nablus was elected as his successor in 1190. Garnier had been severely wounded at the Battle of Hattin in 1187, but managed to make his way to Ascalon, where he recovered from his injuries. During this period, he awaited the departure of Richard I of England for the Third Crusade in Paris. Garnier arrived in Messina on the 23rd of September, where he met with noble figures such as Philippe Auguste and Robert IV de Sablé, who would soon become the Grand Master of the Templars. Among the Hospitallers accompanying Garnier was the Italian Ugo Canefri. Departing Messina on the 10th of April 1191, Garnier sailed with Richard's fleet and anchored at the point of Lemesos on the 1st of May. Despite Garnier's efforts at mediation, Richard subdued the island on the 11th of May. Setting sail once more on the 5th of June, they arrived at Acre, which had been under Ayyubid control since 1187. In Acre they found Philippe Auguste leading the siege, a 2-year-long attempt to dislodge the Ayyubids. The besiegers eventually prevailed, and on the 12th of July 1191, the Muslim defenders capitulated. On the 22nd of August 1191, Richard travelled south to Arsuf, with the Templars forming the vanguard and the Hospitallers positioned at the rear guard. Accompanied by an elite force prepared to intervene as needed, Richard encountered heavy pressure from the Muslims at the beginning of the Battle of Arsuf on September 7th. Garnier's knights,
situated at the rear of the military column, faced intense attacks. Garnier rode forward to pursue Richard to initiate an attack, but Richard initially refused. Eventually, Garnier and another knight charged forward, leading the rest of the Hospitaller force into battle. Despite disobeying Richard's orders, Garnier's actions contributed significantly to the victory, and Richard ultimately signaled for a full charge, breaking the enemy's ranks. The Franks were a Germanic tribe that emerged during the late Antiquity period and became a dominant power in Western Europe. Initially settling in the Roman province of Gaul, roughly modern-day France and some parts of Germany, they established a series of kingdoms under the Merovingian dynasty in the 5th century. The Franks are particularly noted for their conversion to Christianity under King Clovis I, which allied them with the Roman Church and distinguished them from other Germanic groups. Under the later Carolingian dynasty, which succeeded the Merovingians, the Franks reached their zenith with the reign of Charlemagne, who was crowned emperor in the year 800, symbolically reviving the Western Roman Empire. If you want to learn about them, then you've come to the right place. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. If you're coming back, it's good to have you with me again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description and comments. Otherwise, liking the video helps YouTube know that you're enjoying it, and then they'll let other people know as well. So, thank you in advance. Now, let's get on with our video for today. A history of the Franks. Now, first of all, where did the Franks come from? Well, once more, we walk the thin line between history and mythology. The mythological origins of the Franks are detailed in several early medieval sources, which provide fascinating but largely fictional accounts of the tribe's ancestry. According to the History of the Franks by Gregory of Tours, a historian from the 6th century, the Franks may have originated from Pannonia, settling initially along the Rhine River before moving through Thuringia and establishing a ruling class in the regions they conquered. There is, however, a more fantastical tale that appears in the Chronicle of Fredegar around the 7th century, which claims that the Franks were actually descendants of Trojans, linking them to the ancient epic heroes of Virgil's writings. Fredegar narrates that after the fall of Troy, the Franks, under leaders such as Frigga and Francio, journeyed from Asia to Macedonia, and eventually to the banks of the Rhine, where they purportedly attempted to rebuild a new Troy. Well, it's a nice story. The Liber Historiae Francorum, another key source from the 8th century, echoes this Trojan lineage by suggesting that the Franks, under leaders like Priam and Antenor, migrated from Troy to Pannonia, and then to the region near the Sea of Azov. This text adds that after aiding the Romans in military campaigns, the group was dubbed the Franks, a name that implied fierceness in battle. Well, of course, modern observers critique these accounts, noting that they reveal the Franks' lack of a unified heritage, or ancient noble lineage, compared to other contemporaneous groups. This absence likely drove to the creation of these grandiose legends, aiming to construct a prestigious origin story for a relatively young confederation of tribes. Of course, historical revisionism is more or less as old as history itself. The early mentions of the Franks in historical sources show their interactions with the Roman Empire, highlighting both cooperative and hostile engagements. The Panegyrici Latini, along with writers like Ammianus Marcellinus, Claudian Zosimus, and particularly Gregory of Tours, provide fragmented but valuable insights into the movements and cultural backdrop of the Frankish tribes. From these accounts, we can summarize that the Franks first emerged in the historical record in the late 3rd century. Their initial appearance is noted during the 260s, when they began to exert pressure on Roman territories. Various Frankish groups like the Chamavi, Bructeri, Chatuari, and Sali, or Salians, also the Tubantes and Amsivari, are sporadically mentioned in Roman accounts from the late 3rd throughout the 4th century. The Franks are often mentioned in Roman sources under two categories, that being the Laeti, for allies, and Deditici, the enemies or surrendered foes. Of course, to the Roman world, there's only two kinds of people, allies and enemies. Notable episodes include a group of Franks reaching as far as Tarragona in Spain around the year 260, where they caused significant disruption until the Roman forces repelled them, but that wasn't until a decade later. By the end of the 3rd century, the Roman leadership took a more aggressive campaigns against the Franks. The Emperor Maximian is recorded as having subdued the Salian Franks along with other groups in 288, relocating them within the empire's borders. Why did they do this? Well, one, they wanted to utilize their manpower, but two, if they were inside the borders, they could somewhat keep an eye on them and curb further incursions. I mean, they weren't going to be making any incursions if they were already in. Not bad logic. Keep your friends close and enemies closer, perhaps. Now, the strategic relocation of these tribes by Roman authorities, as recorded by Eumenius, who refers to the expulsions and resettlements constructed by Constantius, reflect Rome's broader policy of barbarian management through resettlement. Of course, the policy aimed at both fortifying the Roman borders and slowly assimilating these groups into Roman military and economic systems. Further, the Frankish presence along the Rhine is marked on the Tabula Petinguriana, a medieval copy of a Roman map, which identifies places occupied by the Franks, such as the region opposite to Nijmegen and Xanten, which is labeled as Francia. Now, the Salian Franks, mentioned by Ammianus Marcellinus in the context of Julian's campaigns in 358, played a foundational role in the history of the Frankish people and their expansion within the Roman Empire. As foederati, or federated groups, the Salians were allowed to settle in Texuandria, a region moved from their original settlements around the Rhine-Maas delta. This strategic relocation facilitated their role both within and eventually beyond the Roman imperial borders. By the 5th century, the Salians, along with other Frankish groups, began to exert control over the river Scheldt, disrupting maritime transport to Britain and showcasing their burgeoning power as both allies and threats within the Roman domains. Despite Roman efforts to pacify them, their presence as pirates persisted, showing the challenge the empire faced in controlling these martial groups. The Salians' southward push into what is now modern France marked the beginning of their significant territorial expansion. This movement is closely associated with the establishment of the Merovingian dynasty, which famously codified the Salian law, Lex Salica. This law is notably applied in the Neustrian region, indicating the new geographical and political realities shaped by the Salians beyond their original settlements. The Silva Carbonaria, or charcoal forest, served as a geographical boundary that the Salians crossed under the leadership of figures like Clodio, who extended Frankish control into areas such as Tournai, Artois, Cambrai, and the Somme region. Clodio's legacy, as recounted by Gregory of Tours, positioned him as an ancestor to the Merovingian kings, with Childeric and later his son Clovis expanding and consolidating the Frankish rule. Childeric collaborated with Roman forces, reflecting the complex interdependence between Roman authorities and their barbarian foederati. His activities in the Loire region and beyond contributed to the foundation of what would become the Frankish kingdom of Neustria, essentially the heartland of later medieval France. Clovis's reign further solidified this trajectory by unifying the Frankish tribes under his rule and extending his authority eastward past the Silva Carbonaria into Belgica, laying the foundation for the kingdom of Austrasia. This region later adopted the Ripuarian law, another Frankish legal code that was distinct from that of Salian law. The Rhineland Franks, often differentiated from the Salians, and sometimes known as Ripuarian Franks in modern scholarship, were situated along a crucial stretch of the Rhine, spanning from Mainz to Duisburg, including the region around modern-day Cologne. This area, historically tied to the Ubi tribe and encompassing parts of both Germania Inferior and Germania Superior, played its own role in the development of Frankish territories, and certainly a significant one. While the Rhineland Franks, like the Salians, appear in Roman records as both raiders and allies, depending on the time and context, documentation regarding their official settlement within the Roman Empire's borders remains somewhat unclear. They managed to establish control over key locations such as Cologne, and, over time, were possibly referred to as Ripuarians, a name likely deriving from river people, due to their proximity to the Rhine. Very creative. The term Ripuarians is often linked with the Lex Ripuaria, a Merovingian legal code. However, it's important to note that this code was applicable not just in Ripuarian regions, but across all Frankish lands, indicating a broader administrative application than what was initially being assumed. The distinction between Salian and Ripuarian Franks, while very useful, does not necessarily reflect the rigid historical or territorial divisions, but rather differentiations that emerged over time within the broader Frankish identity. Jordanes' account in his Getica, mentioning the Ripari alongside other groups like the Franchi and Saxones during the Battle of Chalons in 451, suggests a very complex interplay of tribal identities under Roman command. However, these Ripari are generally interpreted as a distinct group based along the Rhone, not as Ripuarian Franks from the Rhine region. As part of the Merovingian realm, Ripuarian territories were integral to the Kingdom of Austrasia, a core component of Merovingian power. This kingdom encompassed not only areas associated with the Salian and Ripuarian Franks, but also extended into Roman Germania Inferior, and even parts of Gallia Belgica. Over time, Austrasia evolved to include regions that correspond to medieval Lower and Upper Lotharingia, with territories stretching from the Rhine's west bank across to the lands east of the river. Gregory of Tours provides a detailed account of the Frankish kingdoms in the 5th century, highlighting several small kingdoms around regions like Cologne, Tournai, and Cambrai. During this period, the Merovingian dynasty began to emerge as a dominant force, perhaps leveraging its connections with Roman military and administrative structures in northern Gaul. This period marked the integration of Frankish leaders into the Roman military hierarchy, which played a crucial role in their rise to power. In the mid-5th century, Childeric I, a Salian Frank, served as a military commander in Roman Gaul, alongside other leaders with equally diverse ethnic backgrounds. He was temporarily eclipsed by the Roman commander Aegidius, who maintained control over the Frankish kingship connected with the Roman forces along the Loire for about 8 years. The concept of a kingship during this era, inspired by figures such as Alaric I, represented a new form of leadership that set the stage for the Merovingian ascendancy. After Aegidius's death around 464 or 465, Childeric regained prominence, and his son, Clovis, continued to expand their influence. Clovis went on to achieve significant victories, including the defeat of Sigargius, a Roman ruler of the Kingdom of Soissons, in 486 or 487. Also the subjugation of other Frankish kings such as Chararic and Ragnacar. His conquests laid the groundwork for what would become a consolidated Frankish kingdom. By 509, Clovis had vanquished the Ripuarian Franks and established Paris as his capital, becoming the first king to rule over all the Frankish tribes. His realm was characterized by significant territorial expansion, including the defeat of the Visigoths at the Battle of Voiles and the eventual integration of regions like Burgundy, Provence, and Brittany by his successors. Clovis's death led to the division of his kingdom among his 4 sons, who managed to maintain a unified front long enough to conquer Burgundy in 534. However, the subsequent generation saw intense rivalry, particularly between the queens Brunhilda and Fredegunda, which fueled ongoing conflicts among the descendants of Clovis. These rivalries led to the formation of three distinct sub-kingdoms: Austrasia, Neustria, and Burgundy, each seeking to assert dominance over the others. The political center of the Frankish realm gradually shifted to the Rhineland, thanks in part to the influence of the Arnulfing clan in Austrasia. By 613, the realm was reunified under Clothar II, who issued the Edict of Paris to strengthen royal authority and curb corruption. His son, Dagobert I's reign marked the zenith of Merovingian power, which declined under subsequent kings, known as les rois fainéants, the do-nothing kings. The final shift in power occurred when Pepin the Short, a mayor of the palace, deposed the last Merovingian king, Childeric III, in 751 with ecclesiastical and aristocratic support, founding the Carolingian dynasty. This transition marked the end of the Merovingian era and the beginning of a new chapter in the history of the Frankish kingdom, namely the Carolingian Empire. The division of the Carolingian Empire after Louis the Pious's death was formalized in the Treaty of Verdun in 843, which partitioned the empire among his three surviving sons. This division reflected the complex dynastic, cultural, and religious tensions within the empire, and set the stage for the development of modern European states. Louis's eldest son, Lothair I, received the middle portion of the empire, which included parts of modern-day Italy, the Low Countries, and regions around the Rhine and Rhone rivers, effectively controlling the imperial title. Charles the Bold was granted the western part, which evolved into modern France, and Louis the German, well, you can guess which part he received, which would eventually become the core of the Holy Roman Empire. The tripartite division led to a political fragmentation and, of course, frequent conflicts over borders and authority. The lack of a strong central authority led to the rise of local powers such as the feudal lords, who often held more actual power in practical terms than the actual kings. As each region developed independently, distinct cultural, social, and linguistic identities began to form. The use of vernacular languages increased, and gradually Latin was eclipsed in many areas. Different parts of the Carolingian Empire developed different economic systems based on their geography and resources, influencing their future economic stability and development. The Carolingian Renaissance, which had flourished under Charlemagne, continued to influence these regions, albeit in varying degrees. Charlemagne's efforts to revive classical knowledge and improve education had lasting effects on the intellectual life of Europe. Oh, and by the way, I'm only just going to talk about Charlemagne a little bit in this, since we don't really have time. But I've already done an entire hour-long video on him, a complete biography, which you'll be able to find probably in the medieval history section of the playlist. Monasteries and cathedrals continued to be centers of learning and literacy, preserving not only religious knowledge, but also secular texts from antiquity. However, the unity imposed by Charlemagne would never be fully realized again, and the fragmentation of the empire eventually led to the development of feudalism in Europe. This system of local governance, characterized by the decentralization of power, became a defining feature of the Middle Ages. Now, on to a few specifics of the Carolingian Empire, namely some of their culture, some notes about their language, religion, and then we'll have a look at their military structure. The Old Frankish language. It's often called Old Franconian, spoken by the Franks prior to the High German consonant shift between 6 and 700 AD. This shift significantly influenced the linguistics of the region, leading to a divergence where dialects that would become Dutch did not experience the shift, while others did, albeit to varying extents. Consequently, the distinction between Old Dutch and Old Frankish is actually quite minimal, with Old Dutch or Low Old Franconian often used to denote these variations post-shift. Oh, and by the way, they do say that Dutch is the easiest language for native English speakers to learn. That has very little to do with the Franks, but I'm just commenting. The direct evidence of Old Frankish is scarce, primarily limited to a few runic inscriptions, such as the Bergaker inscription. However, a considerable portion of Frankish vocabulary has been reconstructed through early Germanic loanwords in Old French and comparative linguistic reconstruction, particularly through Dutch. I have no idea how they do all of this with these old languages, but some very, very smart people, some very cunning linguists, of course. The impact of Old Frankish on Gallo-Roman language and culture, including vocabulary and phonological changes, remains a significant area of scholarly inquiry. Notably, Frankish influence on contemporary vocabulary includes words for the cardinal directions, north, south, east, west, and also an estimated 1,000 other words. Linguistically, Northern Gaul became a bilingual region of Vulgar Latin and Frankish during the Frankish conquest, while Latin remained the language of writing and formal affairs. Culturally and artistically, the early Frankish contributions are part of the Migration period art, transitioning into what is recognized as Carolingian art or pre-Romanesque architecture. Surviving Merovingian architecture is rare, with the majority of early churches likely being constructed in timber. The best preserved example includes a baptistery in Poitiers, reflecting a Gallo-Roman style. Furthermore, artifacts such as jewelry, weapons, and manuscript illuminations provide insight into the aesthetic and cultural values of the time. The grave of Queen Aragonde and the treasure of Gourdon highlight the artistry of the period, though the overall quality may not be fully represented by the surviving works. The Carolingian Renaissance, later marked as a significant cultural transformation, of course heavily influenced by Charlemagne's patronage of the arts, included the commission of works from abroad. Carolingian art and architecture, such as the Palatine Chapel in Aachen, demonstrate a confident adaptation of Byzantine influences and sophistication that set the stage for future developments in Western art. Other notable Carolingian sites include the monasteries of Sentula, St. Gall, and the original Cologne Cathedral. Look that one up, it's pretty. Now, a little bit about religion, because of course, it kind of goes hand in hand with culture, doesn't it? The conversion of the Frankish aristocracy to Christianity followed quickly after Clovis, although converting the entire population under Frankish rule was a very long and complex process. Frankish paganism, which persisted in some forms, shared many traits with broader Germanic paganism, being highly ritualistic and centered around a pantheon of localized deities. Among these was possibly the Quinator, a mythological water god linked to the Merovingian lineage. Frankish religious practices were deeply entwined with their daily lives and linked to specific regional cult centers, beyond which their gods held no sway or authority. Archaeological evidence, such as the burial of Childeric I, where his body was adorned with cloth decorated with bees, suggests a symbolic connection in pagan rituals, potentially linking the angon, a type of spear that means sting, hinting at a martial deity or spirit. The fleur-de-lis, a symbol later associated with the French royalty, may also derive from this weapon. The pivotal moment for Frankish Christianity came, of course, with Clovis, who converted to Catholicism in 496 after his marriage to the Burgundian Catholic Clotilda, and a decisive military victory, believed to be divine intervention. This event led to the baptism of Clovis and thousands of his warriors, significantly aligning the Frankish kingdom with the Catholic Church, unlike other Germanic tribes, which were promptly Arian. Now, Arian was just a different point of view. You had Arian Christianity and then the Roman Catholic Christianity. Arianism, of course, was the one that fell out of favor. Clovis's conversion facilitated a smoother leadership between the Church and the Frankish state, which was, of course, pivotal for the spread of Christianity in Western Europe. Despite the swift conversion of the Frankish elite, the complete Christianization of the populace was gonna take some time. And by some time, I mean centuries. And of course they had to overcome considerable resistance. You know what that means. Ragnar, a Frankish noble who initially supported Clovis's rise, later rallied a massive group of pagans against his conversion. This, of course, led to his execution. The ongoing Christianization efforts were largely advanced through the establishment and expansion of monastic networks across the kingdom. The Merovingian Church, of course, faced its own challenges, including integrating with the existing Gallo-Roman ecclesiastical structure, Christianizing pagan customs and defining a new theological foundation for Merovingian kingship that had pagan roots. Of course, it's easy to get people to slightly change their pagan customs rather than give them up completely. This is how we get a lot of our modern sort of festivals around different things. We effectively co-opted the old ways and changed the flavor, but not the recipe, let's put it like that. Well, the church also had to manage the influence of Irish and Anglo-Saxon missionaries and meet the administrative demands of the papacy. Monasticism flourished, endorsed by the wealth of the Merovingian elite and driven by waves of Hermeticism, which eventually led to the widespread adoption of the Benedictine rule. The relationship between the church and the Merovingian kings was often quite strained, particularly as kings sometimes displayed pagan practices such as polygamy. It's hard to give that one up. The transition from the Galician to the Roman Rite was actually encouraged by Rome, and the eventual rise of the Carolingian mayors of the palace, crowned by the Pope, marked a significant realignment of the Church towards a more stable governance under a Christian emperor. Well, of course, they developed their own legal system as well, so let's take a look at that. The legal systems of the Franks, like that of any other Germanic tribe, was originally based solely on oral traditions, with laws memorized and recited by officials known as Rakembergs, similar to the law speakers found in Scandinavian cultures. By the 6th century, these laws began to be recorded in written form, marking a significant transition in the administration of justice among the Franks. They were governed by primarily two legal codes, the Salic law for the Salian Franks and the Ripuarian law for the Ripuarian Franks. These legal systems reflected the distinct tribal origins and settlements of the Frankish people. The Gallo-Romans and the clergy in regions south of the River Loire continued to be governed by traditional Roman law, indicating a coexistence of Germanic and Roman legal principles in this area. And I hazard to say that the Romans thought that theirs was quite a bit better. Now, Germanic law, including that of the Franks, primarily focused on individual rights and personal justice, rather than state interests. This approach to law emphasized the importance of resolving disputes at a more personal level, with cases involving personal property or injury receiving meticulous attention. This focus on individual and personal issues in Frankish legal practice shows the fundamentally different priorities and social structures compared to those of the Roman legal system, which was more centrally organized and focused around the state. The Frankish legal tradition underscores a societal framework where personal honor, property rights, and community standings were of the greatest importance. Now, let's do a little bit about the military history and how the Franks composed their armies. The integration and influence of Germanic tribes, including the Franks within the Roman military framework, significantly shaped the development of military practices in late antiquity. In fact, the participation of Germanic peoples in the Roman army dates back to the time of Julius Caesar, but their role became increasingly prominent following the collapse of Roman authority in Gaul around the 260s AD. One of the first notable instances of Germanic leadership in the Roman military post-collapse was the revolt led by the Batavian commander Postumus. Postumus, declaring himself emperor, effectively created a separatist Gallo-Roman Empire that restored order and was supported by Germanic soldiers. It was a period that marked the beginning of a trend where Germanic military leaders gained substantial influence and command within what remained of the Roman territorial control. A few decades later, another equally significant figure, the Menapian Carausius, formed a Batavian British rump state, relying heavily on Frankish military support. This indicates the growing military capability and autonomy of the Frankish soldiers during this era. And throughout the 4th century, Frankish commanders such as Magnentius, Silvanus, Ricimer, and Bauto held prominent positions within the Roman military itself, showing another way that they were integrated depending on the time and context. Now, Ammianus Marcellinus' accounts provide insights into how Germanic tribes, including the Franks and the Alemanni, adopted Roman military organization and tactics, reflecting a fusion of Roman military discipline with the Germanic warrior culture. This blend of practices continued to evolve, particularly evident after Cholidio's invasion, when the Roman armies at the Rhine border essentially became Frankish, adopting Roman-like organizational structures, tactics, and equipment. The observation by the 6th century scholar Procopius that the Arboricoi, having assimilated with the Franks, retained their Roman legionary organization long after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, gives us another example of the lasting Roman influence on Frankish military structure. Well, under the Merovingian dynasty, the Franks melded their Germanic customs with these Romanized military organizations, leading to significant tactical innovations. These changes not only enabled the Franks to expand their territory, but also laid the groundwork for the development of feudal military systems in medieval Europe. The accounts of Procopius and Agathias, when discussing the military customs of the Franks during the 6th century, give us another example of a distinct blend of simplicity and ferocity in their approach to warfare. Yet these narratives are fraught with contradictions and historical complexities. For example, Procopius depicts the Franks as predominantly infantry, armed primarily with axes and swords and shields, eschewing the use of spears or bows in favor of throwing axes that would of course shatter enemy shields and wreak havoc in their ranks. You don't need to have an axe thrown at you to come to the conclusion that it would be quite a frightening ordeal. Either way, this portrayal emphasizes the Frankish preference for close combat and their reliance on heavy shock tactics rather than missile warfare or cavalry maneuvers, which were of course common among other contemporary military forces. Which seems to be very German. Just get in there, close up, axes, fists. Yeah, seems a bit German to me. Well, Agathias corroborates some aspects of this depiction, noting that the Franks' disdain for body armor and sophisticated military attire suggesting a warrior culture that valued mobility and shock over protection. Lightly armored means light on your feet. Smart. Both historians agree on the Frankish preference for infantry tactics, with Agathias specifically highlighting their skills in hand-to-hand combat and their ability to adapt to different combat situations, including the use of the angon, a type of spear that could be thrown or used in melee. Wonder where they got that idea from. However, these Byzantine sources contradict each other on the use of the spear and present an image that doesn't really align with archaeological finds or contemporaneous Gallic sources, like Sidonius Apollinaris and Gregory of Tours. These later sources, along with legal codes such as the Lex Ribuaria, provide evidence of a more diversified Frankish military that indeed used spears, helmets, and possibly even some form of mail armor, suggesting a more complex and capable military organization than the Byzantine historians imply. Well, in light of this, while Procopius and Agathias provide a lot of valuable insights into Frankish warfare, their accounts must be considered within the broader scope of all available sources, and that includes archaeological evidence and Frankish legal codes. These suggest a military capability that was both influenced by and distinct from Roman practices, characterized by a flexible approach to warfare that could integrate both Roman and traditional Germanic elements. The Merovingian military, deeply rooted in the Roman traditions, adapted and evolved these influences to form a unique Frankish approach to warfare that was both pragmatic as much as it was versatile. This adaptability was crucial in both defensive and offensive capacities, particularly in their campaigns against external enemies and in internal power struggles within the Frankish realms. The militarized nature of the Merovingian society was evident in the institution of the Marchfeld, an annual assembly where plans for the upcoming campaign season were laid out. These gatherings served not only as strategic planning sessions, but also as demonstrations of royal power and opportunities to affirm loyalty among the Frankish nobility. The focus on displaying military strength showed once again the importance of an armed force in maintaining and extending Merovingian rule. In terms of equipment, the Merovingian forces were well equipped, at least by the standards of the time, drawing heavily on the legacy of the late Roman military system. The elite units and the retinues of nobles would typically wear coats of mails and helmets, and were armed with swords, lances, and shields. These items were not just tools of war, but also kind of like symbols of status within the warrior aristocracy. The influence of Alanic cavalry tactics, which came a lot later, highlighted the integration of diverse military traditions within the Merovingian domain. They also demonstrated considerable tactical flexibility, incorporating siege engines and fortified positions in civil conflicts, while focusing on mobility and rapid strikes in internal campaigns. And, well, what about naval capabilities? Well, though less emphasized in historical records, they were significant, at least comparatively, especially in operations against the Danish incursions. The campaign by Theodoric I in 515 illustrates the strategic use of naval power in protecting and extending Frankish interests along the European coastlines. The Merovingians also incorporated soldiers from conquered or allied regions, such as the Saxons and the Wends, who brought their own weapons and also their own fighting styles into the Frankish military apparatus. This integration, of course, helped in forging a more diverse and versatile military force, capable of operating across the varied terrains of the Frankish Empire. Well, with that, we reach the end of our history of the Franks. I hope you enjoyed it, and it was everything you were expecting. Edward VI, born in 1537, the only legitimate son of King Henry VIII and his third wife Jane Seymour. He became King of England and Ireland at the tender age of 9 years old, following his father's death in 1547. It was a short-lived reign, lasting only until his death in 1553, 6 years later, marked by significant religious upheaval and the further establishment of Protestantism in England. His brief reign was characterized by economic instability and social unrest, most notably the widespread revolt known as the Prayer Book Rebellion, which was sparked by the imposition of Protestant liturgy. Despite all the challenges, Edward was an earnest young king, with a keen interest in religious matters, often participating actively in the theological direction of his reign. His unfortunate death at the age of 15 led to a crisis of succession that briefly placed Lady Jane Grey on the throne, only to be superseded by the accession of his Catholic half-sister Mary I, who sought to reverse many of the Protestant reforms. Thus his legacy is particularly noted for setting a clear Protestant trajectory for the Church of England, influencing its future structure and doctrine. Well worth talking about, and in great detail. Hello and welcome. If it's your first time, good to meet you, and for those returning, nice to have you with me again. Today we're talking about Edward VI. Quite shocked I haven't spoken about him before, actually. Now, if you'd like to support the channel, just a quick reminder. The best way to do it is a like, comment, and subscribe. Leave a comment below. It really helps the algorithm. Further to that, there's a few links in the description. But let's all get nice and relaxed first. Settle in for another long one. And we can talk all about the life of Edward VI. Born on the 12th of October 1537 at Hampton Court Palace, Middlesex, Edward VI was the much-anticipated male heir of King Henry VIII and his third wife Jane Seymour. Grand celebrations marked his arrival, with over 1,000 cannons fired from the Tower of London, and joyous public festivities. A time of celebration. After all, Henry was trying very, very hard to have a male heir, and, well, it took him quite a few wives to eventually get there. But, hey, perseverance. Now, despite Jane Seymour's quick initial recovery, proudly announcing the birth of Edward, unfortunately, she died, tragically, on October 24th, from postnatal complications. This event deeply saddened Henry, who described his mixed feelings in a letter to Francis I of France. Edward thrived from an early age, contradicting the historical portrayal of him as fragile. He was robust, exhibited by a strong appetite and vitality noted by Lord Chancellor Lord Audley in September 1538. Despite a serious illness at the age of 4, which certainly worried everybody counting on him to carry forth the throne, he generally enjoyed good health during his childhood, and certainly surrounded by all the best doctors that 16th century England could give you, doing their best for the time. Now, his early years were under the care of one Margaret Bryan, and later Blanche Herbert, Lady Troy. Edward's upbringing was of course closely guarded, with Henry ensuring high standards of cleanliness and security, treating his son as, quote, this whole realm's most precious jewel. His childhood was of course extremely comfortable, surrounded by toys, personal minstrels, and the constant company of nurturing figures. But it couldn't all be fun and games. A boy has to learn. So his educational pursuits began at the age of 6, under Richard Cox and John Check, focusing on languages, scripture, and liberal arts. He received additional tutoring in French, Spanish, and Italian, and learned various musical instruments. A keen interest in geography was evident in his collection of globes and maps, very fascinated with the subject. And he also displayed a strong grasp of monetary issues and engaged deeply in theological studies, influenced by the Protestant reformations of Archbishop Thomas Cranmer. By 1549, he had written on religious subjects and participated actively in theological debates, maintaining some traditional Catholic practices, like celebrating Mass and venerating saints' relics and images. He also shared a deep bond with his sisters, Mary and Elizabeth, who often visited him. Elizabeth especially gifted Edward a shirt she had embroidered herself, a gift that he treasured. Despite differing views, notably his discomfort with Mary's preference for foreign dancers, which seems to be a pretty petty criticism, Edward expressed deep affection for her, declaring in a 1546 note to his sister, "I love you most." I hope Elizabeth didn't see that letter. Well, in 1543, the father, Henry VIII, promoted family unity by inviting his children to celebrate Christmas together, a significant gesture considering he had previously declared his daughters illegitimate and excluded them from the line of succession. He wasn't the best of fathers. Well, this shift towards a family reconciliation continued with the passage of the Third Succession Act in the following spring, which reinstated Mary and Elizabeth in the line of succession and established a regency council for Edward. This period of restored familial relations was likely influenced by Catherine Parr, Henry's sixth wife, whom Edward affectionately regarded as his most dear mother. Edward's companions included the granddaughter of his chamberlain, William Sidney, and Barnaby Fitzpatrick, the son of an Irish peer, who had become a close and enduring friend. Sidney described Edward as a marvelous and sweet child, of very mild and generous condition. Edward's education, shared with noble children at a miniature court, reflected his royal status, and he was ambitious in terms of scholarly pursuits, perhaps driven by a desire to emulate his sister Elizabeth's scholarly success. His living quarters were suitably royal, adorned with expensive Flemish tapestries and personal items embellished with jewels and gold. His military interests were also apparent in portraits depicting him with a golden dagger, reminiscent of his father. A personal chronicle detailed significant military campaigns and events, including John Dudley's narrow escape at Musselburgh during the 1547 campaign against Scotland and France. A major political development during his father's reign was the Treaty of Greenwich on July 1st, 1543 with Scotland. This treaty, following the Scottish defeat at the Battle of Solway Moss in 1542, proposed a union between the realms through Edward's betrothal to the infant Mary, Queen of Scots. The treaty stipulated that Mary be sent to England to be raised under Henry's supervision, aiming to strengthen the alliance between the two countries. However, the Scottish response to this treaty was to renounce it by December of the same year, opting instead to renew their historical alliance with France. Henry reacted with fury, perceiving this as a betrayal. By April of 1544, he commanded Edward Seymour, the first Earl of Hertford, and Edward's uncle, to launch a punitive expedition against Scotland. Henry's instructions were chillingly explicit, ordering Seymour to, I quote, "put all to fire and sword, burn Edinburgh town, so razed and defaced that when you have sacked and gotten what you can of it, as there may remain forever a perpetual memory of the vengeance of God lightened upon them for their falsehood and disloyalty." Very clear instructions. Of course, this directive led to a brutal military campaign, unprecedented in its ferocity, all directed against the poor Scots. Quite hard done by throughout their history by the English. Deep-seated animosity. Well, the conflict initiated by these events would extend to the reign of Edward VI, and came to be known as the rough wooing, a term that starkly contrasted with the violent military actions that intended marital union between Edward and Mary that was supposed to bring peace. On the 10th of January, 1547, then 9 years old, Edward expressed his gratitude in a letter to King Henry VIII and his stepmother for the New Year's gift of their portraits which were sent from Hertford. This atmosphere of gratitude shifted dramatically by the end of the month, however, when on January 28th, King Henry passed away. Edward Seymour and William Paget, key figures in the royal circle, initially kept the king's death a secret to manage a smooth transition of power. Seymour, along with Sir Anthony Browne, travelled to Hertford to bring Edward to Enfield, where he and his sister, Lady Elizabeth, learned of their father's passing, and were briefed on his will. Thus, Henry's death was officially declared to Parliament on the 31st of January 1547 by Lord Chancellor Thomas Wriothesley, with proclamations confirming Edward's succession distributed widely thereafter. Edward was escorted to the Tower of London, amid salutes from the Tower's ordnance and nearby ships. The following day, the realm's nobility paid homage to the new king, and Seymour was named protector of the realm. A lot of pressure for a 9-year-old. Well, Henry was interred on the 16th of February at Windsor,
alongside his wife Jane Seymour, fulfilling his final wish. His coronation occurred on the 20th of February at Westminster Abbey, with the ceremony shortened to accommodate the young king and to reflect the Reformation's influence, which rendered some traditional rites now inappropriate. The day before his coronation, Edward made a ceremonial procession from the Tower of London to the Palace of Westminster, akin to previous monarchs like Henry VI. Riding through the throngs of onlookers and elaborate pageants, Edward enjoyed the performance of a Spanish tightrope walker at St. Paul's Cathedral, certainly a sight to be seen, and not something you see every day at that period of time. Archbishop Kramer, during the coronation, drew comparisons between Edward and the biblical reformer King Josiah, urging Edward to advance the Protestant Reformation, particularly advocating for the dissolution of Rome's ecclesiastical power and the removal of religious imagery. The ceremony was followed by a lavish banquet in Westminster Hall, where Edward, notably wearing his crown throughout, embraced his new sovereign duties. Now Henry VIII's will designated 16 executors to govern until Edward reached the age of 18, supported by 12 additional advisors. The will's authenticity and final adjustments are subjects to historical debate, with some suggesting it was modified by those close to Henry to enhance their power and secure wealth, particularly benefiting the reformist faction. Do you think people would do that? Argue over somebody's will when there's money involved? I suppose some things never change. Well, by the end of 1546, conservative figures such as Stephen Gardiner were excluded from royal access, and Thomas Howard, the Duke of Norfolk, faced treason charges and asset seizure, dramatically altering the political landscape just before Henry's death. Critics point out that Gardiner's exclusion and Norfolk's charges were not solely based on their religious conservatism, highlighting that other conservatives maintained influential roles and questioning the impact of radicals like Sir Anthony Denny, who had control over the king's dry stamp. Regardless, following Henry's death, the will's executors distributed extensive lands and honours among themselves and their allies, enabled by a last-minute clause allowing for, quote, unfulfilled gifts. How convenient. This particularly favoured Edward Seymour, the Earl of Hertford, who ascended to Duke of Somerset and was appointed Lord Protector and Governor of the King's person, consolidating his control over the young King Edward VI and the English realm. Henry's will did not specify a protector for Edward, but did establish a regency council intended to govern collectively by majority rule, with equal authority among its members during the king's minority. However, just days after Henry's death on February 4th, under Edward Seymour's influence, 13 of the 16 executors, some absent, endorsed Seymour as protector, rationalizing this as in line with the will's authority. Somerset's ascent to power likely involved strategic alliances and rewards to certain executors, notably securing an agreement with William Paget, Henry's private secretary, and gaining support from Sir Anthony Browne of the Privy Chamber. Somerset's military successes in Scotland and France further bolstered his qualifications for the role.
and by March 1547 he had secured letters patent from King Edward granting him extensive powers to appoint members to the Privy Council and consult them at his discretion, effectively setting up an autocratic rule. Under Somerset's leadership, the Regency largely served as a platform for his unilateral declarations, rather than a collaborative governing body, effectively reducing the Privy Council to a body that ratified his decisions. This consolidation of power was noted by Francois van der Delft, the imperial ambassador, who observed that Somerset governed with absolute authority, with Paget acting almost as his secretary. Although Somerset faced limited opposition, significant resistance did come from Thomas Wriothesley, the Chancellor, who challenged Somerset's near-royal control over the council. Wriothesley's protests led to his quick removal from office on charges of misconduct, showing once again the tensions within this new administration. Thomas Seymour, Somerset's younger brother, became a prominent dissenter, even though he was awarded a baronetcy, the Lord Admiralship, and a seat on the Privy Council. Thomas relentlessly sought greater power. No matter what they gave him, it was never enough. He endeared himself to King Edward VI by providing him with pocket money and suggesting that Somerset was mismanaging the royal finances, depicting the young king as impoverished. All of this manipulation extended to encouraging Edward to assert his authority and question the protectorate. Thomas's maneuvering took a more personal turn in the spring of 1547, when he secretly married Catherine Parr, the widowed queen of King Henry. His home became a hub for Protestant reformers, hosting notable figures like Lady Jane Grey and Lady Elizabeth. The situation escalated in summer of 1548, when Catherine, during her pregnancy, caught Thomas red-handed in an inappropriate encounter, I suppose we can word it like that, with Elizabeth. Obviously, she was not impressed. This resulted in Elizabeth's immediate transfer to Sir Anthony Denny's household. Well, Catherine Parr eventually passed away in September of 1548, shortly after childbirth, and Thomas quickly renewed his pursuit of Elizabeth through correspondence, writing her letters, hoping to marry her. However, Elizabeth, wary and heeding the council's advice, remained quite non-committal. She ghosted him, basically. Well, by January 1549, alarmed by Thomas's actions and potential misuse of his position at the Bristol Mint, the council placed him under arrest. But in terms of treason, they lacked solid evidence. So he was condemned by an act of attainder, and finally he was executed on the 20th of March, 1549, ending his ambitious pursuit of power. Better luck next time. Somerset's military capability was evident in his Scottish campaigns and the defence of Boulogne-sur-Mer in 1546. As protector, he focused on the Scottish conflict, aiming to unite the English and Scottish realms. Good luck with that. His campaign started well, with a victory at the Battle of Pinkie in September of 1547, leading to English garrisons being established across Scotland, reaching Dundee. However, Somerset's military strategy soon faced difficulties. The Scots fortified their position by allying with France, which sent troops to reinforce Edinburgh in 1548. The young Scottish Queen was also safely moved to France and betrothed to the Dauphin, derailing plans for a union through marriage. And the financial burden of maintaining a large military presence and numerous garrisons was also becoming unsustainable, slowly gnawing away at the English resources. With the French king attacking Boulogne in the August of 1549, Somerset had no choice, and he was forced to withdraw from Scotland, marking a significant retreat from his policies. In 1548, England began experiencing social unrest, which escalated into widespread revolts in 1549, fueled by dissatisfaction with religious changes and disputes over land. The most notable were the Prayer Book Rebellion in Devon and Cornwall, and the rebellion of Robert Kett in Norfolk, driven by opposition to the landlords' encroachments on common lands. Led by the evangelical MP John Hales, these commissions inadvertently linked social justice issues with Reformation theology, prompting a vision of a godly commonwealth. This further complicated the situation, as local communities felt empowered to enforce the Commission's findings themselves. Edward, reflecting on these events in his chronicle, noted that the risings began, I quote, because certain commissions were sent down to pluck down enclosures. The cumulative effort of these uprisings pointed to a severe failure in governance, for which Somerset was held solely responsible by the council. In a letter from July 1549, Paget criticized Somerset's handling of the situation, expressing regret that Somerset had not acted more decisively earlier on to administer justice in a way that would have deterred further rebellion. Edward Seymour, the Duke of Somerset, met his downfall through a series of dramatic events culminating in the autumn of 1549. On October 1st, sensing increasing threats to his power, Somerset issued a proclamation seeking support and took King Edward VI to Windsor Castle, ostensibly for safety. There, the young king, noting in his diary, felt confined. A quote from his diary, he wrote, "Methinks I am in prison." Well, he pretty much was, at least in a practical sense. The council, distancing itself from Somerset's increasingly questioned leadership, declared his rule a failure, stating that his authority stemmed from them, not directly from the late Henry VIII's will. By October the 11th, the council decisively acted against Somerset, arresting him and relocating Edward to Richmond Palace. Edward documented charges against Somerset, including ambition, vain glory, rash wars in my youth, neglect of New Haven, personal enrichment from my treasury, following his own opinion, and acting on his own authority, etc. That's in Edward's words. Well, after a brief release from the Tower of London and a return to the council, Somerset was again arrested due to his continued scheming to regain power, and eventually, in January 1552, he was finally executed, Edward noted his beheading succinctly in his chronicle, and John Dudley, the Earl of Warwick, succeeded him, steering the council and nation away from Somerset's policies. But Somerset's legacy, once seen as a protector of the common people against the gentry, has been re-evaluated somewhat. Critics now view his leadership style as arrogant and lacking the political finesse necessary for effective governance. Initially, his rise to power was marked by his strategic prowess, aided by allies such as William Paget, but his rule was marred by financial disarray, military failures, and widespread domestic unrest that he simply did not have the skill to respond to effectively. Well, under John Dudley, later Duke of Northumberland, the governance of England experienced a shift. Previously seen as opportunist, recent historical reassessments have acknowledged his role in stabilizing the government. He restored the authority of the Royal Council and stabilized the kingdom's finances, navigating the nation back towards sustainability after Somerset's tumultuous rule. Warwick's main political challenge came from Thomas Wriothesley, the Earl of Southampton, a conservative with influential connections. Warwick, however, used Edward VI's staunch Protestantism to solidify his position, aligning closely with the young king and taking control of the Privy Chamber as part of his strategy to move away from Somerset's more controversial policies. Initially reluctant, William Paget eventually sided with Warwick, recognizing the unlikely support of conservative policies by foreign entities like the Holy Roman Empire, particularly regarding issues such as Boulogne. Southampton sought to weaken Warwick by advocating for Somerset's execution, aiming to implicate Warwick in Somerset's alleged crimes. In fact, in a strategic response, Warwick managed Somerset's release from Parliament on that time in January 1550, while simultaneously orchestrating the ousting of Southampton and his conservative allies from the council, consolidating his control over the government. By securing the backing of the council through the distribution of titles and positions, Warwick effectively became the government's leading figure, without assuming the title of protector. Edward's engagement with governance matured as he aged, with historians debating the extent of his involvement. Views ranged from him being merely a figurehead to being actually highly engaged, a precocious ruler. By the age of 14, Edward's role became more pronounced within the establishment of the Council for the Estate, which he formed himself, indicating a move towards greater personal involvement in state affairs. This council was met weekly, discussing significant matters, allowing Edward to be directly involved in the deliberations of important issues. His influence was most notable in religious affairs, where the council adhered to the fervent Protestant policies that Edward endorsed, reflecting his strong convictions in matters of faith. The Privy Chamber became a critical arena for his influence, where he worked closely with key figures like William Cecil and William Petre, his principal secretaries, who helped him navigate the complexities of governance. The Duke of Northumberland, who succeeded Somerset, ushered in a governance style characterized by subtlety and strategic maneuvering. He consolidated his control over the council by maintaining a loyal majority and expanding the council with his allies, effectively ensuring his dominance. Unlike Somerset, who overtly used familial ties to assert control, Northumberland skillfully managed the government under the guise of King Edward's sovereignty, presenting it as autonomous in its rule. Now this approach marked a departure from Somerset's more direct assertions of authority and signaled a move towards a bureaucratically controlled regime under Northumberland's stewardship. In military affairs, Northumberland, previously known as Warwick, adopted a more pragmatic stance compared to Somerset's ambitious military campaigns. In 1550, recognizing the financial strain of ongoing military engagements, he negotiated a peace treaty with France that included the cession of Boulogne and the withdrawal of English garrisons from Scotland. In a significant diplomatic gesture in 1551, he secured a betrothal between Edward and Elizabeth of Valois, King Henry II of France's daughter, which was accompanied by Edward's receipt of the knighthood of St. Michael, highlighting a strategic shift towards fostering peace and alliances. Domestically, to avoid the widespread rebellions that marred Somerset's rule, Northumberland established a network of crown representatives, including Lords Lieutenant, to maintain local order and ensure military preparedness. This network also facilitated a steady flow of intelligence back to the central government. Confronting severe financial challenges, Northumberland, with advisors like William Paulet and Walter Mildmay, initially resorted to further debasing the coinage, which worsened the economic instability. However, recognizing the detrimental impact of this approach, he enlisted the expertise of financier Thomas Gresham. By 1552, their efforts to restore currency confidence began showing signs of stabilizing the economy, laying the groundwork for recovery that would continue into the reign of Elizabeth. Furthermore, Northumberland's administration focused on curtailing the prevalent embezzlement within government finances. He initiated a comprehensive review and overhaul of revenue collection practices, which was regarded as one of the Tudor period's most significant administrative reforms. Under Northumberland's leadership, the English government aggressively pursued the Protestant reforms initiated by Somerset. Given Edward's strong Protestant convictions, it was essential for his government to align with religious reform. Throughout Edward's reign, the driving force was the reformist faction, which Edward trusted, particularly figures like Thomas Cranmer, the Archbishop of Canterbury. Cranmer led significant changes that not only moved the Church of England away from papal supremacy, but also reshaped it into a distinctly Protestant institution. Well, in terms of the Church's financial dynamic, that was also transformed. The ongoing confiscation of church property, which had started under Henry VIII with actions like the dissolution of the chantries, proved to be financially advantageous for both the Crown and those who were acquiring the properties. A win-win for everyone except the Church. Thus, the Church reforms during Edward's rule were motivated by both political and religious objectives, leading to a financially weakened Church by the end of Edward's reign, with many ecclesiastical properties shifted into secular hands. The personal religious beliefs of Somerset and Northumberland have been debated by historians. with opinions varying on their commitment to Protestantism. However, Edward's devoutness is less contested. Described by John Fox as a godly imp, and compared to the biblical Josiah, Edward was deeply committed to the Protestant cause. Oh, by the way, go and read The Book of Martyrs by John Fox. It's one of my recommendations. Well, he engaged daily with Scripture and was an avid listener of sermons, often displaying strong resistance to Catholic practices. But despite his devout image, which prominently features in Protestant narratives such as Fox's Acts and Monuments, historians do suggest some caution, suggesting that Edward's transition from traditional Catholic observance to robust Protestant reforms was influenced significantly by Cranmer and other reformist advisors. Now, the Reformation in England was marked by a clash between conservative elements who wished to retain traditional rituals and radical reformers who advocated for sweeping changes, as evidenced by widespread iconoclasm. Amidst this, Archbishop Cranmer undertook the considerable task of creating a unified English liturgy, encapsulated in the Book of Common Prayer of 1549. This new liturgy was intended as a compromise, but it faced resistance from both sides. Traditionalists who mourned the loss of certain rituals, and reformers who criticized the retention of some Catholic elements. Now bear in mind, these are all Christians, just slightly different Christians, still arguing amongst each other. It's not good. Well, the resistance was significant, as demonstrated by the Prayer Book Rebellion in Devon and Cornwall, which resulted in substantial loss of life. Additionally, senior Catholic figures like Bishops Stephen Gardiner and Edmund Bonner, who resisted the new prayer book, were thrown in prison and removed from their positions. As the reforms became more entrenched, doctrines such as justification by faith alone and the provision of communion in both kinds to all followers were established. The Ordinal of 1550 redefined the ordination of priests, shifting from a divine calling to a government appointment. By 1551, Edward, embracing his role as the supreme head of the Church, drove the Reformation forward. Influential reformers like John Hooper and John Knox, who preached against traditional communion practices at court, significantly shaped the period's theological discourse. Notable continental figures such as Martin Bucer and Peter Martyr also lent their expertise to Archbishop Thomas Cranmer. Cranmer's pivotal contributions culminated in the 1552 revision of the Book of Common Prayer, which adopted a distinctly reformist tone, and his development of the 42 Articles, which laid out the doctrinal foundation of the Reformed religion, particularly elucidating the communion service. This revised prayer book, coupled with the enactment of the Second Act of Uniformity, marked a decisive shift towards Protestantism, establishing a more durable framework for the Church of England. However, the trajectory of these reforms faced uncertainty due to the deteriorating health of King Edward, the central figure of the entire Reformation. His impending death in 1553 brought doubts about if his religious policies would continue after he was gone. So, amid all of this religious transformation and political intrigue, including Thomas Seymour's controversial plan to marry Edward to Lady Jane Grey, a significant political alliance was secured through Edward's betrothal to Elizabeth of Valois in 1550. At just 13 years old, Edward was engaged to the 5-year-old daughter of Henry II of France and Catherine de' Medici. This alliance, negotiated with great secrecy, alarmed the Pope, Julius III, who threatened excommunication for Henry II and Elizabeth if the marriage proceeded. The betrothal package included a substantial dowry, highlighting the strategic value of the union. However, the dowry was never paid, as Edward's death in 1553 preempted the marriage. Subsequently, Elizabeth's destiny shifted dramatically as she later married Philip II of Spain, the widower of Mary I, Edward's half-sister. By February 1553, King Edward VI's health had started to decline significantly, and by June of that year, after experiencing several bouts of improvement and worsening conditions, his situation had become dire. A potential death loomed as a significant threat to the continuation of the Reformation, a situation that his council and key officials found deeply concerning due to the possible ascension of his Catholic half-sister Mary. Edward opposed Mary's succession based on religious beliefs, legitimacy, and the principles of male inheritance, the latter also applicable to his other half-sister Elizabeth. Thus, in a determined effort to secure a Protestant succession, Edward drafted a document titled My Device for the Succession, inspired by the precedent set by his father. In this document, he deliberately bypassed the claims of his half-sisters, naming instead his cousin, the 16-year-old Lady Jane Grey, as his successor. Notably, Lady Jane had recently married Lord Guilford Dudley, the son of the Duke of Northumberland, further entwining political and familial alliances. The king's intentions, as expressed in his own words, were as follows. My device for the succession. Number 1. For lack of issue, there was a male inserted above the line but afterwards crossed out, of my body to the issue, male above the line, coming of this issue female, as I have after declared inserted but crossed out. To the L. Francis heirs male, for lack of erased, if she have any inserted such issue before my death inserted, to the Lady Jane's and her inserted heirs male, to the Lady Catherine's heirs males, to the Lady Mary's heirs males, to the heirs males of the daughters which she shall have hereafter, then to the Lady Margaret's heirs males, for such lack of issue, to the heirs males of the Lady Jane's daughters, to the heirs males of Lady Catherine's daughters, and so forth till you come to the Lady Margaret's daughters inserted heirs males. What a word salad, huh? Number 2. If after my death their male be entered into 18 years old, then he to have the whole rule and governance thereof. 3. But if he be under 18, then his mother to be the governess till he enter 18 years old, but to do nothing without the advice and agreement inserted, a 6th parcel of a council to be pointed by my last will to the number of 20. 4. If the mother die before the heir enter into 18, the realm to be governed by the council provided that after he be 14 all great matters of importance be opened to him. 5. If I died without issue, and there were none male heir, then the Lady Frances to be regent altered to governess. For the lack of her eldest daughters, and for the lack of them the Lady Margaret to be governess after as is aforesaid, till some heir male be born, and then the mother of that child is to be the governess. 6. And if during the rule of the governess there die 4 of the council, then shall she by her letters call an assembly of the council within 1 month following, and choose 4 more, wherein she shall have 3 voices. But after her death the 16 shall choose among themselves, till the heir come to 18 erased, 14-year-old, and then be their advice shall choose them. End of the document. Well, as Edward's health deteriorated, he made crucial revisions to his succession document. As we had just noticed, all of those little things crossed out and added in, prioritizing male heirs from Frances Grey, Duchess of Suffolk's lineage, extending to her daughters Lady Jane Grey, Lady Catherine Herbert, and Lady Mary. Originally aimed at male successors, the situation and perhaps Duke of Northumberland's influence led Edward to allow direct succession rights to Lady Jane and her sisters, a deviation meant to secure a Protestant heir. Edward specifically excluded his half-sisters, Mary and Elizabeth, from the succession, citing their previous declarations of illegitimacy by their father, Henry VIII, which had never been formally reversed. This move contradicted Henry's Third Succession Act of 1544, which had reinstated both Mary and Elizabeth. Thus, critics view these changes as desperate, reflecting a significant effort to continue the Reformation under a Protestant monarch, likely slayed by Northumberland. In early June, Edward meticulously finalized his succession plan, securing his approval across the document. And by mid-June, despite his worsening health, he commanded top judges to formalize his wishes into official letters patent for Parliament's enactment. He soon required his council and legal advisers to commit in writing to uphold his directive, highlighting his determination. Chief Justice Edward Montague recalled that upon raising legal concerns about the succession plan, Northumberland vehemently intimidated the dissenters. The atmosphere intensified, culminating on June 21st, with over 100 signatures obtained on the succession document, under duress, according to later claims. Well, by January 1553, Edward was really 1 foot in the grave at this point, health completely failing, marked by a severe cough and fever as detailed by the imperial ambassador John Shafeif. Now he struggled with breathing difficulties, exacerbated by a diagnosed suppurating tumor in his lung. By June his condition got even worse, which eventually led to his death on July 6, 1553 at Greenwich Palace, purportedly uttering the final words, "I am faint, Lord have mercy upon me and take my spirit." His funeral was held on August 8, 1553, adhered to by Reformed rites led by Thomas Cranmer, and included a procession with an effigy of the young king. He was interred in Westminster Abbey, his grave marked only centuries later by a stone from Christ's Hospital School. Well, thank you very much for listening. Bit of a weird one, Edward VI. Not exactly what people were expecting. But sometimes, in those times and those places, people don't live long enough to see how their reign could have really affected history. Oh well, what can you do? Thank you to the top tier patrons: Britt, Charles, Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, Wendy, Tim, James, Aaron, Scott, Dark, Melissa, and Ben. I'll see you next time, everyone. Lots of love to you all. Good night.